finding those levels too. Look at that four-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass.
And Shakur meets him with a straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown score with the left hand.
Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother, just due.
Do you foresee yourself being in, let's say, more thrilling fights as you get older?
Basically, what you're saying is Floyd. Get beat up and get some black eyes, then get your hand raised.
No,
Stoop to everybody else. Stoop to everybody else's level and be stupid.
When you get older, I'm saying. When you get older, do you think
there's nothing cool about taking punishment, getting beat up, getting bloody lips, and getting a check. The coolest thing I can do, I can dominate you, shut you out, and make crazy money, and go home and live with my family in a very, very comfortable and happy way. That's how I like to. That's how I like to do it.
Lifting weights and being strong doesn't win fights. Having great timing and being a very, very smart and intelligent fighter wins fights. I mean, I've been in there before with guys that was a lot bigger and probably hit a lot harder and a lot stronger. But Floyd Mayweather always has the remedy.
Okay. Well, 37 opponents had heart, and all of them came up short.
Speed kills, I guess, right? Watching you in person is a lot faster than on TV, man. How important is speed?
Well, it's not about speed. It's about smarts. It's about smarts, and it's about not getting hit that much.
Boldimir's a big guy. What are you going to do to offset the size difference?
It's not by size. Skills pays the bills at the end of the day. It's about being smart, and the smarter fighter is going to win. Most guys I don't beat them with speed and power. I beat them with smarts. I'll think about it. It's more up here than here.
Bring the truth or tell on your ass what you're doing or what you're not doing every single time. You can lie, you can bullshit and all that, but when that bell rings, if you ain't put that work in, it's gonna show, bro. It's gonna show. Not to mention y'all in a sport that can cost you your life. Literally, you can die in this shit. So if that's the case, man, if you're gonna do this, don't bullshit with it. If you don't really want it, say to yourself, keep it real with yourself. I really don't want this shit. I can't put the work in that it requires. Walk away. Ain't nobody mad at you. Go out there, you're young enough, you go get educated, get a skill, do something, man. But don't play with this, man. You can get killed in this shit, man.
You want honesty?
This channel, it throws real punches.
Just Do Boxing gives you skills, heart, and culture.
Straight up.
I catch every drop on my lunch break. Can't miss it.
What's good? What's good? What's going on, my good people? Shout out to the family, man. We back with another week to build on this boxing, how we always do, man. What's good with it, my good people? Is it safe outside, man? You know, I always gotta ask, is it safe? You know, and what they lying about today, man. Told y'all and one mixtape boots. Man, what a weekend of boxing, man. We even got some boxing yesterday on a Sunday from Zupa, man. I appreciated that card as well, man. Know what I mean? Is it safe outside, man? Because they hating already, man. They already hating, man. The man can't even enjoy his win, and they already hating on him, man. What's going on, my good people? What's going on with them out there, huh? Why they mad at Boots, man? What Boots do? Huh? Knockouts is what y'all said y'all wanted, huh? Y'all said y'all don't want to see all that defense and moving around, and y'all want to see somebody get in the mix it up and go to work. That's what they said, y'all. That's what they said, bro. That's what they told me. At least that's what they said, man. They said, I don't want to see no 12-round decision, man. I want to see blood. I want to see people get hurt. You know what I'm saying? That's what they said, bro. And look, we got to see Boots get a little buzzed up, right? No, nothing wrong with that, but he already being criticized for it. Like, it's the worst thing in the world, man. It's boxing, man. You gonna get hit, and you gonna get hit clean, especially when you in that fire like Boots, man. You get me? He grab his fireman suit. He walk right into the fire. He get to it, man. He start extinguishing shit, man. He ain't waste no time, bro. He ain't waste no time commencing to beating ass on Xander, man. He did that, man. He did the young and filthy, man. Gotta be honest, man. Shout out to Xander. This was a competitive but dominant ass whooping, in my opinion. Competitive but dominant. You get what I'm saying? Xander competed every step of the way like the true warrior he is. You know what I mean? The Puerto Rican pride was on display Saturday night, and the fans really won. Like I said, we won. We won. We got to see two youngins go to war. You know what I'm saying? They went at it. This wasn't a boxing match. This was a fight. This is a fight. Credit to Xander for not utilizing those legs that I talked about so much, man. Xander felt like he had something to prove. He said, look, I ain't going to be moving around from this dude. I thought he was going to be moving, but, man, I think the way Boots jumped out, he came out the gate hot, firing. You get what I'm saying? Going to work, man. It got spooky fast. You know, first round, knockdown type fast, right? It got spooky really fast for the young Xander's eyes, man. But credit to boxing, credit to both of those young men and their teams for going out there and really giving us a fight when we know guys could have took softer touches. Xander could have tried to, extend his championship reign. Nah, man, Younger was about that smoke, man. And I'm always going to respect that. Win, lose, or draw. I truly feel like both of these guys should have walked out Saturday night with more fans than they came in there with. That's both of them. That's both Boots, because he shut some people up. I don't care what you say. I heard all of the chatter. And yeah, man, he's very human. Yeah, Xander landed some shots, some big shots that you don't want a Vergil Ortiz to be landing on you. We get it, but this wasn't Vergil Ortiz Saturday night. This was Xander's eyes, the undefeated, unified, 154-pound champion. Xander's eyes that never tasted defeat. He ain't know what it felt like, man. Boots had to teach him, man. Boots had to learn him, man. And one Mixtape Boots. I told y'all that he go out there and he perform like he don't got no sense, bro. Boots go out there and start beating your ass like you really stole from him. I'm telling you, bro. Boots be beating people up like, yeah, you did something to him in grade school. I'm telling you. Know what I'm saying? Stole his lunch in grade school. You know what I'm saying? Stole his pencil. I mean, like, Boots be beating you up like he got a real grudge. I'm telling you. So he be having fun, which is diabolical. That man be having fun beating your ass. And it's going to be fun to see the Boots era begun, man. The N1 Mixtape Boots era. This should be fun. I don't give a damn what you talking about. If you truly a fan of boxing, there's no way you don't like what he's doing in the ring from a fighter and boxing standpoint. You lying to yourself. You like entertainment. You like boxing. You like athleticism. You like reflexes. You know what I'm saying? You like to see guys really getting in their bag, beating ass. That's what Boots is. He represent all that, man. He giving you all that, man. And when he can't get you out of there, he's still going to control the fight. But Saturday was something different, bro. I told y'all, coming out party. Xander will be back. He will be back. I believe that. You know what I mean? If I'm him, you better take his ass up to 60 where it makes sense at, boy. Don't go playing around. And I heard you got a rematch clause. Yeah, I heard. Yeah, word got back that you got a rematch clause. You better not dare. Boy, hell nah. We don't think no less of you. Nah, you need to regroup, fam. Fighting's definitely not at no 54 again. And I ain't trying to hear, he got to come to 60. Nope. You get me? Shout out to my guy, Bodega Ty. What's good with the family? Damaris in the building, my dog, man. He said, untuck them JB chains, man. Told everyone that will listen, check the transcript. Boots was going to make that man. He said, make that man take that Puerto Rican knee. And he damn sure did, man. He did, man. I'm telling you, 147 to 68. Maybe the bottom tier, 75 to Forever Jesus in the building. WTF Media's in the building. What's good with it, fam? How you feeling? They said Boots almost got stopped. Chin heat over it. Nah, we ain't see. No, because you was talking to Xander knockout stuff. Now that Xander get knocked out, the only thing you come in here was having something negative to say. That's how I know you're not a true fan of the sport. A real one would have said, man, yeah, you know, he took some shots, but he beat that man ass. We're not trying to hear if it was Vergil. It wasn't. And you know why it ain't Vergil? Because Vergil faced off with him and started talking about fantasy and dream fights and stuff like that. Huh? They got out the ring and started talking about how many options they got, how much money they can get. Now, and then they end up having to sue. So it wasn't Vergil. And we all know why it wasn't, because it damn sure wasn't Boots' fault. And if it was Vergil, we would have been singing the song, "Oh my God, what happened to Vergil?" That's what we would have been singing today, man. Vergil don't get to be loud right now. He had his shot. He literally had, and he had a shot at both of them. You know what I'm saying? Now we respect Vergil over here, but no, we gonna wait till he get his ass in there. I believe in Vergil as a fighter. I think he talented. You know, I think he do want to, you know, go out there and prove that he can beat a guy like Jaron Ennis, but he got to get in there, man. Just like everybody else, we can't give him no wins. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, Boots ruthless. Ennis, you get me? Shout out to my guy, man. What's good? BJ, my homie, was good. Big Dog Willie, they hate train is already choo. They hating already, B. Nah, what happened to all that? He was going to knock him out. TKO in 6-7. I don't want to hear shit about Vergil just yet. We ain't getting to that. We're going to get to that. But right now, we on Xander. And how Mr. 80 plus pounds was in there. You know what I'm saying? Boots hit that man everywhere, kitchen sink and all. He hit him everywhere but the bottom of his soles. You feel me? He was on his helmet. That's how you commence the. Know what I'm saying? Boots is putting hands, feet, fingers, toes, knees, and elbows on that man. Shout out to Xander. He a dog. Man got a heart of a lion. They could have been stopped the fight to save him from that punishment because it was getting thick out there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he got some stuff in there, but Boots ain't almost get stopped. You know what I mean? He called Boots with some Xander ain't no hoe. We said this. We knew this. Xander was technically fundamentally sound. He's a good boxer. With solid punching power, man. If he crack you, he could hurt you too. This shit is boxing. These is 10-ounce gloves. These is grown men in shape. 80 plus pounds. That's what he said he get. So we know he was big in there. And we ain't knocking it because with all that, Boots is always beating up the bigger man. Not Saturday night. Wasn't the bigger man in it, but he was the better man. In every facet. Hey, man, that man's super athletic. He talented. He fun to watch. He get in there and really mix it up. He made that man no mas. Don't act like y'all didn't see it. Don't act like y'all ain't see it. Yeah, he took the knee and told the ref, like, nah, I'm good. Shut up. I don't want to hear nothing about Boots. He beating fights out of you, man. Come on, man. He beating the fight out of you. He beat the fight out of Stan Jonas. He was in the stool like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. Xander was on his knee like, yeah, I can't take no more of that. Give credit where it's due. Xander getting all the credit. I have not a negative thing to say about that man. Nothing. Because he didn't do nothing bad for me to knock him. He just lost to a more superior fighter and athlete, more talented guy. Boots is on a rampage right now. Who won it? Put my money on that one Mixtape Boots, man. Rest of y'all line up, man. It's getting spooky, man. It's getting spooky. Now they scraping and scrambling. Y'all so down bad. Y'all trying to stir up a fake beef between him and Bud Crawford. Y'all want to see Boots and Bud lose. If it's the last thing y'all do, newsflash, that shit ain't happening. That shit ain't happening. Bud keep being great. Keep showing you already proved everything. You just like he said, it's the Boots era and he's supporting it. Man, we ain't trying to hear all that. Man, what if they fight? Nah, they ain't gonna fight. Boots got more than enough opponents at 54. You don't need Bud Crawford to come out of retirement so y'all can hate on both of them. That'll be a hater's dream. Bud Crawford and Boots fighting. You get to see two people you hate on lose? Nah, bro. Boots keep beating ass. Bud, you're a GOAT and you know it. Shout out to Big Dog Will. I appreciate the love, family. He said Boots was hurt in the third round. And the Tank Maniacs got mad at me and tried to say Cora got hurt worse against Zepeda. Tank Maniacs are cancer. They sick with it. Big Dog Willie. That's crazy, man. If people thought Shakur was hurt against Zepeda, they really don't know boxing. That was more of a balance and timing shot. It was a well-timed, well-placed shot by William Zepeda, man. He landed that joint. He's a grown man punching with 8s on. You know what I'm saying? Caught Core right trying to open up. Bang! Caught him right on the kisser. Core stood right in there, smiled on him, catch and shoot. What was the end result? A ass whooping. You feel me? Shout out to the homie Big Dog Willie. I appreciate the love. Specs in the building, Teach in the building. Vergil don't even get to speak on his eyes. Also, I thought that was corny. Yes, corny. Rosa was good. They already negotiating a fight with Fundora. Couldn't even wait a week. They already trying to get Boots in there. They're like, dang, we got to find somebody to calm down Boots Mania. And one mixtape, volume 36 is out now, y'all. It's out now. It's on shelves, man. Huh? Go pick one up if you didn't already, man. Go watch that volume 36, man. I told y'all I was coming. Didn't I tell y'all volume 36 was on the way? You get me? You say his corner stopped the fight. Nah, I seen him nod and wave on his own. That's what Vergil Ortiz was calling out. So look, I ain't gonna argue with what you seen, but I'm telling you what I saw. You know, that's how we do. I know how to have a conversation. If you seen something different, it's all good. But I seen Xander's eyes wait, you know, shake his head, like, you know, get the okay to nah, I'm good. That's what I seen 100%. I ain't adding it, I ain't remixing it. I might have a clip to show it too as well. Great weekend of fighting. Ryo got his lick back. I knew he would too. I knew he would. Mike Magic, my brother. What's good, Mike? How you feeling? Oster 140 is in the building. Was good, homie, man. Boots was out there. Boot putting that. What my guy J Hard Corby saying the big homie Boot Bop bang on him. Shout out to Xander, man. He a real dog, man. He a real dog. Gotta get that man his flowers, man. Gots to.
Boots answers back. Oh! Wow! Right on the button.
The boxer.
Oh, nice left from Boots. Puts it again. And a right hand.
Look at that mixtape. This is what and one mixtape looked like with boxing gloves, y'all.
It's just a fighting machine, man.
Them shit's coming fast.
Hold
on. There you go. Hold on.
That was a smart move.
Is he gonna do it? Hold on, y'all.
Corner of Zion is up there, stopping him.
Look, he gave him the nod. Don't tell me what Just Do be saying. I got glass. I got 4 eyes over here. I synced them with all 4 of them. Did you see him just give him the nod like I'm cool on all that boot smoke? Huh? That shit was coming from every angle. Bro was like, oh, shit. Dang. Why? Gotta grab him and hold him. Shit ain't working, man. Shit ain't working. Boots really a dog, man. But big shout out to Xander, man. Like I said, I can't give him enough credit for the punishment he took. You get what I'm saying? He could have tapped out. I think he gave it everything that he had on the night. And I think anything past that point right there would have just been more punishment, right? Unnecessarily. But I got all the respect in the world for him. I'm more of a fan of Xander, even more now than I was before the loss. That's how real I am. So there's no negative stuff to say about him. But, you know, all my energy is toward the people that just can't get a man the credit he deserves. He fought an undefeated unified champion, bro. He went from facing off with Vergil Ortiz. He was all in on that fight. That fight didn't happen. It wasn't on Boots. It was on Team Ortiz and Golden Boy not having their stuff in order, right? He literally had to sue that man. So Boots moved on. Xander moved on. They moved on to each other, and they gave the world a great, what was it, 7 rounds? You know what I'm saying? 7 rounds. Shout out to WTF. It's all good. It's all good, family. It's all good. Dre, what it do? Tego, my guy, Boots era. And you got to add the and one mixtape, Boots. You know what I'm saying? Tego, that's what we talk. We call it the man one mixtape over here. Shout out to my dog, man. We love the boxing, man. Blue in the building, my dog. Shout out to my guy Judah, man. He said, and one mixtape, volume 36 is uploaded. You know it's out. It's flying off the shelves, man, huh? Flying off the shelves. That was a can't miss, man. Shout out to them boys, man. Shout out. I think Xander definitely could be back. I wouldn't mind seeing him at 160. You know what I'm saying? I think 160 wouldn't be bad on him. You know what I'm saying? I think that could be a smart move for him. He's a big boy. You know what I'm saying? He was unified down there. I don't think he got to start from the bottom and try to collect all the titles over again. You get what I'm trying to say? So I feel like he gave 54 a really good run. You know what I'm saying? He did his thing. He was unified there. And he got in there with a phenom and Jaron Boots Ennis. He got in there with a guy that Still to this day, they was calling a prospect. He fought all bums. I don't want to hear that shit today. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to hear that Xander was some type of bum or he wasn't ready. Nah, he was ready. He was adamant. He wanted this fight. He was well trained. He was in shape. He was big, healthy, conditioned. But Boots was just on something different. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't going. Fight of the year. I ain't mad at it. I just love to see them winning. Radio was good, homie. Take go, you feel me? And one mixtape Boots, he out there making that shit look crazy with gloves, boxing gloves, man. Smart business plan for Xander. To no match, yeah, I think so. Hell of a performance from both. There's no way you could walk away with nothing really bad to say about neither guy. Somebody had to win, somebody had to lose. You know what I mean? For me, I always thought it was gonna be Boots. I just didn't see him losing to Xander's eyes. Not because Xander is some, slouch or anything like that. It's just Boots really one of them guys to me, and I expect a lot from him. You know what I'm saying? I think we seeing the beginning of his era in full effect. You get what I'm saying? And for the ones that really enjoy boxing, we gonna appreciate it. Win, lose, or draw, we still a rock with Boots. If Boots would have lost Saturday night, I'd be coming here saying the same thing. You get what I'm saying? Maybe I would have reassessed how good he actually was. Maybe if he'd have lost. You know what I mean? But that's just boxing. That's not me knocking him. But I just didn't see that happen. And even though Xander lost, that if you're gonna lose, you're gonna go out there fighting and making it tough. You know what I'm saying? He didn't lay down and just, man, I'm in there with Boots. I can't do nothing. Nah, he ain't do that. He went out there fighting, bro, and he gave it his best shot. He gave it his you know what I mean? Gave it what he had. And one hot sauce, I'm telling you, real infinite was good, homie. Told him Boots by destruction. Big Philly, I'm telling you, Xander definitely proved something to me Saturday. Or he knew what Boots was. Yeah, Xander, I just didn't, I get it. Guys be tough, but I didn't expect Xander really showed me just how tough he was. He's a big boy. He was taking some real heavy leather and fighting through it. You know what I mean? He got knocked down early in the first round and battled back well in that third. You know what I mean? He gave Boots some rough moments, right? Some moments you really don't often see Boots in, and that's why people was overreacting. But I hear people saying it already. Boots got exposed. No, he didn't. You don't get exposed when two really good fighters, two talented fighters, are two championship caliber fighters are in the ring. Ain't no getting exposed, right? The better man just won, right? We got to see what we already knew. Boots got flaws just like any other fighter, and Xander was able to capitalize on some of them flaws and show what kind of fighter he was. And that's what you want to see. Somebody that don't lay down. So it's not so much as Boots getting exposed. Xander was showing you what he had. He's showing you what he was worth. He's showing you why we was excited for this fight, because we knew regardless of how it played out, we knew neither guy was going to lay down. We knew we was about to get a good fight. And that's what I'm on today. That's how you build boxing up. They give you a great fight. Let's talk about it like it was a great fight. Nobody got exposed. Xander didn't get exposed, and neither did Boots. We knew Boots had some flaws. Shout out to the Professor and McQueen. That's my dog. He pointed out some things that Boots sometimes do with his feet. And you seen that on display Saturday night. And Xander, being the very talented fighter he is, very game, he was able to capitalize on some of those mistakes. But like bro said, it just wasn't enough. Nobody got exposed. That shit is corny, man. Nobody got exposed. You wonder why fighters don't want to do what we want them to do, right? Make the fights, because they make the fight, and that's all we could take from it is something negative. Well, if it was Vergil, Boots would have been knocked out. Nah, we don't want to hear that shit, Sharif. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't Vergil in there. And like I said earlier, we know why it wasn't. I ain't saying Vergil no duck, but they didn't have a business in order. That's the fair way to phrase it. I don't think that man's scared of ducking the dodge of nobody, but he out here talking about how he had knocked Boots out, and yeah, that shit sound good, but I hope you get your shot, because the business is moving, and while you sideline, all that stuff sound good, but you can't make no moves. You got to get that business squared away with Oscar, bro. Get that business squared away with Oscar, and then we can take what you're saying, you know what I'm saying, more seriously, right? Because I want to see that fight. It's a great fight. It's a great fight to see, man, but Boots showed us why he's special, man. And again, Xander, Vergil, obviously it'd be a whole different challenge, a different fight. But again, that's the kind of fighting style that people say is tailor-made for Boots. So when he go in there and make it look like that, I don't want to hear how Vergil, we already seen Vergil get dropped and this and that. I don't want to hear that shit. I'm telling you, I don't. It's going to be another good competitive fight. Vergil ain't laying down for nobody. You got to beat that kid up. You really got to beat Vergil ass, man. You know what I'm saying? As long as that man upright, swinging punches, he's dangerous, bro. And again, I'm real enough to say, yeah, if that's Vergil landing some of them shots Saturday night, we might be like, oh shit, it could get scary. That's just being honest. But again, it's all about knowing who you in there with. And I think Boots and Bozy as a team prepared, and I think they knew full well who they was in there with. A young, talented boxer, you know what I mean? That can, you know what I mean? He here for a reason. He's a young champion, but Boots showed you that it's levels to this shit. You know what I'm saying? That's all. And there's nothing wrong with that. He showed what his level was. So did Xander. You know what I'm saying? Both things are true. Both guys showed what their level was. You know what I mean? No way do I walk away looking at Xander any less of a fighter. That would be weird. He showed me, I think, even more of him now. Because everybody, and let's be honest, everybody when it gave Xander the type of ass whooping that Boots just dished out, everybody at 54 was not capable of doing to Xander what Boots just did. And we got to make sure we put that on the record. Let the record reflect that it's not a handful of Boots. It ain't Boots Ennis is falling off, you know what I mean, off trees and shit everywhere, right? He not a dime a dozen fighter. What you seen was a special guy deliver when people were still questioning him, he delivered. And I'm sorry, like, if you expect him to be perfect, then that's just never, you might as well stop watching boxing. Yeah, he got flaws. Defensively, it's some areas where he always could sharpen up and get better at. But overall, that the complete package of Jaron Ennis, there's a lot more to like than dislike. And that's by far, he do a lot more things right than he do things wrong in the ring. Yeah, everybody got room for improvement, and he's no different. He's human. We seen that Saturday, right? He got some little scary moments, right? For the people that was scared. I wasn't nervous for him. I always thought he was good. I thought Boots was straight. I never thought he was too hurt or none of that. So, and he fought right through it, man. He stayed right in that oven, right in that fire, and he delivered, bro. He delivered for real, man. So I like it, man. Tank mad at, yeah, we gonna get into that too. Tank, an angry guy on the sidelines. Boxing Dad, what up? That's why I can't wait to see him back in the ring, because I just know that's gonna be a good fight. I know somebody got to be getting their ass beat. Tank get back in there. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my guy WTF. You already know, family. That's how we got to do it, fam. We got to build this sport up. Yeah, I really believe that. And this is a perfect example to do that, where y'all can hear somebody come up here and really give these guys the credit they deserve, because anything less is ignorant. It's stupid. Like, nah, I just can't draw a negative. No way. I don't care if Xander got beat. So I thought that anyway. But the way he showed that, look, I ain't laying down. You got to beat my ass. And the fact that he chose to fight more than like all this boxing that I expected to see, like the movement, and Xander obliged. He was fighting back. I said, hey, respect it. And McQueen, what it do? Shout out to the professor.
Similar thoughts, bro. I was watching Xander. I said, what the hell is he doing? I don't know if he was inspired by Jahad Tucker, the way that he stepped to Cedeno and thought that he was going to be able to replicate the same type of performance. But bro really came out there trying to step the Boots. I'm like, no, don't do that. That bro gets dropped within the first 2 minutes of the damn round.
Right.
You already know how I feel about Boots from a technical standpoint. Yeah, there are some things that he could certainly clean up. And I feel like Xander possesses some traits where he'd be able to take advantage of those things.
Right.
But he just neglected to do that. And I also got to give Boots a lot of credit. I see people talking about him being hurt. But at least we know now, if shit get dicey, that man is not going to fold. Boots is another one where it's like, if the time does come, somebody's going to literally have to beat the fight out of him. Because the way his legs looked in that third round and the way he was trying to hold on and Xander was pushing up, I was like, man, Xander's giving him a lot of resistance. But we know Boots ain't got no type of hole in him. He ain't got no type of quitting him. And I think about him from like a basketball standpoint. He reminds me of those Phoenix Sun teams in the early 2000s, led by Mike D'Antoni, that's 7 seconds or less. Yeah, they may not have been the greatest defensive team, But shit, if you can't put up 120 plus, it's gonna be hard to beat him because that offense was crazy.
Yeah.
That offense was humming.
Yeah.
That was the biggest difference between the two. It's like, you might be able to touch him, but you may not be able to take the shit that he's dishing out. Like the greatest example of offense being defense.
Right.
If you can't defend at a high level, good luck with that.
Yeah. Cause that shit was coming from every which
Oh
way. I know Xander was like, damn, like bro on some shit, ain't he? He was them things was coming.
Then then one of them knockdowns when he cut the angle, I'm like, you don't always see Boots utilize them type of angles. I'm like,
that
man,
first knockdown was impressive. 702, what up, man? The way his body, like, spun a little bit, like I'm like, yo, it's bad. From there, like I was like, in my mind, it's over. I was like, because he ain't the kind of guy that you want to allow to have this kind of success this early. Like a knockdown, that's totally just not. It's deeper than the 10-8 round when it's Boots. That shit, this is all bad for you. But he showed you like, nah, don't count me out yet. Third round got real interesting, but the way Boots handled that moment, like you just mentioned, he showed you that ain't no quitting me. Like you gonna have to beat my ass too. And it's like this dude, because he's so athletic and talented, he knows it that it gets him in trouble a bit, right? Shit happens because he's so willing to do him in there, right? Like there's no apprehension in his approach. And just a quick example of it, right? Sean Porter was talking about sparring both Tank and Boots. He was saying Tank, like the first 30 seconds or so, he seemed a little uncertain, unsure about himself, right? Like, took him a little quick second, then, start throwing some shit, he got to it. But Boots, he like, I'll be calling him Mr. No Fill Out Round himself. That's what, Sean Porter was describing. Like, he gonna get in there and do him regardless of what it is that they say you do. Boots is gonna do him. If you can stop him from doing it, you got something. But if you can't deter this man from doing him. And that's why I peeped something he said in the interview. Like, I don't care who I'm in there with. I'm not about to switch up how I do me. Like, and I get it to a degree, right? Certain things you want to tweak, but overall, you still gonna be you. He's an action fighter, bro, and he like to get in there and mix it up with that athleticism, all that talent, and the reflexes of a cat. Still in all, he don't mind being in that fire. He just don't mind, and I appreciate him for it. He get a lot of flack for being what people say they want to see, and that's crazy to me.
Well, I think there is room for a little bit. I think there is room for nuance, because generally I don't feel like people they articulate what exactly it is. Now, for me, when I look at Boots, I don't give him flack for getting hit. You know what I mean? Like everybody gets hit. That should be understood. This is boxing, this combat. You're gonna get hit. You're gonna get touched.
Right.
My only criticism of Boots is those moments where he's getting hit as a result of technical things that a guy as talented as he is, you wouldn't think that they should be having those issues at this stage, 30 plus fights in. But by the same token, I feel like, hey, he's fucking exciting, bro. It is what it is. He's spectacular in every sense of the word. So it was like tendencies and all, because I don't necessarily call them flaws. To me, if it's a flaw, it's one of those things that like everybody and anybody could be exploiting.
That's a good point.
I look at it as tendencies, like with his footwork in particular. Like sometimes when he's in the middle of a combination, he'll square himself up, and it leaves him in a bad position to where he can't necessarily transition from offense to defense.
Man.
But I also feel like this though. Maybe if he was a little bit more by the book, a little bit more textbook, he may not be as exciting. I look at it like I'm a big music head, bro. Like Jimi Hendrix played a damn right-handed guitar upside down because he was left-handed.
Right.
Most people don't do shit like that, bro.
Right.
They go and get the appropriate gear for the attributes that they have. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because like Jimmy was playing the other way, it probably wouldn't be the same way. And another thing about Jimi Hendrix is decorated, heralded as one of the most just out of this world guitarist the world has ever seen.
For sure.
But the man couldn't read music. If he could read music, it may impact the way that he played the guitar. So some guys you kind of just gotta let them just be just natural. So I feel like with Boots, it's like it could potentially, lead him into a dicey situation down the road. But as of right now, as constituted, that man is box office must-see TV, and he is, man, he's just fucking dangerous, bro.
Right.
He's just dangerous.
Let's talk fashion. What it do, my guy Remo? What's good with it, bro? How you feeling? Said my boy Ant, supercomputer. You know it. Irvin Mac. What it do? Shout out to Two Sizzle, man. Man, you saying a lot. You cooking, man, and it's funny. I gotta tell you this conversation I knew I was gonna have with you, and you said it before I could about the being squared up and not being in the best position to for offense or defense, right? Definitely, if somebody's on the offensive when you happen to be squared up like that, and we seen some of that, we really seen that shit, and it's like I get it, y'all criticizing him getting hit, but you gotta really like explain what's going on out there. It ain't just like he stupid, carelessly, recklessly, but this is one of the things that he happened to do. And a good guy like Xander, a good fighter, was able to, capitalize on some of the moments, particularly in that third round. Like he has some really good moments, and he gave people something to cheer for on his end for real. But Boots, man, he just never, to me, was at risk of losing this fight. And that's when a guy is in control, like as competitive as it is, and as much, you see Xander having his moments and he get his shit off, but you just see it when Boots is allowed to do him, it's gonna be very bad for the guy on the other side. You have to find a way. Definitely easier said than done, but you gotta stop him from doing him. And to your other point, you were saying like being textbook might be less entertaining. I think you spot on. Just think, I use my boy, perfect example, Shakur. Hey, look, he get what I'm saying. He do as much as he do right. Look how people critique it. And then you got a Boost that's the opposite of that, and he still get the criticism the same. So it's like we can't expect this guy to be perfect, but I do think to a degree, you kind of like what you say make a lot of sense. You gotta allow a guy like him to be him, right? He's really like an artist out there, and you just gotta give him the canvas and let him paint. And that's what he do, while making him conscious of the things that can get him in trouble, because we all know he's talented and special enough to be able to, take heed to these things and make the tweaks where necessary, where he's not just putting himself in harm's way. So he's a fun guy, like you said, bro. I accept him, tendencies and all, right? Because what you said after you framed it like that, it's tough to really call it a flaw, because I agree with that sentiment so much, right? That flaw is something that everybody should be, or more times than not, you've seen people be able to take advantage of. And still to this day, there's been a very select few. It's not even been a handful of people that's been able to, exploit the certain tendencies that Boots Ennis has. And I think a lot of that is because, again, he understands the athletic nature that he possessed, man. That's a fun guy to watch. That's why I call him And1 Mixtape. I'm like, look at how fluid everything is that he do.
KB, tendencies and all, right? Tendencies and all these things that we see. Oh, he being hit here and there. Whoop. Two-time unified champion, 2-division champion, and as of today, top 10 in the pound for pound list. Tendencies and alls. So just imagine if he were to clean these things up just a tad bit. He's already dangerous as is. You know what I'm saying? I've already expressed this. As is, the dude is already a bad motherfucker. Just imagine if he just get a little tighter. And even if he don't, that's nothing to sneeze at.
Right.
2-division, 2-time unified. Like, come on, man.
You get me? He made so much, like he covered a lot of ground, in my opinion, with his last few fights, and he put himself in a different space altogether. Like, he has the accolades that's starting to look good on his side for a guy with over 30 fights. Now he finally got that opponent where if you just a genuine boxing fan, you like, all right, that was nice. Yeah, we get it. There's the Vergils, there's the Fundoras, there's other fights out there. There's even a possible weight class up down the future. But for right now, man, I can't say nobody look more dangerous than that. That shit is special, man. Going out there, and even while somebody's putting up a lot of resistance, the bigger guy, because he looked bigger to me, man, like you didn't waver a bit. You ain't give a damn what he was trying to do back. You was on a mission. Like he fighting like a man possessed, but so fluid and just like aware. Like when I see Boots not aware of what's going on, then I'll get wary if I feel like that's the case. But he possessed such control in there that those moments are not enough for me to be overly concerned. Like you gotta do something extra, and we had to expect that at some point Xander was going to show you exactly why he's a unified champion. And in that third round in particular, I keep hitting on, he showed us exactly what he was made of. Like, look, you can't just do what you want, any old thing, right? I'm in here too. Like you make some mistakes, I could capitalize as well. You got to fight. That was a competitive to me, but somewhat dominant fight. Very competitive throughout, but Boots he never to me was out of control, and that says a lot. 6th round was the best Boots I've ever saw. He took the round off. It's crazy, right? Shout out to William. Urban Mac, my dog, man. He said, so can Vergil get a belt? We're not giving out charity title defenses. Shit. Tell him to get in there. He out here talking about how he gonna knock Boots out.
You got to see Josh Kelly or somebody like that, because right now they're rumoring Boots and Fundora. So that's the only title left. Josh Kelly, you got to fight him, get that belt, maybe. Another thing, too, that pissed me off that I saw today was somebody criticizing this win over Xander, man. Like, yo, Xander is a fucking quality fighter.
He is, bro.
I know winning the belt versus Jorge Garcia Perez may not seem like the greatest thing, but by the same token, who was he supposed to fight? Because remember, Charles Conwell, he was being touted as the dark horse. He was supposed to be like the best kept secret at 154.
About it.
Jorge Perez Garcia, that was a huge upset that he scored over.
It was.
Bruh, nobody was expecting him to beat Charles Conwell. Hell no.
Nope.
And if he would have won that fight, it would have been Xander versus Charles Conwell.
Exactly. And nobody would have been complaining, but
hell no.
It's not the name that resonates with you more. We tend to not give it the credit. And that's why I said that's more of an indictment on people and their boxing knowledge than the fighter. You know what I mean? That's not a knock on his resume. That dude, that's a quality win, bro. Like Charles Conwell, a dog, man. And he put
and Xander beat the man who beat the man.
You know what I'm saying? Craig, what was that? It was like his 5th, 6th fight, and how he was. I thought he was just a bit too active. Maybe he should have took some time off. But credit to Jorge Perez Garcia or whatever his name was, 3 names, but he got
it done.
Yeah, he did.
What was Xander supposed to do? I ain't gonna fight him for the title. Like hell no.
Right, and then Xander
he's not Charles Conwell
and makes it look totally different. You cannot tell. That's a good fighter. That's a smart guy, man. Like he could have easily been in there and folded too. Why didn't he lose? He a young champion. He went there and got that shit done. I mean, he had some moments where Jorge was getting his in, but it's a fight. You know what I mean? Xander was in control of that fight for the most part, and you just got to give him credit for it. We got to stop. Like, bro, I don't know what this is. Like, and we got to stop it. Why it's spreading. Like, what is up with all of this not giving people credit for battle? Bro, they're like, bro, you know how hard it is to go fucking 10, 12 rounds? Or somebody trying to knock your head off? Just ask Xander. Like, we really got to start giving credit to these fights, man, and these fighters, bro. This shit is not easy, man. And dudes be going out there showing up and showing out. We got to stop taking credit from these dudes, man. That shit make boxing weak as hell. Telling you, man, when you show up, man. You got to give credit where it's due, man. Telling you, Xander, he been boxing since what, 16, 17, a pro? Is a young champion, man. There's a lot of people that won't make it to the level that he made it to already. If he had another fight, think about how many more people he gonna be successful than if he stopped right now. It ain't even over. What is he, 23? Man.
You're a baby, man. And then I ain't even mention the Abbas Barrow fight, because that's another dude. That Xander beat the man who beat the man, because the red carpet was rolled out for Ennis Tellers.
Yes.
He's supposed to be the next big thing out of Cuba in the 154-pound division. Ennis Tellers. Abbas Barrow upset him. That's how he got the WBA title.
Right. And then, another good win. Like, he reeled off solid wins. Like, you got a good, solid resume to me.
Xander
right?
said,
We
let me
expecting
get that.
everybody to fight all the world beaters. Like, no, man. Yeah, he was I think he benefited from situations for playing out in his favor, but that's boxing. You still got to go win the fights. They act like it's just a given just because you got, maybe it's a top rank behind you, bro. You got to win them fights. Saturday was a fucking prime example. Yep. Yeah, they got him, they pushing him, they believe him, but this guy believed in his damn self. Ain't nothing better than that, man. I watch him any day of the week. I'm telling you, for the rest of his career, he got a fan in me, a supporter in me. I appreciated that dude. He went out there and he didn't lay down for Boots. Gave him some really, really interesting moments in that fight. He showed exactly who he is. And Puerto Rico should be proud, man. You know what I'm saying? I do think he'll be back. It's cliche. You hear that a lot, but no, I think that's one of the guys that can be back. As long as there's no residual effects from this fight or nothing like that. As long as he able to assess where he went wrong and come back. And prime example, Rayo did it. He got blitzed, you know what I mean, in 3 rounds. And Sunday night, man, that shit, he changed the tide. So look, if he could do it, so could Xander, man. He got a good support system. Think he's smart. Seems like he got a good team, good coaches. And look, you got people that believe in you. I think you can always go far. Shout out to my dog Marcus, man. I appreciate the love. Salute, family. Good night of boxing that we got, man. Good weekend. Shout out to Earth Angel. I seen you mention that somebody asked, was Xander really a champion? Yeah, that's that foolish talk. That's for them fake boxing fans, bro, that don't really just appreciate shit. Like, he a unified champion at that. And just like Ann McQueen just mentioned, some of his biggest wins. Was he really a champion? Hell yeah, because he earned it. He earned it. You know what I mean? The situations opened up, opportunities presented themselves, and he went there head first and won these fights. And he talked it, and he went out there and he tried to walk it Saturday, man. I'm really, really appreciative of the effort that Xander put on, man, Saturday, bro. Because that can give Boots the credit that I think he truly deserves, and the real fans gonna do that, man. Yeah, it's a young Xander. Yeah, Vergil's a different challenge. Fundora's a different challenge, but one fight at a time. And this one, he looked extremely well. He showed you exactly why he's special. You know what I'm saying? And I think this era is just beginning. And look, the fact that he already could be potentially talking about a Fundora fight just lets you know exactly what they on. They believe in him, man.
Credit to Boots and Xander. You know what I mean? Because Boots, he showed up and showed out.
Mm-hmm.
We can say whatever the hell we want to say about whatever vulnerability we seen, but the way that he responded, oh my goodness, that 4th round coming right out of the 3rd,
right?
That man let his nuts hang.
Yeah,
He was not fucking playing because we seen people get. I don't mean no disrespect because you're talking about Rayo, right? I mean this is no disrespect to my man Chris Colbert, but what the hell happened to him? After that damn Hector Garcia fight, it seemed like after that, like he just didn't have the same oomph. You know what I mean? My man got hurt and it's been kind of shaky since then. I hope he recovers, but after that, we seen him get knocked out by Rayo, and he got stopped on Pro Box, and then I don't know where the hell he's at. But you seen Boots, he got hurt and he turned up. That ain't easy to do, bro. It is not easy to do.
Not at all.
I give Rayo a lot of credit because remember he got knocked out by Edwin. Came back and, like you alluded to, he cleaned that man's clock last night, bro.
Facts.
During the broadcast, that was one of the first things that they mentioned, that Edwin would have the psychological edge because he stopped him. Rayo would have none of it.
Right.
He wasn't trying to hear none of it.
He was the better boxer, more fluid boxer. I think that Santos got good qualities and things that make him dangerous, but I think people they look too much into this Shakur Stevenson fight, right? Like we know now, and shout out to what was his name, Kriegel, for mentioning that. He made sure he said that, and I appreciate it because he didn't even have to mention it. Like when they keep bringing up this Shakur fight, it was the toughest fight. Like, bro, we all knew he beat him with one hand. Like we got to stop. like judging that fight like this was 100% guy in there against another guy that was 100%. And don't give me that whole, you know, everybody going there with something wrong type shit. We clearly knew something was wrong. So it's like you got to kind of grain of salt, like little asterisks next to that. I get it when people make the comparisons, but it's tough, right? It's tough to, and again, to get beat with one hand. That's saying more about Core than it is about De Los Santos. So it's like I've never seen a person get that much credit for losing ever. Like I've never seen that shit before. I was like, man, you would have thought that he really like hurt him or something during the fight. You would have thought he really did something that made people. I never understood the super craze, but I think some of that died last night. Mike Kirk.
KB, one of the most perplexing things about that to me was like the whole notion that Core was supposedly scared of the power.
Yeah.
It's very difficult for me to even come to that conclusion because I can't even remember De Los Santos landing anything clean enough.
Yeah.
To where it was like, oh, I could see, okay, he got caught with a shot that he got on his bike.
Yeah.
He never came close to landing nothing like that.
I said the same thing. I just never seen that shot for him to be so worried. But you know, now knowing, you know, I had this scoop anyway. I had to just call a fight, but knowing how I know, like you know, that's the anomaly on his resume, like in terms of performances. Like you haven't ever seen him do that. Be limited, not using his hand. And if some people out there convinced themselves that it was just all about the power. He was so scared he just wouldn't throw. I'm like, yeah.
Nah.
I believe in that shit, but Rayo, I think a lot of people just went with the end result, and again, a lot of times that's louder than what could have been, and for good reason. But still, keep in mind that he had put this man on the ground right before getting put down, and I think the inexperience and things like that caused him to go in there. He missed time. He went for the kill. He wasn't as nearly as calculated as he was this time around. And had he been the first time, we probably wouldn't even be having a conversation we having anyway about this De Los Santos shit. I don't think so. Careless, and De Los Santos made him pay, but that same shit made him think a little overconfident in ways, right? Because one guy is, you know, you would expect him, he needs to have amnesia. And the next guy, you know, he just can't help but remember, I knocked this dude out, I can do it again. He can't help but to feel that way. But I think he really, really felt like, you get me? Like he approached it like, because you got caught early, and it was like, dude, you better tighten up. And Rayo was on a mission. You could tell he was going to be a lot more certain.
That man was locked in, bro.
He learned from the mistake.
I don't know if I got any Boondocks fans in here with me, any fellow Boondocks fans, but the Rayo situation, the whole Rayo Edwin De Los Santos saga reminds me of Granddad versus Stink Miner. And remember, initially everybody was clowning him. They thought that he was like some sort of blind swordsman when he tripped him with the cane. And they went back and looked at it, and it was just Granddad rushing his work and getting caught by some dumb shit. And that's the same thing that happened with Rayo, because Rayo clipped him in the second round. Or the first fight, dropped him.
Right.
And like you said, he rushed it and got careless and got clipped on the top of the head. We've seen the same thing happen with Anthony Joshua versus Andy Ruiz. People always talk about that first fight like it was just so one-sided, but it wasn't. Like Anthony Joshua scored the first knockdown. But then he rushed to work and got caught in the process. And the same thing happened with Rayo, but this time around, he was a lot more measured, a lot more focused. And he was the one who ran Edwin into that right hook. And that was nasty, bro. Like they had him laying there for so damn long.
Right.
I was low-key getting worried for Edwin. I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
They told him to stay down.
With it, bro. For a second, I was just talking to somebody about that. For a second, I was thinking like maybe he was trying to play into that second shot. But then just looking at it, I was like, nah, his ass was hurt. He caught him clean because he did catch him up flush. And it was a shot that I don't think he's seen too. So yeah, that
he wasn't, because he was opening up. He was trying to get his shot. He probably got overconfident, thinking like, oh yeah, like you said, I already done knocked this dude out. I'm about to do it again. He opened up recklessly, and then Rayo just met him there.
He was too willing for that kind of fight, and Rayo didn't give it to him with the same carelessness or recklessness the first time around. A lot more patient and aware, like, okay, because it's like a small little tweak here or there, it's a different conversation. So it's like it was a matter of rushing things, and he could have made that same mistake, and it seemed like De Los Santos was hoping that he did. but he did. You get me? He thought, you know what I mean? Yeah, you got him with a good shot. You was just too willing to get in there and engage instead of kind of working your way into the fight. And that, you know, I see, shout out to Dan, it's the inactivity. I don't even think it was that. I just think it's the temperament of the fighters. And I think he had it in the back of his mind that I got this dude before, I can get him again. You know what I'm saying? He caught me with a shot before and put me down. And I got up and finished him. So it's like, you get me, he got buzzed. He just, to me, was too willing to try to get right back to it. And I'm like, man, you better work your way through this shit. Ryo do look like a more mature fighter. I mean, look how he beat Pitbull. He made that shit look easy just being smart. It's boxing ability. And it's like people were surprised that he did that. I wasn't. I mean, he arguably beat him more handily than anybody. That was a smooth, like, boxing display. It was smart, and he was very consistent. The rematch with Chris Colbert, how he did him, slept his ass, man, but made adjustments and was outboxing him cleanly before the sleepage, right? So, I don't know, man. I love to see fighters learn, man. He learned, and this was a rematch worth having. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think they need a rubber match because it's like you in Ryo's shoes with 3 losses. If you got bigger opportunities on the table, you better go get it. Because that shit would just be about what? Proving it to the fans that this wasn't a fluke. What the hell with that? No, y'all got 1-1. Sometimes that's just how the cookie crumble. Better go and get you an opportunity. You know what I'm saying? We heard who you said you called out, but I mean, look, I ain't taking no fighter off the table for no fighter. I just want to see guys fight dudes that's willing to step in the ring. I can't control what fights they take and make, but I can just support them, and I'm here for it. But that shit Saturday, that And1 Mixtape Boots did, man, got these people, like, it's crazy, the hate train, like, and they trying to lump Crawford into the mix. They want these dudes to be, like, I get it, yo, y'all want to see that fight, but trying to, I don't know, bash Crawford is not going to make the fight. That's not going to lure him back out of retirement. I think he comfortable. I think he good where he at. I really do. You know what I'm saying? But I see
got himself a new broadcasting job and everything, man. He out there in Tanzania. You seen him?
Right.
International bud, yo. This dude
has been on the
world tour since he retired.
That's the wrong post. I ain't mean it, but not that one. That ain't the one I was looking for. You don't get into that in a second. Spoke on the Sean Porter show. Yeah, you know I got that clip. You know I'm the clip king. I'm gonna say hopefully I could play it with no issues. Haney versus Boots wouldn't look like that Xander fight. Boots would definitely try to box. Oh yeah, Haney beats Boots. They already on it. Y'all better shut y'all asses up, man. Look, Haney predicted 6-7 rounds. Shout out to Dad, but just let it be, man. Like, why would it look like Xander? Is Devin Haney Xander's eyes? No, that alone, it won't look like the fight because they're not the same fighter. You know what I'm saying? Haney is a hell of a boxer too, but look, you gotta let him get to the weight class, man. Don't overdo it. I know y'all confident in your boy. You think he beats everybody. Y'all really think he Debo. Cool, keep pushing it, but one fight at a time, man. Ain't y'all negotiating with Tank? That's the fight that Bill Haney telling people that's coming. So y'all can leave the Boot stuff alone. Don't even put the pressure on yourself because once you start speaking his name and people start asking you to go up there and fight him, it's going to get crazy. Get what I'm saying? What I'm seeing right now, taking display at 147 pounds is disgusting. And I try not to go that route with it because I don't never want to take credit from nothing Devin Haney doing, but I'm simply making an honest observation. The fact that he's been able to manipulate the media into thinking that guys got to come to where he got to come to, and that's just the way it is ridiculous, man. Like, you got a lot of, I think, blowing a lot of smoke. You get what I'm saying? And that shit ain't going to materialize because they putting their eggs in too many baskets. And it's hard to juggle all of that. Like, something, the rubber going to meet the road, and y'all going to have to make a decision on what y'all doing sooner or later. You get what I'm saying? So, I wish that nothing but the best for the career, but fans just got to just sit tight, man. He ain't at 54. He ain't even got to put that on him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the fight won't look like Xander, but he ain't Xander's eyes, man. And I don't know, man. I just don't. That's a lot of punishment Xander taking, man. I know he ain't going to stand there and fight like Xander did either because that would be stupid, but
hell no.
Like he could be Boot shit is crazy. Y'all better chill. I don't see
I'll say this. Anything is possible. I don't think it's probable, but But he certainly ain't standing there like no damn Xander Zayas did. I mean, this is no disrespect to Dev, but if fucking Jose Ramirez got you moving about the ring, you really expect people to believe he gonna stand there and trade with Boots? That ain't happen.
They like, man, he beat Boots is y'all got that off of the. Let me guess, the third round. Like the way y'all assess fights is ridiculous to me. Like you single out the moments and then you make your case based off a moment and not the overall, not the body of work, not what really happened. That third round told more of a story about Boots. That when it get thick, he ain't backing down. He still was on that shit. He still was on it. Then he comes out in the next round and proceeds to act like it never happened. Like he got short-term memory loss. Like he don't care. Like that shit, he don't think nothing of it. He go right out there. Bro, I don't give a damn about that. Like he really fight the way he say he do. He be having fun. He be playing. We could call it showboating, whatever. I call it and one mixtaping it. That shit is fun to watch, bro. Look at this shit. Stand over the body, man. He's standing over the work. Do you hear me, man? He punched this man sideways. And you just standing there and fight with him. You better box. But at some point, you got to stand there and take shots. You got to take chances. And when you take chances, Boots going to take his. I don't think it's no boxing to just stand away for 12 rounds cleanly without no punishment. That shit is wishful thinking like hell, bro. I'm telling you, that shit ain't going to be easy to do. Everybody keep looking at the Karen fight, but y'all forget to mention that Karen was losing the fight fighting that way. It wasn't like he was winning. It wasn't like he was beating him doing that shit. He just didn't get slept. And yeah, maybe that's the moral victory if you make it to 12 rounds with Boots, but are you going to win? You have to be quality inside them 12 rounds. All this whole notion that it's just this one game plan. That's how I know y'all screwed up. That just, he just going to just one game plan. That's just going to be enough to keep this guy from doing what he do. Hell no. No.
You still got to generate offense, bro. You still got to generate offense. You ain't Willie Pep. You ain't about to win no damn rounds, not throwing nothing. Just moving about like that ain't going to work. You still got to score.
I'm telling you. Shout out to my brother, Mike Kirkland, man. He said for the Boost performance, most of the greats I know been hurt in the fight. Even Hagler, you feel me? And Mike Kirkland, bro, hold on. Let's get this correct, right? This was a 7th round KO. Am I right? This was in the 7th round. I could have swore. Not 8th. This was 7, wasn't it? Am I bugging?
Yeah, it was the 7th.
7th round, because I could have swore Mike Kirkland say he bet somebody for the 7th round, bro. You would be right, because I just wanted to make sure you clear on that. Nah, I could have swore you said 7th round. You bet a 7th round knockout. But man, hell yeah. Devin Haney, shout out to Devin Haney. He said he think Boots gonna show you on another level. He said 6'7", 6'7", he out of there, and he was on point. 6'7", man. Boots really and it's not just raw punching power. It's a combination of everything that goes into power. Whatever you know it to be, it's all of that. Placement, timing. You get what I'm saying? The speed. It's all of that shit, right? And it's constant. Like he don't really let you breathe. He cracking you on one side, and then while you registering that, it's another one coming. Bang, then another one coming. Like that's really how that shit was coming. Tell me I'm not, yo, that shit. That's how that was coming for Xander. One after the next. Like this replay. Shout out to my brother Mike Kirkland too. Appreciate the love. This replay shows a story. Like tell me in my life.
Boots answers back. Oh! Wow! Right on the button.
Boxer.
Look how he's fast. Look at this shit. It's constant. You can't even stop it. Like, why is he punching you this much?
He's just a fighting machine, man.
Look at this shit. That was like a 3-2. Imagine that shit in front of me.
That was a smart move by
Nah, he told him like, I'm cool. I'm telling that shit. Wow, them shits just coming. Bang, you like bang, bang. You trying to block. He on the other side with it. Boom, splitting the guard like that shit be wow. Stand over the body and one mixtape in the building, man. His era began, man. I hope everybody walked away being more of a fan of Xander Zayas like I did. Shout out to him. Hey, you're a tough dude, man. He said you got that big head and you don't move it off the line. He was tagging you, fam. That shit was wild. I'm like, yo, Boots did his homework. Say what you want. You can say what you want. Boots don't move his head either, but it wasn't like that. Then Xander got his pads dispenser on for a second, but Boots was like relentless. Them shits was coming. Boom, boom. I'm like, damn, is Xander really? He tough as hell, bro. Like, damn, you tough. And you could fight. Not everybody's gonna do that to him. So I want to see him bounce back. 160 seemed like it's wide open. I ain't gonna lie, 160 is wide open. You know what I mean? You a unified 23-year-old champion at 54 in a division that's as deep as what we know it to be. And that's what you was able to do. And the guy that you lost to happened to be him. No shame in that at all. 160 seemed like a reasonable landing spot for you. Going up there and be great, man. You know what I mean? It's wide open. That division is something I think you could handle. You know what I'm saying? I think you could be there and do well too. But all that, you know, I don't know if you heard about the rematch clause. He got a rematch clause in the joint. And I'm like, oh hell no. You better leave Boots the hell alone, fam. Rematch clause my ass. Hold on, man. I do have a video in here to try to show the I think it was the round where he got his shit off too, just to be fair. But man, rematch my ass. Nah, I won't think of you no less. Ain't nothing wrong with you for not doing that. It just ain't no reason for it. That's not the kind of fight where it was competitive, but them rounds was like, nah, you didn't do enough in them rounds that for me personally as a fan to be like, yeah, I think that makes sense. I don't think it makes sense. You would just be trying to prove it to the fans at this point. That's what I believe. Like, and I don't prove it to these same people that's going to be questioning if you was ever a champion because you got beat by a guy as talented as Boots is crazy, but that's what they do. I mean, so nah, leave that rematch alone. I'll say go to 160. Y'all already was talking about that. I think you should follow through with it. I think it make a lot of sense for him. Because the last thing you need to do is be back in there getting punched on by that dude. That's how necessary. Like I don't see it. I didn't see enough success in the fight to see the rematch being better for you. And maybe you can go out there and, you know, fight a different way, but it's risky, man. It's unnecessary, especially if you're already thinking about going up a weight class. I mean, I don't see no problem with it because that's gonna be tough, man. He put 3 knockdowns. He got you in the first round too. Around and everybody was coming on the boot when he was getting caught. Go around, like, see, this is the thing, like, yeah, he got buzzed, I believe, shit like that, but the fact that he be right there, like, he a different guy, man. A couple half steps back, nothing crazy, like, you see? You know what I'm saying? Like, he still be with that shit. Then he get right back to it. Look, then he right back pressing forward, man. Dude, different, man. The damn dog got that Philly pride for sure. He like to fight. And against Vergil, of course you want to be more mindful. You want to give Vergil them type of shots. You don't. Just like Vergil don't want him in his kitchen breaking all his damn china and silverware either. Turning out his appliances, turning off his gas and electric. Don't need that either. Because, man, bringing pressure, man, that might be what Boots want. You know, I'm telling you, he do really well against them kind of fighters, man. That style of fighter is just the main thing is being defensively responsible because Vergil ain't nothing to play with. You don't give a guy like that free shots because that boy be trying to put his heart and soul in his punches. I'm telling you, everything he ever went through, he is a violent puncher, man. That dude be trying to eliminate you. But I've seen guys like a Boachuk take your best shot, put you down twice. I've seen this. He's not the violent puncher that a Boots is to me, right? So I don't see him. You know what I mean? Yeah, you give me a good fight still, but I just telling you, man, this dude, man, if your best shot is to hoping you land that shot, them ain't good odds. You better come with a game plan. That's all I'm saying. And I know Vergil will, and credit to him because Vergil is a lot better, I think, or considerably better, whichever word you want to use, but he's better than what people give him credit for. And that's a fact. Vergil Ortiz is crafty in there if you just watch him. I know the style, it might look simplistic because you figure he's just a come forward pressure fighter, flat foot. Nah, pay attention to what he actually does in there. Vergil is crafty. You know what I'm saying? He can do some shit in there, man. And he got some crazy, crazy body shots. We got some crazy body shots, heavy jab. Like Vergil trying to hurt you with everything. And that could work against him. Maybe with a guy like Boots, but it's gonna be a lot to deal with too, man. I'm telling you, because upright, he dangerous. You know what I mean? He's headstrong. Like that dude is he another guy, like I believe his his coach when he said, man, you gotta beat the hell out of him. God damn near kill him. I feel like that. You seen it in the Bullchuck fight, one of them knockdowns or bro sprung back up and was just trying to get right back. Like you gotta beat Vergil ass. Gotta beat his ass. That's what that showed me. So definitely a different fight for sure. But man, Vergil got a lot coming at him. It's nobody that's like Boots. There's nobody like Boots, man, to me. Not at 54. Boxing Wiz was good. Yeah, that KO was nice. Who's being hurt? People don't understand how and why he got hurt. Yeah, shout out to Boxing Edge. Yeah, and besides the fact that it's boxing, they be tripping. Like, these dudes are supermen. Like, nah, it's 10-ounce gloves. Xander's a what? In his own words, he get up to about 180 or 80 or more pounds. What do y'all think? Like, seriously, a trained professional that been boxing and been professional since he was about 16, 17. You don't think he know what he doing in there? You think he's just a unified champion for not being good? Like, nah, you can't allow nobody freebies and Boots. Like he said, I like the way he kind of explained the moment. He said, man, I got a bit lazy in there. Yes. And you made some mistakes and he capitalized. Glad you know it. You know what I'm saying? And you ain't in denial. You definitely got lazy. You got comfortable. And I believe the fact that you're so athletic, that kind of, you know what I mean, laxes you a bit. You get too comfortable at times and shit like that could happen. You could have yourself a third round like you did against Xander. But not everybody's going to be able to, take advantage of those necessary flaws or tendencies, whichever one you want to call it. Shout out to Tim, and I'm going to pass it to my dog, 444. Mike and I on the train back to Norfolk. Glad y'all had a safe trip, man. We rode down with you on Thursday. 5 hours show. Shout out to my dog. Now riding back with you to Baltimore. Monday, 6:29. Shout out to my dog, Tim, man. I'm glad y'all enjoyed y'all travels, man. Safe travels, my guy. Shout out to you and the wife as well. Motown, my dog. OT's in the building. Yeah, that Fundora fight is crazy. That worries me for everybody, though. 444, what it do, homie?
What's going on, Just?
How you feeling?
Everything's good. I just wanted to give just my take on the overall fight. I assume that's what you're talking about, right? That's pretty much the fight.
Talk to me. It's all good. Whatever you've seen this weekend is fair game.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna call it for what I saw. Well, number one, you mentioned about Xander being a unified or whatever champ and of course having these fights and stuff. But to be very honest, I was very disappointed in Xander because with the first of all, we all know Boots was the favorite. All right, it was a 4-1. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We also know that even outside of people who don't know nothing about betting, the majority of people were picking Boots. Okay.
Right.
We know that. The handful of people picking Xander, were typically those that believed in Xander's ability to move. I think if you asked anybody, if Xander said, hey, I plan on going toe-to-toe with Boots, I think most people that were picking Xander, if they knew that was his game plan, they'd be like, nah, you're not going to win that fight. Like, you're not going to win the exchange battle toe-to-toe with a Boots in it. It's like, that's just ridiculous. He's faster. He potentially could be stronger. He's more twitchier, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, his timing is cool. His accuracy is good. Like, why would your only chance, Xander, is to move. Mm-hmm. I mean, why would you now? So I got a question for people with what we thought Xander the type of fight we thought Xander would fight.
Right.
Would be a fight to where Xander would not be in range. Why are you in range with in round one? Why are you in range? Like what was your thought process? Like, this is Boots Ennis. Then I can't. There's no excuse for that because you had 4 months to prepare for Boots. You're watching tape. You know what he does. You know what he don't do. Why would you come in round one and put yourself in range and go toe to toe? Didn't make no sense to me. So I feel like Xander deceived his fans, people who believed in him, because I think the majority of people that were believing in him, they all said the same thing. They were like, what? Well, if you saw what Karen did with moving and lateral movements, well, we know Xander can do that, if not better, right? So me as a fan of boxing, first of all, I knew if Xander was going to win, it was going to be a uphill battle, right? If he used the style that he's known for using, which is a lot of movement, you know, in and out, whatever. So he chooses on the biggest fight of his life to step into the ring and go toe to toe. Don't understand why. Thought that was a ridiculous game plan. Now, what I also will say is that what this fight did do, though, is that it showed now we know that Xander's quote unquote, I'll put the quotation mark, pillow fisted, right? He's not known as being a power puncher.
Right.
So there is that concern of, well, you know, Xander was able to whatever, buzz him and whatever. You saw that whole sequence. If you really pay attention to that sequence, I mean, you had that. You also had the body shot. There were little small moments. You know, I gave Xander only 2 rounds in the entire fight, to be honest, like a round and a half. If I'm, you know, I gave him a round and a half as far as winning. Other than that, Boots dominated. So you do have now, you do have those that are watching that are saying, wait, you know, with power and Xander's not a killer. So even when Xander had his one moment, his lightning in the bottle moment that no one expected, because I honestly thought that Xander was done getting knocked down first round, getting kind of beat up second round. I was like, oh yeah, he's done. And to see him get off that particular sequence, and obviously Boots, you know, does what he does. Muscle memory kicks in. The experience of Boots clinching, grabbing, holding, doing what he needs to do in order to, you know, win, to push forward. And that muscle memory, you know, kind of throwing punches, evading punches, all that type of stuff. I'm like, damn, Xander. I'm like, even when you had your moment, you didn't even execute. You know what I mean? Now, some will say, I'm not saying that I agree with this all the way. It was a little bit confusing to me though. Some will say, well, the ref, you know, when Xander did have him, the ref came in and you know, separated, and you know, that allowed Boots to kind of regain whatever. That's neither here nor there. I don't know. I did think it was a little bit awkward, to be honest, because I felt like it was such a banger of a fight. So did the fans win? The answer is yes. The fans won because they got to see the explosive, the exciting, the bombs, and all of that. Did a certain population of fans win that were expecting a more competitive fight? In my opinion, for me, I'm like this. If you're going to fight Boots in what he's comfortable doing, you just mentioned something early before I got on. And you said, I think you said, Boots likes come forward fighters. You know, he likes when you come forward, right? So that's key, right? And in my mind, I'm like, Xander, if you've been studying him, you should have came to that same conclusion, because if we're just watching fights and we've come to that understanding, why haven't you come to that understanding? That he prefers that type of fight. So, and to credit to Boots, here is the reality. In that first round knockdown, Xander never recovered. That's just the reality. So everything we're seeing Xander do after that, it's a wrap out of his own mouth. Hey, I had no legs after the first knockdown. So in my mind, I'm like, Xander, you're kind of dumb. You lied to your fans. No, you lied to your fans. How did you lie? He's on record saying things like this. I'm gonna make Boots uncomfortable. Well, you actually didn't, because you actually fought the fight that Boots actually prefers. So you lied to us. You didn't make him uncomfortable.
Remember he said he's gonna have him chasing what, shadows?
Hold on, yeah, there we go. Hold on. Number two. You can't hit a shadow. You're gonna be chasing shadows. You know, you didn't do any of that, Xander. So what was all that about? Okay, so now for me, and I'm just, because I have to add some logic to this. In my mind, I'm like, Xander, you said the things that you were going to do. You didn't do any of that. What was your thought process? Were you underestimating Boots? Did you really put the time in to study him as a fighter? And I'm gonna be straight up. Being a 4-1 underdog, I mean, I'm just like, I gotta keep it real. More people felt that Boots was way too much for Xander. And this is just a fact. And I have to say, could it be Xander's lack of that level of competition and experience that put him in a position to think remotely that you're going to be able to go toe to toe, jab for jab with somebody that is faster, twitchier, stronger? I don't care that Xander's bigger. People think bigger means more skillful. Bigger don't mean nothing. So we need to get that narrative out of there. It doesn't matter what Xander was bigger. If you're bigger and you're not able to apply yourself the proper way in the ring, it means nothing, because that's what we saw. We saw Xander inability to execute the one moment he had to literally execute or even make it even more competitive. Right. And we also saw somebody instituting a dumb, stupid, ridiculous game plan when that is not your fight. Very similar to the Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney fight. What were people saying? Devin Haney, fight your fight. Why are you trying to go toe to toe with Ryan Garcia, who has a lightning fast, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Right. And so what this was a wake up call for me is like, I ain't going to really be listening to fighters, man, because honestly, I don't know what to expect on the day of the fight, because they may decide to do something new that they never done before and say, I'm going to try this new style on the biggest fight of my life. Nah, I'm good, yo. I'm straight. All that stuff is hogwash now for me. Credit to Boots, though. Great fight. He did what he was supposed to do, and he did what most people expected him to do. I don't think people really expected him to get a little bit wobbled into that degree. Yes, everybody gets hit. Everybody gets hit. We know that. I think most people are just talking about his how he was able to absorb that punch and where he was for that one moment. And I would agree that if he was to take a punch like that from Fundora, or and you said something very key about Vergil. I viewed it as a 50-50 fight, personally speaking. I would edge it more towards Boots, but I would not be surprised if Vergil edges it. But you said something about Vergil, which you said most people, they're underestimating, they don't give him enough credit, because there are some things that Vergil does do in the ring that I think people don't give him enough credit for. And I learned that personally in the Madrimov fight, in my opinion. Right. I think in the Madrimov fight, Vergil showed me another ability, you know what I mean? That, boxing wise, you know? So, and Vergil's a killer. So, if people think that Boots will not get hit by Vergil, I think they're naive about that. I'm not saying that Vergil will stop Boots, but I just know that pillow fisted Xander, I don't know. It makes you kind of have to question. And so I do think people are going to be more interested in fighting Boots when it comes to that, to be very honest,
Facts. Shout out to KO. What's good with it, bro?
Just what's happening with you, bro? How you doing, fam?
You already know, man.
I wanted to come over because I got a little bit of different perspective. I think Xander tried.
Cook on it.
Yeah, I think he tried, bro. I think in the first round, if you go back and watch the first round, he tried to box out of mid-range. He tried to just box and maybe see if he can get his jab going, maybe use some footwork, try to counter. He just was too fucking slow. And so he had to make a decision because in that first round, you get put down in the first round. You can't hit the man for shit. He's jabbing you 3 times before you can even throw a punch. He's landing everything on you. You gotta go do something different, bro.
Right.
So KO, can I say something to you? My bad. Go ahead, KO.
You talk for like 5-10 minutes, bro. Let me just get it off. So I think in the second round, the stuff that he's getting criticized for, like standing there banging, trying to fight, that's what had him get boots hurt in the third round. So it's like because to me, I think it's clear if he stands there the whole time trying to box at mid-range, it's worse. He ends up never hurting boots, probably never touching them, and he ends up getting broken down and beat way worse, in my opinion. So I mean, you still lost 6 rounds to still lost 6 rounds to 1 and quit. You know what I mean? But I think going away from the game plan was actually a good decision because he found out the first 3 minutes of the fight. Okay, hand speed, I'm washed. Foot speed, I'm washed. Jab, I'm washed. Straight left hand, I'm washed. I can't do nothing. I'm 185 pounds in this bitch. I gotta try something. And then he went in and he tried the shit, and he had an F around and find out moment. But I just don't think it's just certain things, bro, where there's nothing you can do. Right. Like it's just nothing. It's nothing he could have did with boots. And I was trying to, because it was unification fight, but just this, bro, because we be watching each other. Like I've been on Boots whooping that ass the whole time. Like I never thought this was like some toss up. Oh, it's about to be real close. Nah, bro. Like he gonna whoop this dude ass. You know what I mean? And that's exactly what he did. So I'm more on Xander for all the credit people are giving him. Like I didn't see him look to his corner and like, bro, like let's stop this shit. Like he did quit. He showed bravery till he didn't show bravery no more. Right. He quit in that motherfucker. Straight up. You know what I mean? So other than that, bro, that's really all I got, fam.
I appreciate that perspective, man. That's what we love over here, the different perspectives, because there ain't no wrong answers, man. Everything you said, no wrong. I can see it that way too, for sure.
I just want to ask KO a question when you get a chance. That's all.
Go ahead. You can ask.
So KO, I hear what you're saying, and I respect what you're saying in that regard.
Keep cooking.
I respect what you're saying in that regard. My approach or perspective on it is this. The key word you said was mid-range. There were moments where you saw Boots literally waiting, almost looking at Xander and Xander, and he's looking at Xander and say, okay, Xander, I'm going to wait for you to punch before I do what I do, right? And every time Xander did, he did exactly what you're talking about. But we know that in boxing, you don't have to fight at mid-range. What I'm saying is that you could have fought at the end of the punches, of Boots' punches. Why are you fighting at a range to where you can be touched? Frustrate Boots by not making it easy for Boots. I would have enjoyed Xander to maybe round 1 to be a fill-out round. You didn't even have to truly engage yet. Get into the psychological mind of Boots to find out, okay, this is what it looking like, this is what it ain't. That's all I'm trying to say. The fact that he fought at range is the problem that I had with Xander. Like, you got to be smarter than that, bro. How do you beat speed, KO, if you're a fighter? Because fighters, they're going to have fighters that are going to be faster than other fighters, but that doesn't automatically mean that you're going to dominate, right? So if you're a fighter that's slower, how do you conquer that hurdle?
Oh, you have to have timing, but the problem he ran into is that Boots' timing was better than his too.
I agree.
So the only way was for us to watch Xander Zayas just getting that bitch and try to, okay, nigga, I caught you with a jab. Now let me run the whole round. Like
understood.
That's it. Like the only way was I'm gonna jab you, then I'm gonna try to grab you. Or I'm gonna jab you, then I'm gonna get on my lateral movement. Judges, y'all saw that? I hit him one time, he ain't hit me yet. Like
correct.
So there's nothing he could do, bro. There's nothing because yes, timing does beat speed, but what if the dude that's way faster than you also has better timing than you? Then what the fuck do you do?
No, I'm agreeing with you, and that's why I think that his lack of mental gamemanship is where he lacked at. Because I agree with you.
And let me
go ahead, I'm
say
listening.
this let me say this too. And it looked like, which is why I think people need to be careful. It looked like Boots got better at cutting off the ring from the Karen fight.
He did.
So what I want to caution against is if you're depending on that third round to show that Boots is vulnerable against this guy, that guy, I would just tell people to be careful, because if he views you as a bigger threat than Xander, you may get the guy that showed up round 1, round 2, and round 4 through 7. So this idea that he's gonna look at Vergil and be like, yeah, Vergil, I'm gonna try to run through you like you Xander. No, he might look at Vergil like Stanionis. Then what?
Agree.
He may, because another thing, and I know I'm getting long-winded, but another thing is the first round knockdown. When you knock somebody down that early and you have that good of a round, you can get complacent and overconfident. And that's so true. I think a little of that crept in, but I think the main thing is he thought that Xander didn't have nothing for him. And Boots is a fighter that the more he respects you, the better he's gonna try to perform. And I think with the bad blood between Vergil and Boots, there's no shot that he falls asleep against Vergil.
Yeah.
No shot at all. The only person, and he's in negotiation with him right now, just saw the story. The only person that got a shot at 154 to me would be Fundora because of his length. Other than that, I think Vergil in for a ass whooping. An ass whooping of epic proportions, bro.
Me too.
Epic proportions. And it's Dallas, Texas all day. But bro, you like coming at Boots Ennis with a power jab and a high guard and shit. Like, nigga, good luck.
Yeah, he gonna eat that,
bro.
He gonna tear that apart. That high guard is not gonna work, bro.
So KO, what about the benefit of punching in between punches? Wow, what do you think about that and how that affects the fight? Or if Vergil was punching in between punching with Boots,
he can only do that. He can only do that on the inside. But what if Boots just decides I'm gonna jab you?
Okay, understood.
What if Boots decides I'm gonna stab you to the body, I'm gonna jab you, you don't have no head movement, I'm gonna run shit down the middle all night, and I'm not gonna start walking to you till I got your ass down 6-0 and I've been fucking you up the whole fight.
Okay, understand. And see, I love what you just said, KO, and that's what I mean about strategy. Like you just said it. Like you listen, I'm gonna jab you 5 rounds, and then after I jab you to death, then I'm gonna go ahead and implement that next plan. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Listen, I'm not saying Xander was gonna win. I just like I said, man, I'm just like, dude, I was better. I thought that the dude was gonna jab, get on the bicycle a little bit, frustrate, turn Boots into a hunter, chasing him around the ring. Frustration comes in, then you start to come in.
He fighting in front of all them Puerto Ricans, big dog. In New York City, he ain't finna go out. He ain't finna go out like that, bro. And then the scary thing about Boots and Vergil too is I know for a fact who better on the outside. What people don't understand is Boots might be better on the inside too. And so far at 154 for him, I've seen dudes at 154 like Bahachuk take Vergil's power just fine.
Yeah.
People at 154, they Boots might be punching harder than Vergil, bro.
Oh, like that's true.
They not reacting to his punches well, dog.
Yeah.
They are going down. They are shelling up. They are running away the moment they feel that shit. Like it's getting bad, it's getting ugly, and then against somebody, and he said it. He said they asked him who's better, Xander or Vergil. He said, I think Vergil is a better fighter. That lets me know that he gonna be turned all the way up. Yeah. And you got Vergil talking about I'm gonna stop you, I'm gonna do this, bro. Somebody that worked that hard. If you know anything about a hustler, bro, anything about somebody that work hard, that take their craft serious, the last thing you want to do is give them any extra motivation, bro. Like you don't want to give. You don't want to give just, or me to toot my own horn. You don't want to give us extra motivation to like cook you and like go at you and like really try to prove you wrong. Like you don't want to do that, bro. Boots is not somebody you want to be saying I'm gonna stop you, I'm gonna beat you up, I'm gonna step on you, I'm gonna do this. You don't want to do that with him, bro. And I think Vergil's making a huge mistake in acting like this because your style is already all fucked up for him. And now you're gonna put a chip on his shoulder and it's gonna get real ugly for Vergil. People think I'm crazy. He'll go about the same. He'll go about the same as Xander, like 7 or 8. He'll last about 7 or 8, but it's gonna get bad, bro.
So
his own good too.
One question before you go, KO. If he don't get the Fundora or the Vergil fight next, what fight do you think he should do?
The winner of Josh Kelly and that bum he fighting. No, you know what? Never mind. Hey, Yarko, no. I take that back. He fighting at Yarko, the only black dude from Ireland I ever seen in my life. He not a bum. Yeah, he a highly decorated amateur. So the winner between Josh Kelly and that Yarko.
Okay,
he should fight him because that'll be another unification. He need to do nothing but unifications or fucking or Vergil. That's it. That's all. That's all we need from him, bro.
Man, one more time, respect to Xander for trying and not pulling the Charlo move. Got it in him. New man.
Just, I'm gonna get on out of here though, bro. Salute to you. I just wanted to pop up real quick, fam. Salute, man. Keep doing your thing, fam.
You already know. Y'all hit that like button. Let's keep building. Shout out to my brother Mike Kirkland. And I know where 444 is coming from, but I appreciate KO's perspective. Different perspectives is always cool over here. So if anybody, the link is in my community section. But that was my biggest question, like as far as what I would have for Xander, like because I'm sorry, I was sold on. There's no way he gets in this fight and doesn't utilize his best attribute. To me, his legs. I thought for sure he was going to try to, give him some different looks, try to box and, kind of frustrate him. But you fighting him, now you're not making him earn it the same way. But I understand what KO is saying, because fighting that other way, maybe you don't create that moment in which it made a lot of people respect you. Because think about it, that's a big takeaway for a lot of people. Like somebody came in, his first comment was, Boots almost got stopped. And then it's like, you see, so respect to Xander, man. But that would be my question for him. My first question, like, what was the game? What made you? And for me, what I would answer with, or what I would think is, maybe once you got in front of Boots and you seen what kind of athlete he was, maybe you felt like that would work in your favor. You know what I'm saying? Like KO said, maybe you in your mind, you checking boxes like, all right, he might got it. You know what? I'm going to just fight. I'm going to try to fight him. No. I got the Puerto Rican crowd here. They want me to fight.
You got somebody on the panel?
Yeah, shout out to radio. What's good, homie?
Hey, what's poppin', fam? You can hear me good?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, for sure. Yeah, let me touch on that real quick.
Man.
So, like,
cook on.
Do you remember before the fight I said I had a take after the fight? Remember I told you that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Talk to me.
Yeah, well, really, what I wanted to say was that this was a coming out party for Xander. This was a moment for Xander to put Puerto Rico on his back. So it wasn't, I'm gonna go up here and lay down and give me my belts. And I believe that's why he fought Boots the way he fought. To touch on something that KO said, he was basically echoing the same sentiment that I had. Like, a lot of people were criticizing Xander for the way that he fought, but everybody, like, picture this. If you know anything about how Boots fights, if you allow him to establish his rhythm, if you allow him to establish the jab and the rhythm while you're just trying to be on the perimeter and move around, that's not going to be good in the judge's eyes. And the whole time Boots is setting up shots and he has power behind those shots. So it's keeping you at the end of those punches. And then also the 444's point, he said something about Xander should have stayed at the end of the punches. Being at the end of the punches is probably one of the worst places to be. That's where all the power is.
Yeah.
So you want to smother and be in close so that way the boxer can't load up. He has a shorter room to pull his punches in. That's why you see fighters when they are in the phone booth, you're gonna get hit regardless, but you're in the phone booth because you can't load up too much. And now, so instead of it being from us loading up from the shoulders, now we're kind of loading up from the hips and we're twisted, and now we're able to kind of do a body shot and pivot and then, get our head off the line and twist and pivot each other. It's that. So I think the fight that Xander fought, he tried to impose his size. He tried to impose his size. The fact that Xander came in, I heard, at 180 plus. Jaron was like 160, 68. He tried to come in and oppose his size. And for a second, it worked. Like during the whole lead up when he was talking about the things that he saw, I was trying to figure out what he was talking about. I believe that third round, was exactly what he was talking about. That was what he saw, and you know, he tried to capitalize it, you know, on as much as possible. So, you know, I give full respect and hats off to Xander, but I believe the way he fought was the best way that he could have fought, because if you would have tried to do the perimeter and stay on the outside and move around, it would have gave them like it's given the impression to the judges that you're getting outboxed, and then the reality is going to set in that you being on the end of Boots' punches is 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 power there. So he's hurting you while he's pot shotting you while you trying to circle around the outside and do your Abbas Baru shit. It's not going to work on that fighter. And then meanwhile you're going to be down 4, 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds doing that, and you can't get that shot off that you've been trying to wait to see if he's going to come in and get reckless. Meanwhile he's just hurting you from the center of the ring while you're trying to move around. So that might not have worked either. That might not have worked either. And then also what KO said, his his Puerto Rican fan base was in the house. He wasn't going out like that. You know what I'm saying? He was finna, you know what I'm saying, step the bro, and he was gonna prove that he was there. He was gonna show why he was a champion. And people gotta go back and look at these sequences. Xander was moving brilliant. Even though he got dropped 3 times, the fight that he fought, y'all got to go back and look at the way Xander was moving and the way he was getting busy in there. Xander was getting freaky in there. You know what I'm saying? Like all props to Xander, bro. And I mean, I had Boots stopping him by the 5th, but he surprised me. He surprised me with the rally he did in the 3rd. He surprised me with the way that he fought, and the heart that he showed. I think his corner, I don't think he quit. I think his corner saved him. He's 23 years old, and he could possibly go farther than Boots did. You know what I mean? Because he's so younger. Like, he's fighting Boots at 23. A loss doesn't define you. So people think that because you lost the old Xander career ain't over. His shit is just beginning. The only people like it's only a certain section of fans that think that oh really means that, like, if you lose it now you ain't nobody. Xander is just beginning, so he's gonna be just fine. And this whole buildup was a coming out party, like I said. Whether it was a win or lose situation, this was a time that Xander was gonna put his country on his back, and he was gonna fight with, you know, the pride that they got over there, and he was gonna fight with that. So I think either way it was, you know what I'm saying? But that's what I got.
Can I? Oh, you want to say something on Just? I would like to add something to the conversation.
Shout out to Jess. How you feeling, Queen? Dub the plug, my dog. Go ahead.
Yeah. So already, I respect what you're saying. Once again, I understand what you're saying. The problem that I have with that is this, you know, and it happens in boxing when someone wins and loses, right? We almost act as if there's no other way, right? And you know, when we look at fighters like a Shakur Stevenson, who understands how to step back at the right amount of distance, so that person that's punching, that punch misses them by millimeters. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about the edge of the punches. Maybe I'm not describing it correctly. What I'm saying is, Boots, as a fighter, as an IQ, you should know not to be in your opponent's punching range. You don't want to be within that range to get hit. And all I'm saying is, we want to assume that if he chose a different fighting style, like what we've seen with Devin Haney doing the Ramirez fight, and I'm not trying to say I agree with that type of style, but what I'm saying is that I thought it was going to be a mixture. That's what I thought. Yeah. And he didn't give me any of that. And then also what you're saying as far as, he showed movement later on in the fight, like in that pocket, but let's be honest, he said out of his own mouth, after he got knocked down the first round, he had no legs. So the way I look at it, this is a game of inches, right? So your choice can cost you like the fight, period. And what we saw, in my opinion, was just the destruction, the slow destruction of Xander because of a fatal mistake he made, which was standing. If you go look at that knockdown, look at his position. He's literally standing in still position in front of Boots. And that just made no sense to me. So it's like, dude, fight your fight. Fight for your country. Your country wants you to win. I don't think his country was his country wanted him to win. Let's be honest. So this whole thing about, in my opinion, he's choosing to fight this style for his country. No, I think for whatever reason, his corner and him, I don't know what he was thinking. And it cost him. It cost him the fight. Because when he, like you said, brother, what he was looking for, he finally got in the third round. But guess what? It was too late because he couldn't execute. He's not a killer. His legs is gone. He didn't even recognize that Boots was kind of a little bit out for a moment in a certain way. I get that he was moving, but if you really look at it, he had a small window to execute. Just a small moment. Just it. You know what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is that when I'm looking at boxing and I'm watching boxers on the perimeter using the bicycle, some people may say using their legs, you know, and people saying, "Well, okay, what kind of fight? I guess it's going to be a 12 rounds of this crap." I just thought he was going to use round 1 to kind of fill him out. You know, establish, not give him. We done seen fighters in round 1 not even give each other much. And we're like, whoa, each fighter is cautious to give the other fighter something. I'm watching Boots literally wait for Xander there. Okay, I'm waiting for the hit. Xander throw a punch. Boom, light him up. That's target practice.
Boots was like, "Oh, you ain't gonna move? Okay,
you ain't gonna move?
I'm
gonna stand here and wait." Yeah, so like, in my mind, what do? Don't give your opponent anything. Frustrate them, even if it's a round or 2, because it's a mental gamemanship, and that's where I felt Xander failed. And I do agree with you guys by saying the Puerto Rican crowd probably went to his head and he forgot who he was, which got him to where he was at. That's what I think. He wanted to be Cotto. He wanted to be like all the Puerto Rican superstars coming out of Puerto Rico that fought that kind of potentially that kind of way, I would say, right? That's my opinion on it, you know, but I respect what you're saying though.
Hey, but you know what the most important thing about that though is like after the fight, because I agree with, like, I understand what you're saying for. But like Xander after the fight, he said the most important thing was kind of satisfy me. He said I wasn't disappointed in my performance. He said I was happy with my performance. Like that stuck out to me. That he said he was happy with his performance, and that kind of gave me like, you know what I'm saying, bro, is solid, bro. Like he went out there and he threw them shits, and he lost, but he wasn't complaining about it. Like he gave it, he gave it his all. Like he showed why he was a champion, and I really admire that shit, bro.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? Me too. I fuck with it. Like it's just something different about the way that he handled that. That just like little shit that I noticed. I was like, oh, it was different than just Boots like beating somebody and then, you know, let's say it was somebody else and he was a champion. It was the way that Xander handled this shit. It was like really the way he handled it.
Got a question for y'all. Do you think Xander will activate his rematch clause?
No, me personally, because I think the fight had its moments where, you know, I think he competed every single round, but I think overall he just didn't do enough that would warrant the rematch. Like I know he's a confident guy, but that's a big risk, right? I think if the fight was more competitive on the way to him getting stopped, and I'm saying with him really winning rounds and taking more of advantage of that moment that he had, if he had more moments. And you know, it made the fight look like, all right, damn, they were going back and forth, ebbs and flows, and Boots just caught up to him. It wasn't that. It's like Boots was on his ass from round 1, and that's not a good look. That's not a guy you want dropping you that early in the fight, because it's going to be hard to get back. It's deeper than a 10-8, right? The typical person is only a 10-8 round, but with Boots, that's very telling. It's like if he was able to get to you that early, what do you think he's gonna do 2 rounds in once he start working? And we seen it. Like even when, you know, after you know, Xander had his moment, Boots, like, you know, he got right back to business the next round. It's like he never allowed the youngin' confidence to really grow at all. Like that was the most confidence he could have had was in that moment. And like you said, bro, he didn't even fully capitalize. Maybe he wasn't fully aware, but I don't know, that moment came and that window closed, and then the Ammo mixtape resumed. It just paused for.
I think it showed that the fight was probably like a few years apart. I think it showed that the fight was like a few years apart. Like while Xander gave me everything that he had, but I think like the experience gap really showed. That was really the most important thing out of everything.
Yeah.
Like, did y'all see the Josh Kelly and Bakram fight? Before that fight, when that fight was announced, who did y'all have winning that fight?
I definitely thought Bakram was going,
I also thought Bakram was going to win that fight. What about you, Radio?
I had Josh Kelly.
Oh shit. Okay. Oh,
Good,
props to you. Props to you.
I was kicking with some UK dudes on the panel, and they was putting me onto a lot of UK fighters, and I've already known about Bakram, and so I had just kind of started discovering Josh Kelly, and I'm like, bro, like,
so you was familiar with Josh Kelly. You was familiar with Josh Kelly movement, right?
Yeah. I knew how he was gonna fight. That's why I gave it to him, because I'm like, he's not gonna sit in front of Bakram.
Now let me ask you a question. If Josh Kelly didn't fight the fight that he normally fights, and he decided to go toe to toe with Bakram, do you think he wins that fight?
Hell no.
Thank you. That's my point. That's my point.
I think Xander shot himself in the foot and put himself behind the 8 ball even more by not at least trying to utilize that.
That's my point. That's my point.
4 rounds. Everybody's strong. You gotta, box and move. Show
that's my point.
The areas where you felt like you was better than him, which was your feet, obviously, because the way you were talking, that was clear. That was a clear message.
My point.
You didn't show that. You said it, but you didn't even attempt to show it. And only thing I could say is, like, maybe there's a lot of truth to your legs not being there, but even that, you were giving them the kind of looks that you don't want to give somebody like Boots, bro. You don't want to give.
You
don't want Boots dropping you in the first round. It's not going to be like. It's not a guy that, all right, he get a knockdown and then it's like his performance drop off. No, that's a very bad sign for you, because now you got to deal with that guy for the rest of the night. He ain't going nowhere. He's not about to slow down. His conditioning is A1, and the more comfortable you get, the worse it get for you. It's like, you do not want to be knocked down in the first round by that animal. I'm telling you, he going to get to you, man. So, man, credit to Xander, though. All the credit. That big boy took a lot of punishment. And I think he gave it everything. You know what I mean? That's why I don't knock it. I know he might have. But
you gotta keep this too, though. Like after the fight,
I feel like he gave it with on the night, and I'm cool with it.
Hey, Radio.
Hey, but Judge, you gotta peep this too, though, because after the fight, Xander was like, oh, you don't have bad footwork. It was just a promotional thing. Or he said, you don't have flat feet. It was a promotional thing. So a lot of that shit he was saying really could have just been capped, because the whole buildup, I was trying to figure out what the hell he was. I'm like, bro, this nigga might see some shit I don't see, because at times he's flat-footed. I mean, you have to be planted to get your power shots off. Right. And then you can't tell me that you're flat-footed, but then slipping all these shots and doing the matrix on all these shots, and you swing hard as fuck. Right. That ain't flat-footed. You on the balls of your feet at times, and you're planning at times when you're trying to land those shots, preferably to the body. You're trying to get them out of there. So that's a good fighter. That's athleticism. That's not flat-footed. So I was confused. I was trying to figure out what the hell you were talking about.
See, Boots was on it. Well, you see how Boots responded, and that's why I liked how he responded to that. He's like, bro, I just feel like he's just saying stuff. And one thing you got to know about Xander, he's been around this game since a youngin'. He's always been very well media trained. You know what I'm saying? Well trained for the media, like these interviews and stuff. He's always well spoken, and sometimes with that could come those politically correct answers. Like, or you start saying stuff that I expect you to say and shit that, like Boots is saying, he caught that shit. Like I think he just saying stuff, man. Like it was hard for him to even respond to some of the questions they was asking him about what Xander said, because he like, bro, he just talking. And I get it.
Yeah,
so, if I can make you question your feet or make you approach things differently by throwing something out there, then it's all good. So I
knew that's what it was from the jump, because it wasn't making sense. I was like, he got to just be trying to throw him off. Like if I can get you to worry about your feet, maybe you won't worry about moving your head off the line. You know what I mean? Like just little shit like that. Like I was like, he's just trying to throw bro off, bro.
Thanks. Shout out to Shout talking about. He better than sure something with David.
Hey, but just I'm gonna go ahead and pop off, because I gotta get back to working.
You already know, bro. We
on the panel, bro. And 444, salute you, brother. Y'all keep it up, man. We gotta keep boxing alive, man.
We got
for sure. Salute.
Everybody, y'all all hit that like button. We still here. We building, man. We came on a little late, but we still here. We got to build on it. And I
Yeah.
put that picture up because that, picture worth 1,000 words. You know what I mean? All that, he's the bigger man. He ain't the bigger man there, but never mind that. That mutual respect that they show, which is dope.
For sure.
He's lost the same way he take his wins. And I really do truly hope that they walked away with more fans than they had before this fight. Because these are the kind of fights I see absolutely no reason to get online the next day and talk about how somebody got exposed and how this dude really wasn't good and he wasn't really a chance. Shut that shit up. Xander was legit. And so legit that he's some could say ahead of his time. 23-year-old unified champion at 54, shark infested division. You get me? Still managed to snatch up a couple of belts, some shit that guys are still searching for and probably never going to do before it's all said and done.
Can I add another perspective to that, Just?
Sure. Talk to me.
This is the reason why I think rematches are very important in boxing, right? For instance, and I'm only saying this because you just mentioned something about Xander, right? So Charles Conwell, he lost that fight to the guy that Xander ended up taking the belt from, correct?
Yeah.
Question to you: do you think Charles Conwell would have lost that fight in a rematch?
To Jorge Perez?
Correct.
I would definitely. I wouldn't be surprised if he did. You know, I mean, I would have a tough time betting against him twice. Jorge Perez is a tough guy, man, but I definitely think Charles Conwell could make the adjustments and beat him. The way he lost the fight is not a fight where I think he can't win. You know
Understood.
Perez, it's tough though because that dude is tricky and he brought it, man. He was really what you call a live dog.
No, for sure. Nothing against Perez at all. Prior to that fight, who did you have winning that fight before they fought?
Charles Conwell.
Correct.
And it'd be hard for me to bet against him. You know what I mean? Even seeing him lose because he didn't.
You said
lose.
keyword. You said adjustment. You said adjustment.
Right. I feel like those tweets can be made. And you know what? I had a different little angle too. And
Go ahead.
I try not to make it sound I'm giving him too much grace, but I like activity. But I forgot how many fights they said he had, about 6 fights, and I forgot the time frame. And I know that sound good in hindsight, but I'm like, you usually don't fight that often, that much. But when you go prospect level, right? Like not when you get what I'm saying, you at a division where you testing yourself, like
you're making points, no?
Some solid competition. So I thought that could have affected him as well. Sometimes just fighting a lot. I'm like, that's very active. That's prospect type shit where you going out there cleaning guys up, so they keeping you super, super active.
Correct.
In his case, you know what I mean? He is a knockout guy, but you know, that's still tough. That's a lot of activity.
You answered that question. Let me ask you another question.
Talk to me.
Do you believe in a rematch between Baccaram and Josh Kelly? You got Josh Kelly winning again, or do you got Baccaram making the adjustments?
You know what?
Go ahead.
Way that fight was lost, I think Josh Kelly can do that shit again.
Okay.
Once you deal with somebody power, and I never seen him at risk the way
he got knocked. Josh Kelly got knocked down though. You know that, right?
Say that again.
Josh Kelly got knocked down once Baccaram started to catch his timing and what? Go ahead, I'm listening.
Nah, I'm with you. It just didn't seem like it was over for him, right? You know, sometimes you see a guy get put, you like, hey man, that could be the beginning of the end. But I think like he settled down and you know, he
understood.
Put himself in a really good spot before that happened, right? So it's like usually whereas Xander, you behind the 8 ball against a freak of an athlete. So it's like your mind probably all over the place, low key. You know what I'm saying? Whereas you done box the guy and get clipped. You know what I mean? You still pretty confident that you can figure that shit out. All right, he got me. This is what he do anyway. And I think his conditioning was really good. That shit got him through. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, real talk. My take on that is that being that Baccaram was on a 1-year layoff prior to the Josh Kelly fight, I felt that fight towards the end of the fight, Baccaram we started to see glimpses of the Baccaram that we were used to, because he started to catch his timing. He started to cut the ring off a certain way, and Josh Kelly started to get a little tired, and, you know, obviously caught Josh Kelly. Josh Kelly went down. So what I'm saying is, like, it's interesting with these matchmakers because I don't know how they do it, but I don't believe Josh Kelly beats Bakram. I don't believe Josh Kelly beats an active Bakram. An inactive Bakram is what was in that ring, and that's what you get for being inactive as a fighter. And that was Bakram's fault, to be honest, because he avoided. He was going for the bigger fights. You know what I mean? So the reason why I talk about rematches is that I feel like rematches are important because it eliminates doubt or any kind of room for, because I believe everybody can have a moment. And I think there needs to be a separation between just moments and something being like officially solid, permanent. And the only way to come to that conclusion is through people fighting at least more than once to eliminate, hey, maybe you just had a bad night, or maybe you really are the best fighter because look, you just got whooped, pull it a post, 2 fights in a row. There's no need for a third one. Goodbye. You know, I just feel like sometimes a lot of fighters are able to advance because they just seize the moment. You know what I mean? And sometimes I feel like that kind of creates a false kind of perception on what we're looking at sometimes. That's just my opinion, right?
Right.
That's fair. That's all. That's the reason why I talk about rematches.
I get where you going.
That's
Shout
all.
out to everybody in the building, man. Make sure y'all hitting that like button. We're going to keep chopping it up. Shout out to Foe for coming up to build. We got plenty more we're going to talk about.
Well, I'm going to let you do your thing. I'm going to jump off. I'm going to listen.
You already know. Appreciate you, bro.
Okay.
For sure. We're going to got some stuff that we going some clips, you know, the Clip King keep a bunch of stuff to talk about, but you know, overall, man, Saturday night was a good night. Shout out to both Xander and Boots, man. They showed up and showed out, both of them, even in the loss. You know what I'm saying? He took his loss like he take his wins. Like I said, man, both of those dudes deserve to be respected and to have more fans coming out of that fight than they did going in. That's on both ends. You know what I mean? If you wasn't a believer of Boots and Xander was your guy or you was one of your favorite, then that should mean that you got to have respect for Boots, right? If you thought Xander was going to win, right? And then vice versa. You know what I'm saying? If you thought Boots was just going to blow right through him with relative ease, you see that he put up enough of a fight. And he earned it, man. He showed you why he wanted this fight, right? He didn't get the win, but he showed up. You know what I'm saying? He didn't lay down. And somebody got to win, somebody got to lose. And it's not too many people that's going to be able to stand in front of somebody as dangerous as Jaron Ennis and make it even 7 rounds. Shit, you know what I mean? So credit to this guy, man. I definitely think he'll be back. I think 160 is wide open for the taking. I think if you smart, you avoid the rematch calls. Not saying you duck and smoke. You already fought him. I don't think you got nothing left to prove, and it will have to be another fight at that weight, I'm assuming. So why would you want to do that if you got plans on moving up, right? You're already a big guy. I think moving up could help you, and I think there's opportunity there at 23 years old with you being a unified champion in the Sharkfield division. There's no shame in moving up. You gave it everything. I don't think nobody can knock you. Even if for the people that want to say you quit, I get it. But I just think he gave it everything he could. And after that, it was just like, yo, that's it. You know, just is what it is. Yeah, I think he did. And I definitely think he could bounce back from the loss, too. And doing his best dad impression, getting off the canvas. Showed the heart of a lion, huh? Showed the heart of a lion, man. Shout out to him, man. But let's keep going. I got something from Vergil. He was over there on Fight Hype. Not Vergil, Robert Garcia. We got the Bud Crawford clip from when he was saying he 10 steps ahead. And, you know, look, I see what the media doing, man. Think about it. For a guy that's saying he retired and he not coming back, he went as far as to saying, like, you know, people be selling their soul for money. He said he good with retirement, but they continue to ask Bud about knowing the competitor he is. What do you think he's supposed to say? Yeah, Boots is just one of the best. He's going to beat me. Like, never going to get that. But I think they're trying to stir something up that's not there. Yeah, is it unfortunate that we didn't get the Bud Crawford versus Boots fight? Yes, but I don't think neither guy tried to avoid or duck each other. And I think the real haters just want to see one of them two guys lose or knock each other off. Bud beats him good. They can validate all their claims of how much of a hype job Boots is, even though he would be losing to one of the absolute best fighters that laced him up, right? People are still treated like that. So for me, I would never be against it. But Bud said many times he was staying retired. What left do we got to prove? And I'm telling you now, if he came out of retirement right now and beat Boots and say he stopped him, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna be like, well, you look like that. Well, fight this one, fight that one. Well, why you ain't fight this one? All right. They're gonna keep coming up with people because that's just the way boxing is. Boxing fans are never pleased, they never satisfied. No matter how great you are and how proven you are, they still gonna say what you ain't did. He ain't did this, he ain't good, he ain't this, he ain't that. Mind you, Boots, they say all the same things about Boots, and he got far less accomplishments, right? So how would Boots and Bud fighting a guy that y'all keep saying is a nobody or a hype job, or he almost got knocked out, by Xander, and Xander's not a puncher. Vergil would it be all these negative things? So again, why should Bud Crawford come out and fight the guy that y'all can't even give credit? His best win of his career. It was dominant as hell, competitive but dominant in my opinion. He stopped this guy, knocked him down 3 times. An undefeated young lion that was coming for it. He was going for it. That's the guy he beat up. You get me? But the only thing we see is a way to take credit from one of these dudes. So I'm sick of it. Let the Boots, the And1 Mixtape Boots era has begun. Volume 36 is out now on shelves. Y'all better get it. You know what I mean? It's flying off. You know what I mean? It's flying off the shelves, or should I say, it's digitally. Go get you a copy of it, man. Huh? You didn't see that fight Saturday? You really missed one, man. Because I said it. This will be the coming out party for the winner. And I think the loser could bounce back. I said Xander had more leeway to kind of take a loss and bounce back, right? Whereas people wouldn't criticize him as nearly as harsh as they would with Boots. So the guy that lost, that had more room to lose, lost. And I think if Boots lost, the fallout would have been way worse than what Xander's is, right? Xander.
And how do you handle it, man? All the traveling, all the fighters,
right.
Training camp to training camps.
Xander people, even though they bet on him by winning by knockout, 7th round, 8th round, TK, all this stuff they were saying, 6th round knockout, they still gonna rock with their guy. But people, let Boots had lost, they would have been throwing him away. He won, and all people want to talk about is the 3rd round and a moment that Xander's eyes had that really didn't materialize into anything else. It was the And1 Mixtape Boots show Saturday night, volume 36, and it ended in spectacular fashion, KO style. So this is Robert Garcia. He's the trainer of Vergil Ortiz. We all seen how they faced off. We seen they got out the ring and they started already talking about dream fights with Earl Spence and shit like that. It got to the point where DAZN had to come out and say they wouldn't even be willing to pay for Earl Spence after this long haul with a Vergil Ortiz. Then it's like they that whole situation just went to shit. It went to shit. Vergil had to sue his promoter. His manager and promoter ain't on the same page. They at odds, going back and forth. Just a messy situation. So what Boots and Xander did, they directed their attention, turned their attention to each other. They went out there and made one of the best fights of the year. I mean, shout out to them Lions. But this, Vergil had a lot to say about how he's sleeping Jaron, and Xander's a quitter. He got a lot to say. I ain't knocking him. I know he a fighter. He a hell of a fighter. But it just seemed like a little bit of sour grapes, man. I get it. You feel like, oh, if I land those same shots, but not to mention the same shots that Boots was landing on Xander, are you going to be able to take those shots? You get me? So, again, and your style is more tailor-made and suited for Boots. Like, no disrespect, as crafty as Vergil is and as talented, as good as he is, right? Give him all the credit. His style is still more tailor-made to what Boots feasts on, right? He does those type of guys dirty. And his best chance is going to be to have to knock Boots out. There's no scenario, in my opinion, respectfully, where he outboxes Boots, right? That's going to be a tall order, tall task. He's just not the athlete nor the talent I think that Boots is, right? And that shit going to be problematic for him, I think. I don't think it's going to be an easy, fight at all. You know what I mean? For either guy, but I just think Boots going to present something different that Xander ain't quite seen. And with me seeing guys like Chuck take Vergil's best shots and knock him down twice, you can't tell me that you don't think Boots got a better beard, take a better shot than a guy like Chuck, who we know has been knocked out. We've seen him just get outboxed again by Brandon Adams. Like, you get me? And he gave Vergil hell. Like, I think if that's Boots knocking you down, the same, like, because I understand what Vergil's saying. You give me those same shots, I could put you out. And that's true. So he ain't saying nothing wrong. But at the same token, you get Boots those same type of shots, he gonna put you out, right? If he dropped you twice the way Boychuk did, you might not make it out the fight. You might not keep getting up over and over and over again because Boots is a great finisher and you know how to pour that shit on. So gotta be careful what you ask for, man, what you wish for, because you just might get it. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Some of these folks I see talking down on Boots are the very people that argue down anybody. They call Dave Cheney from Linares. Yup, the hypocrisy, bro. Shit is nasty work, fam. Showing that blunt for his head trauma, talking about fighting Boots. I'm telling you. Also, nobody thought they could beat Xander. I don't think they would have beaten Xander, though. Right. I understand that, too. And got beat. Shane Mosley, I'm telling you. So this dude just ain't. I'm telling you, man. Like Boots, a different can of worms, man. That freakish athleticism, his creativity offensively, and his willingness to get in there and make things very uncomfortable for you from the opening bell. Just a different breed. But let's get into this. It's like an 8-minute video from Robert Garcia. Let's see what he had to say. Everybody hit that like button, man.
I sleep good. I have a great team, bro. You know, I have a great team in my gym, you know, with my son, Pita, Chepe, Felipe, our conditioning coach, Charles. You know, when I'm not around, they know that it's part of my job. You know, today I'm here for press conference because I'm with Pro Box TV also. You know, so they know it. My family knows. They all support it. So you know, that's why I'm able to do everything. Plus, I sleep good in the planes too, so I don't have a problem with that.
Speaking of Pro Box, you guys got a big fight coming up with Lester Martinez, who just made history by being Guatemala's first world champion, I believe. So he's fighting Luka Plantic. I don't know too much about Luka Plantic, but how does a fighter prepare for such a fighter that might not have too much out there for the team to study on? And then this is a crucial fight for Lester to keep his belt, to be able to get a fight like Canelo or David Benavidez or something.
I think Lester is one of the things is he could fight. Like, you know, Lester is a good fighter. He could fight. He has really good skills, great power, good strength. You know, when it comes to physically, he's a very strong fighter. So that's what the Latinos want. You know, he's from Guatemala, but already first world champion from Guatemala. Bringing him to Southern California. The fight he's got coming up here in Southern California. It's a mandatory. The WBC, you know, he's an interim champion, so the WBC, you know, pretty much is a fight that is forced, you know, for us to do. But Lester is loved by not just the people from Guatemala, but from Mexicans too. I think Lester has the potential of becoming like Chocolatito was at one time. You know, a few years back, the times that Chocolatito fought here in LA. Mexicans showed up to support Chocolatito. Alexis Arguello was also, you know, obviously they're from a different country, but when Carlos Famoso Hernandez was champion from El Salvador, Mexicans supported him because, you know, he's from, you know, the LA area. People love boxing, and Lester has that style where people fall in love with his style. So I think the Mexicans are gonna follow Lester 100%. So I'm excited to see Lester's future. You know, I think he's got potential of competing against the best in his division.
Robert, I gotta ask you about the big fight, Jaron Ennis. You were there. You witnessed his performance firsthand. What are your thoughts on him?
What do you have to say?
I like this. I like the fight. It was a great fight. I think I got to give credit to Sandro Sayas. Sandro Sayas came to fight. You know, took some tough punches. Went down a couple times, but he was also at a point where he stunned Woods. Yeah. He landed some good punches. Made it the 7 rounds that the fight lasted was enough to maybe say it's fight of the year. Round 3, maybe round of the year. So, you know, we still have 6 more months of the year, so we don't know what's going to happen. But as of right now, I think it's going to be hard to beat that. You know, both Boots and Sayas both came to fight and show the world that that's what boxing needs. So respects to both of them. But you know, I also was there because I have a fighter, you know, Vergil, who could compete against this guy. So I was also there to see that, and I see a lot of things that that I know we could do in a fight against somebody like Boots.
Yeah, you're giving credit to Xander Zayas for being so young and taking such a tough matchup and also performing, putting his best effort. But Vergil Ortiz, your fighter, as you mentioned, he called him a quitter. Devin Haney called him a quitter. Adrian Bonner called him a quitter. What do you make of the quitter narrative on Sanders as he took the knee and looked over to his corner, kind of agreeing that the fight was over?
I think it wasn't. Look, it depends on how you want to see it. You know, me personally, as a person in boxing and as a person that actually supports Sandra, he's a good kid. He's got a great team. I know his team very well. You know, they're very respectful. So I think it was more about it's time. You know, like it's time. You know, it wasn't in the first time he got dropped. You know, like.
And real quick, I just want to add that to Robert's point. That do make sense. Wasn't like after the first knockdown, not even the second. Well, it was some rounds he was getting punished where some people were saying that the fight could have been stopped already. Like they got to start questioning how much punishment they're gonna let him take. When they start talking like that, you know you getting whooped on, and that's what it was. But credit to them, they let Xander try to fight through it, and he gave us a great 7 rounds of effort, and even had some moments in the fight that still got people talking, but. Nah, man, he didn't tap out at his first chance opportunity. I do think anything past that point just would have got bad for him. You get what I'm saying? And you don't want to see him get his career ruined to try to prove to some people at home that don't have to do this shit that he ain't quit, right? He got beat down, man. He got the fight beat up out of him, and that shit is real. I mean, I think, like I said, it just would have been more punishment, unnecessary punishment from that point, so. Sometimes you gotta protect the fighter or save them from themselves, man, because they're gonna keep trying to fight. But Xander looked like he had enough. And sometimes it just is what it is. He gave him everything he could on the night. And for me as a fight fan, seeing how he approached it and what kind of effort he gave, I'm cool with it. I'm not about to run the narrative that he quit, but I understand people saying it. But that's just not my, that's not the narrative I want to push. I just think he knew that it was the beginning of the end for real. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to CJ. Yeah, he seen that writing on the wall. Fracks. Reef was good, homie. Xander young. Yeah, he don't need years taking off his career. There's no telling. Like, long as he don't have no residual effects from that fight, he gonna get right back in the mix. Watch, he gonna win some fights. He gonna be right back in title contention. Even if it's, he gotta go up to 60. I definitely think he can do some he can make some noise up there for sure. That division wide open. And they just waiting for somebody to be crowned king at 60.
Like some fighters, first time they don't want to get up because they are quitting. I think it was already the beating that he was already taking. It was just gonna get worse. It was just gonna worse. Did he stay in his knee? I think so. Looked at his corner like
maybe he had nothing left to give.
But he looked like he was already done. So.
He gave it his best for sure.
I think as Mexican, we have to finish to the end, and it doesn't matter. A fighter has to fight to the end. I believe in that too. But there's also that hey, he's got a life. He's young. He's learning from this. Yeah. So it also wasn't a bad decision that he took because it was gonna get worse. It was gonna get worse as the rounds kept going. I think it would have been a worse beating. One of those beatings where
shorting his career.
The right decision. I do agree with that. But yeah, he stayed in his knees and looked at his corner like asking for help. So that's why these fighters are seeing it like that because it is what happened. That's exactly what happened. But I don't blame him. I also know that. Boxing's tough, man. Boxing's tough. You're getting punches. And if you could do this to be able to come back stronger and have.
You enjoyed that mixtape Saturday? Volume 36.
Your future in boxing, then that was probably a right choice.
Yeah. Vergil Ortiz also tweeted out that he felt that if he was able to hurt Jaron Ennis like Xander was in the 3rd round, that he'd be able to finish him. What are your thoughts? And what did you see from Ennis there that Vergil could exploit?
100% agree with Vergil. I think if Vergil is able to fight Boots and we were able to get those punches, I think it's over. I think Vergil is not going to hold back. Vergil has great, insane power at 154. So I think Vergil will finish him.
Yeah. Where does?
And look, I understand anybody speculating because that's what fighters do. He like, oh man, you give me those same shots, I'm knocking you out. I understand that, and look, I would be concerned if that's Vergil landing those same shots. Obviously, because he's way more of a violent puncher than Xander. You know what I mean? He's a violent puncher. That dude trying to hurt you, trying to punch through your soul. So yeah, you know, I understand his point of view, saying yeah, if I get them shots, but the same could be said about if he landed the same shots Boachuk landed and put you down, right? Knocked you down twice in the fight. He can get you out of there. If he landed some of the same shots he was landing on Xander, do you take the beating for 6-7 rounds like Xander did, right? You just never know. You know what I'm saying? You do got some wear and tear. You've been hurt before in multiple fights. Boots is aware of that. You was hurt in a Mean Machine fight. Like your cage has been rattled. You know what I'm saying? You was more hurt in the Mean Machine fight than I've ever seen Boots hurt in any fight. And that's real. You was legit hurt, heavy legs, like you was hurt. But you fought back and stopped his ass like a real one, a dog that you are. But no, it's just a part of boxing, bro. But like I said, with him feeling like Vergil is the guy bringing that pressure, and he know he punch harder, I feel like he gonna prepare accordingly, man. I have no doubt in my mind. Just like KO was saying, like he gonna try to make less mistakes against this guy, because again, you don't want to allow a puncher to get those freebies or those clean shots on you like that. I mean, Vergil is a really damn good finisher, but like KO mentioned, the power jab has been a great tool, but how great would it be against Boots? He got a jab, he'll be double jabs, triple jabs. His punch is coming from everywhere. So if you come in with that high guard, I think he'll pick it apart, just like Radio saying. I'm telling you, that high guard is not going to be a good move for you. Vergil will compete. You noticed that Mike Kirkland might be on it. You caught that? I remember he said in a different interview some years ago that Boots could be the kind of, Vergil could be the kind of guy that's down the rounds, but you got to kill him to beat him, and you could see him coming back and all this and that. It's almost like he was admitting that he could be down on rounds and they'd be banking for that money shot, thinking Vergil could land it, but not saying that he can't, but will he? You know what I'm saying? What's the probability or the likelihood that he lands that money punch if Boots is out there outboxing him and styling on him, doing that and one mixtape stuff that he do? So we'll see, man. It's just easy to be loud on the sideline, but you had the opportunity, and I'm not blaming Vergil solely, but him and his team, they just didn't have their ducks in a row, and that's the reason why y'all wasn't in the ring with Boots, and it was Xander. You know what I'm saying? They had their business in a row. So let's see it, man. Hopefully, Oscar De La Hoya could patch things up and you can get back in the ring, but you don't want to fight Boots off no layoff, fam. Let me tell you that now. I don't care how hard you think you punching. You don't want to fight Boots off no layoff, fam. I'm telling you now. You don't want that. Let's see. Listen, I don't doubt that he could have success with it, Damon, with the power jab, but I just feel like it's Boots that got more of the tools, man. But we'll see. Hopefully we get to see it. Let's play this, but we got plenty more to get to, man.
Ennis line up now in terms of, I guess, the pound for pound list, and based off that performance, how good is he?
Well, look, I think, you know, I guess it depends on who you ask. Pound for me is a fighter that shows great skills, obviously, against the opponents that they're beating and the way they're beating them. You know, fighters that are in pound for pound list, you got to show that you belong there. You got to defend that position too. You can't, you know, I don't, you know. Number one to me, I think is Inouye, because he's fighting the best available opponents possible, and he's beating them, not just beating them convincingly, but also could be winning everyone, but still wants to get that extra, wants to get that knockout. You know, Crawford was one of those guys that you know, he's winning, but he also wants to. He pushed himself to give the fans what they want to see, that knockout. You know, Bam does that. You know, Bam doesn't just get comfortable.
That high guard,
he wants to finish the fight in a good way by knockout. So that's the difference in pound for pound. That's why I call pound for pound. So I like you know, I think Boots is getting his way there. But I think this fight was more about fight of the year type of fight, not pound for pound. You know, to be able to beat pound for pound, he should have dominated without getting hurt. No, he got hurt and came back, which is also one thing that fighters do.
Nah, I don't think getting hurt and coming back disqualifies you from being pound for pound because you got hurt in a fight. That's kind of silly.
A pound for pound fighter could get dropped, but if he comes back and Knox just pointed out the way Boots did, then that is, you know, he's coming his way up there. So top 10, he could be up there. 9 or 10, somewhere on there.
Does it make sense for Vergil to come
because he number
straight
9
into an Ennis fighter, take a tune-up? How would you see it as his trainer? What would you recommend?
No problem. We would do it. You know, look, I know Eddie mentioned something about maybe Vergil needs or is going to want a comeback fight. No, that's not the case. Maybe that's what he wants for Boots. Maybe that's why he's trying to push that on us to try to get Boots something else before that. But no, we'll go straight into that fight ASAP.
Okay, well, he's saying they go straight into the fight easy. Well, look, I don't deny it. I think y'all confident, but again, after seeing this situation play out, and y'all had the opportunity, fam, and it got blown. Like I hate when you seem more confident now that the fight is not happening than when it was. Like, it's no reason why y'all should have did a face-off and got out the ring talking about Errol Spence. To me, I just thought that was crazy. And just for the fight not to happen, knowing that all of the things that y'all put out, from how much money that y'all can make, how much money you want, how the manager and promoter not on the same page, they're not having conversations about the fight. There's a lot of like BS going on that just didn't make sense. So y'all really didn't have stuff in order now. He's speaking as a trainer, but obviously he don't hash out the business. But I hear Vergil, I hear Robert. I hear y'all. We know y'all a hell of a tag team, but it's Vergil and Golden Boy and Rick all on the same page. Can y'all get y'all guy in the ring with Boots without all this BS? It was already a blown opportunity. I gave us the face-off, but no fight. And again, it wasn't on Boots. You get me? Fight Boots off a layoff, it's going to be bad for you, man. Kyle, I'm telling you, changing him as he go, fam. Son of God, what it do, homie? 5-star boxing talk starts, my dog, man. How you feeling? Y'all hit that like button, man. Support the grind. We're gonna keep building, y'all. Confident people, LOL, Price don't want you to come to Vergil's fight, keeping them from the ring. Yeah, I'm telling you, bro. Telling you. Like Vergil and coming to the division fight. Yeah. Then back to back. Thomas Delorme and what was the other guy? Damn. Frederick Lawson, I think it was. Shower. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, he better. Talking about y'all gonna go straight into that fight. That's that bravado talking. I'm telling you. Don't go into that fight, because that's the first thing that's gonna be coming out your mouth, man. It's gonna be what and you know, we had a little bit of ring rust, and you know, I'm telling you, I can hear it now. Don't do it. And facts with a brain injury. Facts. Frederick Lawson. Already been knocked out before that. Them dudes wasn't on shit. And Thomas Delorme ain't no damn 54-pounder. We know that. We know. So we ain't have to see the fight to know that. We knew he wasn't. But yeah, Vergil was on the sideline. So look, we're going to talk about it a little bit, man. A little bit. Talk about this conversation. And I got this little clip. Vergil was talking some trash, man.
At 154, Jaron Ennis.
Yeah.
Do you think that the weight could have ever even been an issue? Like, he's at 47, now he's at 54. Do you think that would have ever been an issue?
I'm sleeping, Jaron.
Discussion about fighting.
Not really, man, because we were both bound to move up to 154 anyways. I mean, like I said, the fight was going to happen at 147, 154, probably not 160. I don't see that. Because it has to happen. Because it has to happen soon. Because it has to happen.
Yeah, because 160 is that far away for you guys, right?
Yeah. We both just moved up, so it has to happen at 154. So it'll happen soon.
You guys are very comfortable at 154. You think you're gonna stay there for a while?
Yeah. So I've only been at 154 for maybe not even like a year. This coming August.
You know, in this era, Undisputed is really big. Is that your goal at 154, Undisputed, or?
For sure. Yeah. You know, I mean, even if we don't get Undisputed, it's. What I'm trying to say is, that's not even the goal. The goal is to fight everyone, and Undisputed just kind of comes with that. But we want to fight everyone. You know, I'm a competitive person. I like to test myself against people.
I don't deny none of what Vergil was saying, but you see what he was talking, man. He said Xander looked trash. He looked to his corner. You know what I'm saying? He quit. Like, he was going in on Xander. You know what I'm saying? Said Xander was trash, man. Xander, you look straight to your corner after you got dropped the last time. You're a C. Said you did better than I thought you were gonna do. But you're a quitter. I can't believe I just saw you do that. So he's on his helmet about quitting. Look, like I said, I just think he gave you everything he could on the night. I don't think he just like straight up tapped out and quit. You get what I'm saying? I do think he tried to he gave it what he could, bro. And sometimes as fans, we gotta see it for what it is. He didn't stop at the first sign of trouble, the second, you know what I mean? Second sign of trouble, first knockdown, the second knockdown. He fought through it. That third one, just think that the writing was on the wall with that. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes you just gotta save yourself for the next fight. You get so.
Yes, but we never saw.
Oh, you gonna put me
What?
Yeah, it's called it's like a what they call it. Hey, Just, you there, brother?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh
good,
yeah,
bro.
man. Hey, look, man, I just want to introduce you to my wife, and we're just getting in from the north trip from Thursday, brother. And we listened to you the whole 5 hours. Come here, baby.
You know it. Appreciate that.
The whole 5 hours on that Thursday night. I like to call it your marathon.
Right.
Baby, right here. Can you see it, Just?
Hey, man, how you doing?
I am fine. How are you? I'm
It's
so
good
glad
to see you. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Man, for sure, man.
So
I love to see it, man. How y'all doing?
We doing good, man. This was the lady who introduced me to you. She was following.
Yeah, that's dope, man. That's dope, man. It really is.
Yes, it is.
Appreciate you.
Thanks.
Appreciate you showing them the channel, man. That's dope.
You got
Shout out to the queen.
She said you're quite welcome. Her on.
Right.
Hey, listen, can I chop it up with you on that Boots fight, man? Because we was down in Norfolk. We were down in Norfolk, and I watched it at the hotel, like I told you that night when you came on your live. Let me just say this, Josh. I'm just gonna put it where the cows get it, because I don't have a cut card in my spirit, bro. I call balls and strikes like a referee, right?
I like it.
I am sick and tired of these YouTube warriors. Watch this. Your Andre Wards, your what's my boy name that Crawford beat up and his father threw in the towel?
Sean Porter.
Sean Porter. Listen, thank you, Just for helping the old man out.
I got you.
I am sick of these brothers, brother. Andre Ward was on with my boy Roy Jones Jr. talking about how this was before the Boots fight.
Right.
And even after criticizing, right? Because he got touched. Everybody get touched. Here's what I did. I went and Google searched how many fights that Andre Ward had and how many knockouts. That faggot chump, I'm sorry to say it that way, had 31, 32 fights and only 17 knockouts. Here's my point. Boots, 35 fights, 31 knockouts. And you guys are going to sit there and talk like he's trash. Bro. So man, they make these. I don't know what's in the Kool-Aid. Maybe they was raised up on when we came along. We came along on. Watch this. You're gonna laugh because you may not gonna understand. I was born in 1961. We ain't have all that breastfeeding milk stuff because Mama was out there trying to hold it down in the family of 5, 6, 7 kids.
Right.
So we had to kind of like drink canned milk, baby, pet milk. You never heard of that. Carnation milk.
Right, right.
But these rascals have been spoon-fed, good milk, formula, Similac, and all that. But, bro, they don't have no heart for their own people, bro. These ninjas will get on there and sit there and give this loser all the respect. Well, man, you know what? He showed up. Keep his head up. Right. Watch this. When Devin got knocked down by Ryan and came back and finished the whole 12-round fight, none of them ninjas said, well, how he bounced back and he was trying to win. bro, they will eat us like we dirt, bro. And these are ninjas, man.
Right.
And so I'm sick of them. So I'm sick of them, man. So
Yeah, I didn't get to hear Andre Ward assessment on him because he's usually a fair guy. That's my guy. I like Ward, man.
Well, guess what?
He do a lot of great interviews, so I gotta go check out
Please do
what he said. But I know I got one from Porter. He was over there talking to Crawford about the fight. But yeah, the hate train is real, man. A lot of people, they just don't want to give a man credit that he deserved. He went out there, he performed, he beat a undefeated unified champion in spectacular fashion, dominated the man. You get what I'm saying? Dominated him. So yeah.
Absolutely. Now listen, I don't know if you saw mine when I was on the train. We just got back. It was a 6 hour down, 6 hour back.
Right.
Hitting you up, and I was well, the chat one you put up, but I sent you one in the regular chat, and I said, here's what I would hope. Here's what I would like for Boots the corner to do, side to do. Let Vergil fight the Tower Inferno, and Boots take the winner of that fight. Because here's why I mentioned that, brother. Listen, I remember when Tank, I'm in Baltimore, Tank is from right here, B-More, right? I remember Tank was knocking out everybody, right?
Right.
The Latino side of YouTubers went crazy. Watch this. Tank walk around weight is 135 on any given day. Ryan Garcia, I'm just using an example, walk around weight because I caught him on one of those Hispanic channels, and my daughter speaks Spanish because he's a Spanish teacher and French teacher. He said, Dad, he just said his walk around weight was 170. So here's my point. They were because none of them could beat Tank. They was like putting them up against Conor Ben when Conor Ben was at 165. Here go Tank 130. Here's my point by saying I would love to see let Fundora fight these Hispanic dudes, man, because they always want to throw us in with people 2 times our size, 4 times our size, and see how we fare and just criticize the hell of us even when we win.
Yeah.
So I didn't mean to be that heavy, man, but I'm tired of this generation of these boxing YouTubers, brother. And Andre Ward, you watch this. After this day, you're gonna start watching him a little bit different. When you catch him in an environment that is not ours, this mother effer goes right over there like we dirt. I'm just being honest, man. I'm just being honest. And his record is nothing compared to Boots' record. Son Porter, I went and looked at his. He is nothing compared to Boots.
Yeah, it was Porter. I thought because I was trying to figure out which one of the two. It was Porter. It was Porter with the tough criticism for Boots. It was him saying that he said we found out something, 3 things. Are we seeing 3 stars or something? Said Emiliano Vargas this. He said something. Then he said Boots struggling or something like that. Yeah, that was Porter. Yeah, that was Porter that made the comment.
That was Porter that made that comment. And before the fight is when you look at when Andre Ward was with Roy Jones. They got their own show called the Legends of
All the Smoke Fight.
Yeah, All the Smoke Fight. Thank you. So you always help this old man out.
No, it's all good.
So but man, shooting Boots down like he's nothing, brother. But you know what? I commented on Boots when he was on one of them channels. I said, look, man, just keep winning. That's all you got to do to shut these people. Yeah. They're not going to listen. If you beat King Kong, they will still find something wrong.
Yeah, they are.
They
always find something.
So I do want to leave you with this. If we don't lift each other up, those other nations are not going to treat us with any freaking respect. They'll say this, damn, that's why I like Eddie Hearn with being Boots' manager in terms of this. Boots said that he liked that guy, Eddie. They seem to be a good tag team. Boots must be making the money that he wants because I'm not hearing them complain and saying Eddie ain't paying them well.
Right.
I'm like Boots' father. If you don't hear us say it, them talking here will say what they want. If you don't hear us say it, it ain't what it is.
Right. It ain't solid.
Eddie pushed. He said if any of these black fighters, any of these African American fighters was living in Europe with the skills they got there, they would be celebrity star billionaires. He was saying that to say that's how great these guys are here, man. And we come in, meaning these talking heads who fought before. And what throw me off though, just is the ones who've been in the boxing game. Now they retired. And I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm ticked off with Crawford. I am really ticked off with him. Dude, if anybody will have some respect for up and coming young brother who's putting it on the freaking line, nigga, he's fighting everybody y'all put in front of him. Right? Stenonis supposed to have been a tough fight. Oh, well, Boots won that, but he didn't shut up. You know, and on that fight, I even got mad with his father when he was telling him, what's wrong with you? You can't knock him out. And I was like, ask my wife, I stood up and said, Boots, if you was my son, I'll hug the shit out you.
Right.
Because you are doing great out there. You're not gonna always get a knockout, just you know what I mean? But you was beating the off the dude, man. Belt the ass. I mean, you know, bro, we push our own black fighters, bro, to misery, man. But meaning, you know, not supporting them. So I just want to land my plane. Boots over everybody in his whole entire weight class. Boots over everybody. I'm letting you know. Boots. And if Crawford want to bring his old wrinkly ass out of retirement, let me tell you, my wife knows. She will tell you, I loved me some Crawford. I followed Crawford when nobody was on his train. But and here's what I got ticked off with him. When he had the opportunity to step on Canelo, I mean to step on him, he backed off and said, well, I wanted all of us to go home safe. But yet you'll jump in on Boots, you'll jump in on another black fighter and destroy the shit out of him like you did with Earl Spence. Bro, what's wrong? I'm just being honest, man. They give cut cards to these other nations, nationality of people. But when it comes to our own fighters, they try to murder them, bro. So I lost respect for Crawford out there mouthing off like he's doing. And I hope you don't even give him the time of day in terms of when he says stuff, just dismiss him because he's retired. You know,
I'll put it in perspective. Shout out to my good brother Mike Kirkland again in that super chat. He says Xander, the warrior with balls, Vergil didn't seem to want it when Boots was in his face. I mean, he got right out the ring and started talking about fantasy fights and dream fights with Earl Spence that the zone had to come out and say they wasn't even willing to pay for it. Hold on, I'll get you. Shout out to my.
I'm sorry, Just. Who was that again, Just?
Look, because if you look at, shout out to Mike J. If you see the post up here, you see with Crawford saying, I'm happily retired. He said Boots era. He like, if he surpasses me, I'm going to be rooting for him. So what I'm saying is this, what I've been watching, I've been calmly, quietly watching. Crawford got a lot of hate throughout his career, still, even in retirement. What they do is he constantly done told them over and over, like, yo, let him do what he doing. I'm retired. I ain't coming back. But what they continuously do is they keep, what about Boots? What about Boots? And I think the competitor in him responds like one, like, yo, I'm better than this kid. Look at this. But at the end of the day, I think he in full support of him. But it's just, I think it get annoying after a while. You keep asking me about a guy. I just told you I'm retired. I told you I'm in support of him. But y'all want to see one of us fight. I want to see us fight so bad. And I think there's genuine boxing fans that would love to match up, like, because we love it to see them two go at it. Two guys that could both switch, you know what I mean? You already know what Crawford has proven, and Boots' era is begun. So it will always be a great fight. But the bigger story is people wanting to see either one of them lose because of the hate they got. On one end, they want to tell you Boots is a hype job. Then they want to still kind of knock him for the Xander win. They tell you Crawford, same thing. He ain't fought nobody. He ain't this, he ain't that. But it's like, why do y'all want to fight? Why do y'all want to see them fight so bad if they both ain't proving shit? So it's like I see through it. And it's like some people, you can tell by how they talk about it, they just want to see a dope matchup. But then there's people that like this shit right here. They want to hear them go back and forth and want Crawford to speak a certain way. So they have to see Crawford hating on him. I don't think it's that. I just think he's speaking from a competitor. It's like, That's all he knows is boxing. If you gonna ask me, is this kid better than me? I'm gonna tell y'all no. I'm gonna tell y'all, look, this is the reasons why. And that's the fighter in him. But the real man in him is when he say shit like this, yo, I'm happily retired. Happily. Now, this is a bold statement. They'll still come out next interview. So what do you think about a fight with you and Boots? Like, shut the hell up. He ain't fighting Boots. He want to support him. Just like Earl Spence. Earl Speed whooped Earl. He still said, yo, I'm rooting for Earl. I think he got this Tim Zoo. I'm going to be right there rooting. Like, they want him to be a hater of these people, but in reality, he got more love for him than I think it seemed. I think what you hearing, though, as far as the criticism, that's the fighter in Bud. He ain't too long retired. He still got something in the tank, but I think he cool where he at. And they want to put them two against each other. They kind of know the fight not going to happen because Bud said, yo, I'm good. I made my money. Like, I'm not selling my soul to try to just come back for money. So he like, I'm good. But it's like, that's not enough. Nah, you got to come back and fight Boots. The same guy y'all keep saying is a hype job. So it's like, I'm trying to understand the thought process. Why would y'all even want to see this fight? That's because they both, Crawford is a proven great and Boots is on his way to being great. And it'll be a dope ass fight for boxing. But that's all that is, bro. I really do think they be catching Crawford where they, you just get annoyed. Like, stop asking me about this kid.
I'm glad you shared it with me in real time because that's what my hope have always for these fighters, man, that been on came from nothing to magnificent. The early eras, them guys never chewed each other that bad.
Yeah, it's corny, right? So it's like I always try to add the context around it because you just hearing the statements, you like, man, why is he going off? Nah, instead of y'all asking Crawford, man, what about the performance you just seen tonight? Like, that's what they should be on instead of trying to make this fantasy matchup with them two. Like, shut up. It's only so much room he got to speak. Ain't no fighter gonna be like, yeah, this dude better than me. He could beat me. Like, man, Crawford, the ultimate competitor. None of these dudes could beat me. And Boots, like, he got a similar energy. Yo, that dude retired. I'm not thinking about him. You see how he's trying to dismiss the question, but they'll keep force feeding it. Like, at some point, Boots would be like, bro, I beat his ass. And then now it's Boots is the bad guy. No, he not. He a fighter, bro. You keep asking me about a guy. What do you want me to say after a while? And it's like, if he's back, if he's unretired, if he come back, ask me about him. But right now, the man told you he retired, and I'm focusing on Xander or possibly a matchup with a Fundora or even a Vergil. Let's talk about shit that could actually happen. He don't seem like he coming back right now, but they're so ignorant because they know, like, we'll play into it after a while. We'll respond, or the fighter's gonna respond like fighters 10 times out of 10. But us, we'll just jump all over. Yeah, you heard what he said. You hear these dummies keep trying to force feed the fight down his throat? He just told y'all, yo, let Boots build. Let him do what he doing. He telling you, yo, it's his era. Let him do him. I'm retired. I'm supporting this man. If he passes me up, I'm gonna be rooting for him. Like that, I think that's genuine. Like, yo, that's just what it is.
You know what, Just? You are absolutely hitting the ball out the park, and I appreciate you checking me in real time. That made my heart felt good to know that Crawford, and I'm reading it. But let me just say this with you, Just. It had always, in boxing, listen, I've been watching boxing. I'm 65 years old. I have been from a little boy when we used to run to the radio and follow Muhammad Ali, 8, 9, 10 years old, because my old siblings were into boxing, right? And we had that's why I told you again, hey, whenever you guys do something local, let me know, Just. My wife and drive up, I like to see the new upcoming guys, right? And I'll do the same for you because we got some boxing good stuff going on down here, man. Baltimore boxing. But listen, anyway, check this out. It has always been in their nature to try to find a fighter. We used to call it the great white hope. Somebody to beat you black guys, right? Real honest. So then they used to put rocks in their gloves just to have an advantage to beat our boxers up, man. Things. So right now, and I'm just being real honest, right? Over, and I like to call it in the Hispanic YouTube world over there, they got a jealous streak down so freaking deep that it's sickening. They speak about Clarissa Shields as if she dirt, but guess what? She's rich. I told one guy.
Oh my goodness, bro! That I got to dedicate a live to that. That's some of the most disgusting, disappointing stuff that I've ever encountered and witnessed in this boxing space. I've never seen hate run that deep for a person that's just human. She gonna make mistakes. Every decision she make is not gonna be perfect. You know what I mean? She's not gonna be everybody's cup of tea or role model, but I think what she represent on the grand scheme is far greater than any dirt that y'all trying to dig up in her personal life. That's why I can't stand it. I'm totally against the way they covering Clarissa Shields right now. It's disappointing.
Just let me tell you what it is. Hey, I'm gonna put it where the cows is. It's racist. Watch this. Just watch it. Watch this. Watch this. Jake Paul said Bad Bunny wasn't an American. Trump said to them that Puerto Rico is nothing but a floating effing garbage can. Watch this. They didn't ball their fists up and fight for their right against that at all. But crucified this sister who is a black, well, I hate to use the word black because I'm an Israelite, man. The God don't call us black.
Melanated.
You know what I'm saying? Beautiful sister who went out there, built herself up. Yes, he got a mouthpiece. So did Muhammad Ali. You know, but when a woman do it, they especially if she's a black woman and dark skinned too. On top of that, these Hispanic wants to see us lose so bad. Watch this. Right after Boots beat Ryan the Lion freaking bum ass Garcia had the nerve to talk. Well, Vergil over Boots. Nigga, you get in the ring with Boots.
You're right.
Let me see you get in the ring with Boots.
Right.
You're a boxer. Why are you putting somebody else up? And these Hispanic YouTubers that follow these guys, they love it. They love to eat it up.
They do.
Okay. Go ahead, Jess. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jess.
Nah, it's all good. Nah, the stuff they doing, like I say, I'm with you. The stuff I just never seen hate that run that deep. And it's crazy because 95% or more of the content has nothing to do with boxing. They going at her personal life. Like I'm hearing like cringe conversations, this stuff that I don't even like to repeat. And we all adults, we've heard this stuff before, but that's so out of bounds when it comes to boxing that it's hard to repeat and listen to people do that to her. And it's like, bro, when you ask somebody, all right, well, what's the worst thing she's done? And it's gonna be something she said. That's so lame. That's so you telling me just off that's enough to tear her down for months. Like this is I was live one day and I did it. I ain't gonna say the channel's name, but I counted this individual had about, I think, between 16 to 18 straight live streams. Oh, Clarissa Shields this, Clarissa Shields that, Remy Ma, Pat Poose this, Clarissa Shields not really getting the money. It's like, bro, I'm like, wow, but the crazy part is the people tune in. That's what they want to hear.
I call one of them soft paw, and I call the other one Bucky Eye. They call punch, right? But these efforts are worthless. They cowards. Like I told them, I say, here you are. You will come after us. You will come after black fighters. But here's why. I'm gonna end on this. I'm really going to end. I did a Google search on what percentage of Hispanic fighters ever made it to championship compared to black. Man, we got 97%.
running miles in that department for sure.
And so that bothers them, bro. That bothers them. So, but it's not our fault, man. We are gifted with that, man, from the Most High, bro. You gotta take that up with the Most High, bro.
No, I'm with you, Shawa. I get it. I just noticed, like, most of the time when I hear this stuff, it'll be like some stuff that we really we wouldn't know her for that. Like, and it seemed like all the negativity started with that Pat Poose situation. That's why for me, I just wish that was something that was off the internet, because it seemed like without it, a lot of that negativity wouldn't follow it. Because the conversations, like, look, I've heard stuff. I like when she talk about fighting men, beating up men. No, certain things, like, I get it, it's a little, you know what I mean? You're a little rough around the edges, say some stuff, a little cringe, but I'm just like, what she stand for, I think, is bigger than, and that overall message, it should shine more than her personal stuff. It'd be too much personal stuff. And she got to do a better job at ignoring that stuff.
Think about what they're doing. They can't beat her in the ring, just so they'll do what?
They're gonna beat her with the narratives.
So, but watch it. Even if Clarissa Shields, listen, You talking to a man who worked in the criminal law enforcement.
Shower, I know how you do, Queen. You one of the best doing it, and I mean it. You're one of the best female content creators that speak boxing. It's always a real conversation with you. I've never heard you hate or tear down a fighter. So I definitely, like, don't get me wrong, this stuff, I get it. But for the most part, when I be asking that question, it just don't be enough substance there to not like her like that. It'll be, oh, well, she said this. She said she'll beat up a man. She dating a married woman. I mean, a married man. She this, she that. I'm like, bro, we don't care. The ring stuff. What's up with that? Oh man, she fight nobody. She don't get knockouts. She this. She talk too much. I'm just like, bro, shut up. Support the woman. She come from Flint, Michigan, where you can't drink the damn tap water. Fam, she been fighting all her damn life, and she getting this male-dominated sport where she got to fight tooth and nail, and some of that stuff, some of her frustrations are validated when you see the fact that they try to build Savannah Marshall career off an amateur win that she never should have got. You know, as great as Katie Taylor is, as great as Amanda Serrano is, there's only one quote. Why did Jake Paul, as much as he say he for all the women, and I respect that about him, but then you get in position and it becomes an MVP versus Clarissa. How is it even that? Because she didn't sign there. That's lame. It should be like, well, we ain't working together, but she's the GOAT because she made that what it is, trademarked it. That's her brand. But to try to this MVP versus Clarissa shit was corny. The Alicia Bumgarner back and forth. I'm just like, why is it seem like her against a whole damn promotional outfit? And that's just ridiculous.
You know what? And guess what she got to do just to keep winning? That's all she got to do, just keep winning. And she's clocking in money. We call it quote here in Baltimore, Maryland. We got major love for her. Franchon DeCruz, we got love for her. Baltimore.
We love it.
We got your girl up there, up in the New Jersey, Jadeja Green. Oh,
Jadeja Green, yes sir, yes
how
sir.
How is she doing, Just? How is she doing, man? How she?
I mean, I had reached out, man. She was in good spirits, man. She reached back, and you know, my girl be checking on her and reaching out to her as well. She really solid, man. That's always gonna be one of my favorite fighters to support. She is as genuine as they come. And real quick, shout out to Ocean Dreaming for the love in the Cash App. She said that caller is on point. Support for the channel. Shout out to Ocean Dreaming. She rocking what you said, Tim. Shout out to Ocean Dreaming. Appreciate you, Queen.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these bet, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
As well as that, all them female fighting now. Real quick. Oh, thank her for that beautiful comment, man. I appreciate that. Jake Paul.
I got some dope ladies that support the channel, man. They all dope. Some of them do content, and some of them just supporters, and I appreciate all y'all.
That's what's up, bro. Listen, man, watch this, bro. We have always in our community, man, always had the women back us up. This new, listen, John, I'm gonna make you. This new, Jess, I don't know how old you are. I never met you yet.
40.
But this new generation of young men, they run from out into each other's arms. And I can't stand it.
Right.
So our women's always been back in black men. So I'm gonna always stand for my nation of people, bro. And watch this. Not only my nation of people, but for good people in general, bro. I don't want to be around people or even break bread with people who will look at another person and just step on them.
Yeah, for no reason, just nothing good to say. Very miserable. Like I said, boxing got some of the most miserable and ill-informed, gullible fans. Like, people are just emotionally driven. The sport is about how could I sway my listeners into pushing this narrative. Like, you have people getting on these platforms and trying to convince listeners why they shouldn't support a fighter because of something he or she said in an interview that didn't come to fruition. It's the most silly ridiculousness that I've ever seen. That's why I take the approach I do. I'm going to support all these guys, all these ladies, because they deserve it. You give me a fight that I want, I'm going to support it. Buy it if I have to, and we're going to call it. We're going to build it up. If it's not something that's worth it, then I'll never mind it, and we could go to the next thing. But to sit here and spend hours of my time destroying the sport and then be like, but I love boxing though. Every other word is this one ain't shit, this one ain't that, this one got ducking, this one's scared. There's just too much toxicity, man. Let's bring the grown men and grown women, the adult conversations back to this space, man. Building this sport up the right way and not falling for the banana in the tailpipe with this shit here. Boots and Crawford. Dudes ain't fight. They time kind of faded, and it just is what it is. It wasn't about ducking. It wasn't meant for them dudes to fight. But now what we got is Boots in a position where he could prove how great he is. But the only way he could do that is by y'all keep attaching Crawford until this man get agitated and say, "Look, I'll beat his ass." And then it's like, "See, I told you, he be just hating on Boots." No, stop asking him. He telling y'all he support him. He telling y'all it's his era. He letting you know what it is. You like, yo, stop asking about this kid.
Yeah,
let him be great.
I hope Crawford be much more mature than that, man. That's elementary.
For sure. Ignore they dumb shit, because that's all they want to see you do is go back and forth with them. Go at them. Then it get to a point where people, they can monetize, like the queen is saying, they can monetize off that hate and negativity. That's what they on. These dudes don't be giving a damn about really seeing the fight all that bad. You get what I'm saying? It's about, now we got a narrative that we can push. Yeah, Terrence Crawford need to shut up about Boots. Like, bro, y'all asking him, and then when he responds, it's like he need to shut up about Boots or come out of retirement and shut up. Like, yo, what?
But look,
He all over the world and stuff. He everywhere you look up, Buzz somewhere different. I like that on him. I like the 42, 43 and no, like good. You good right there. I don't need to see another fight. That Boots is more than enough smoke at 54. It's a 60 when he decide to go up there. What they don't want you to understand or believe is that these two dudes can be two of the greatest boxers without ever fighting each other. That can be true, but they don't want you to think that way. They're like, nah, the only way, man, Crawford got to fight Boots and Boots got to fight Crawford. Nah, no, they don't.
Just a week ago,
Boots going to keep winning and Crawford going to keep supporting. That's what I think.
Hey, Just, you hitting the ball out the park, especially when you say the banana in the tailpipe. Watch this. Here's the banana in the tailpipe. Just last week, they were saying he needed to fight Xander. So he just beat Xander. Now they're moving the goalpost. Bro, these rascals don't have their great whites hope. And I'm just saying, not only white, they're Hispanic hope, they're white hope. They don't have them just. So here's what they're going to do. They say, man, God darn it, why can't we beat these goddamn black fighters? So let's just crucify them. Let's pit them against each other. And you got your Sean Porter. I believe he married to a white woman any damn way. So he probably over there sucking ass. I'm just being honest. I'm sick of these. I'm sick of them, bro. I'm sick of them, bro. They got to get over there, I know Andre Ward, your boy, but I'm telling you.
Yeah, because he got integrity about it. He'll give criticism, but he gonna be honest and he gonna make sure he highlight what's dope about him. Like he might have critiqued Boots, but I don't think he slandered them like some of these other dudes is trying to do.
I'm gonna find it and I'm gonna try to get it to you somehow.
If you can find it, definitely send it to me.
Go to the one that you told me, all the smoke when him and it took Roy Jones to say, wait a second. Listen, watch this. Roy Jones said this. Have I not heard you to say, okay, here's what the beef was. He kept saying, Andre Ward, well, he's not ready. He's not ready to go and fight Boots. And Roy Jones said, well, hold up for a second. He got 2 belts. When have I ever heard you, Andre, say that about any other body else who got 2 belts, that they not ready? He said, you the king of the hill when you got 2 belts. So he said, and so Roy Jones was like, damn, he's ready. Yes, he is ready. What's all this protectionist? Look, they call them kids and call our young men who 18, 19, grown men, man. Listen, bro, I'm older than you. There's a lot of key words and code words that these people do to our fighters. They'll call Ryan Garcia. Listen to Oscar. Well, he's a kid. Rody was a kid. No, they were 20-something damn years old. He's not a kid, but Tank wasn't a kid. They was putting Tank with King Khan. They was putting Tank with fight Conor Ben, fight Fundora. I mean, these mother effers, bro. I don't have no respect for them at all, man. So listen, Oh, I want to show you something real quick. My wife growing her own vegetables outside. Look at this, bro. Can you see my wife growing her own vegetables? Can you see these
That's
beautiful?
dope. Shout out to the wife, man. Shout out to the wife, man. She getting
These are
it done over there. You know
yeah,
what I'm
man.
saying? Wife got a green thumb, got the garden going, veggies
We old,
growing. That's dope, man.
we old, bro. And look, real quick, I got my gazebo, so I watch my boxing inside of here, man. So I got a TV inside my gazebo. Let me show it to you. Hold on, go away. Let me lift my. Come on, Tim. Hold on. Don't go up with it. Let me lift it up. Got my TV in here. Now we've been gone for 4 days, so I closed it up. We just got back today. Got my gazebo.
Get to this. Pull this out.
Man, we do it small and big in Baltimore, man. Let me
Nice
get you
little
straight.
spot. Got you a tent. Okay.
I got the switch turned off inside. Oh no, I don't. Hold on. Let me turn my lights on. I'm turn everything on. There we go. And let me turn my TV. I ain't had my TV on in 4 days. Let me see. I got my fan on up there. If you can see that.
Nice, man. My girl wanted a tent, man.
Yes,
My girl
sir.
wanted a little tent
Yep,
spot.
And look, and you make sure you put a ring on her finger if it's not already.
She been on my helmet too with that too. You trust me. You give me heck about it.
You know that song.
Man.
You know that song Beyonce, let her put a ring on it.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
and just listen, man, love your show, bro. Love your personality. Your show is always straightforward, and you're decent and kind, and your observation. Yeah, you and I use cuss words. I'm fine with that. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Try to be a little fair to these guys, man. Got to. Y'all hit that like button. Urban Mac. We still got some stuff to get to. I'm gonna get to this the Sean Porter joint and the Crawford joint. They've been going in a lot lately on these dudes, man.
Yeah, man. It's unfortunate that others have that kind of animosity in their heart like that. I can't figure it out, but you know what? I'm not even gonna try to, because guess what?
For sure. That's why we're gonna keep building the sport up. Miss Cruel, she said Crawford all day. You know it. We just gotta build up our greats, man. They want you to think in order for them to coexist, they got somebody gotta eliminate each other, and it just that ain't true. Crawford gonna go down as one of the GOATs of this generation of boxing, and Boots is in a position to do it. They want nothing more than somebody to stop that from happening. Why not demand or ask for the guys that's currently in his division, like a Fundora, like a Vergil Ortiz? We seen the face off with them and everything. Come on, man, what we doing? Like, let's talk about stuff that could really happen. And like Crawford sit over there, retired, enjoying being the family man that he is. Like, that it is. I would love to see the fight, but I ain't about to create fake beef between the two in order to try to shame a guy out of retirement or whatever the case. That's just foolish. His last fight was at 68, right? So tell me, he's supposed to come back after retiring and come back to where? 54, right? Because that's where Boots is. Hell no, man. Leave it alone. You're proven, you're accomplished, and Boots on his way to doing the same shit. And that's what they don't want to see. They don't want the conversation to be like, damn, Terrence Crawford and Boots showing to be two of the best in their time. They don't want that to be the case. They want it to be one or the other. Y'all got to pick one. That's what they be trying to tell us. And no, we ain't got to pick one. We can support both of them, build them both up, give Crawford the credit he deserved for accomplished, proven fighter, a great. And the same thing with Boots. He get in there and give you the kind of energy you want, the kind of fights you want. It's nothing. It's too much smoke to be demanding a retired guy to come out and fight.
Yeah. Hey, just sometimes watch the run up to some of these fights, especially when they're done by like Golden Boy or Matchroom when they doing a Hispanic. Oh, they'll say how many Puerto Ricans, or this is Cinco de Mayo Day. I mean, they love to push themselves so high and far, but yet they don't give us that same benefit. So that's why I say we just keep winning. They can't do nothing about it.
No, they can't do nothing about it. They're going to have to respect it. Like, I think at this point, just like Crawford, he got a lot of hate throughout his career. Now it's to the point where he's so far accomplished that you to sit there and hate, you just look weird. You could say you don't like him, he ain't your favorite fighter. I get it. I get it, but we just
No,
talking X's and O's.
Take that back.
That's a dog right there, man. He gave you
take
everything you could ask for.
I take that back, just I take that back about Crawford. I mean, Crawford was my man, but I was shocked when I saw some of the comments. But no, I'm back on Crawford, bro. But I'm not. But I just didn't like it because, like you, I'm thinking, man, Crawford, the way you've been persecuted all your career, I know you're not throwing this brother under the bus, man. While you retired, you know what I mean?
Right.
So that's the only thing. But now that I know that you showed that, and I'm going to back off a little bit because it just bothers me, man. Because we work too damn hard, bro. We got to get like, for example, when Ryan Garcia came on that scale drinking, I don't care. He tried to say it was apple juice. I don't give a damn what it was. I don't care if it was pee you was drinking. Here, Devin Haney had to go follow every rule you had to follow down to his weight. He was the professional that like a boxer's supposed to be. But yet, watch the crucifixion they gave to that loss. And when they caught Ryan Pop with PED, the Hispanics surrounded him and protected him and still was saying he didn't do what he did. So they will. My point in bringing that up is they don't, no matter what we do, they want to win. And when they don't win, they get sour faced and they just go out there and slander and slander and slander.
Yeah. That's why we're going to keep building and building. We're going to drown out the slander with real boxing talk. That's how we do it.
That's it. All right, that's it, Just.
You already know. Appreciate you coming up to build with me. We're going to keep rocking out for a bit. I got a couple more things we're going to cover before we head out.
Okay.
Yeah, know it. Hit the like button. Y'all, shout out to my dog, Tim, and the wife, man. Appreciate you.
Baltimore.
For sure. Shout out to B-Mo. Floyd Mayweather, Crawford, and Jaron. Boots, running, boxing. Yes, sir.
Okay, Just. Have a blessed one, bro.
All right, man. You too, bro. Stay blessed.
Yes, sir.
Let's get it, y'all. Let's get it. All right. All right, where we at with it? All right, bet. Shout out to my dog, man. So, but yeah, man. I think this was the video that he was referring to with Roy and Ward. We're gonna play that. We got the Crawford clip, and I got a couple more. We're gonna get to it. Yeah, let's go.
In the 154-pound division between Xander Zayas, two-time world champion Xander Zayas, and Jaron Boots Ennis. This fight is going to be on June 27th at the Barclays Center.
If I miss
have at it, brother. What you think about this matchup? Man, just your initial thoughts. We got time to dig into it. I just want the initial thoughts.
So my initial thoughts were, I really wanted to see Boots tested by another fighter beforehand. I wanted to see him fight Vergil Ortiz first because
at 54.
Yes, because those two guys were kind of on a collision course. However, I think Golden Boy and Vergil Ortiz had some issues. So now Boots went to the next best thing, which is even better than Vergil Ortiz. He went to Xander Zayas. But Xander Zayas is a very good fighter, a complete fighter, a fighter who I think presents next to the most, he probably the second most difficult guy to fight in the weight class because he's rangy. He can do so many things. He can fight inside. He can fight outside. He's a great body puncher. He's a very, very respected guy, and I think he's very mature for his age. Boots, on the other hand, is looking for that coming out party type fight. So he got to fight somebody at this point. And because he couldn't get A, he went to B. And I like that about Boots because Boots saying, I want all the smoke. If this one won't take me, I'll go find the next one. And so since he couldn't make the fight with Ortiz, he made the fight with Xander. This is what you want to see. This is a barn burner, I think. May the best man win, but both of these guys are capable of becoming the biggest threat to Fundora in the weight class because right now, Fundora is still the king of the weight class.
I love the matchup. Just, they're still two young guys. Boots is 28, but he's still a young guy. He's in his prime. And, Xander Zayas is 23. And when I look at this matchup initially, the first thing I think about, is it too soon for Xander Zayas? Is it a year too soon? Is it a year and a half too soon? Some would say, but he's still a two-time world champion. That doesn't mean that he's ready for this. I think Xander, and I like Xander a lot. I like him a lot personally. I like his movement. I like how he's carried himself, and I like him. I've seen his growth. You know, calling his fights on ESPN. He's got a lot to like. He's got the range. He's got the height. He's tough. You know, he got a whole country behind him, and he fully embraces trying to be the next great Puerto Rican champion. And he's gonna cause some problems for Boots Ennis throughout this fight. But the question, my initial question, is this too soon? Or is it the right time? Is it ripe and the right time for Xander Zayas? And for Jaron Boots Ennis, he needed this name. He needed this kind of matchup because that's been the biggest knock on him. It's like, yeah, you passed the eye test. We see you have skills. We respect your movement with your father and coming from Philly and everything that you guys do. We know, you know, it's widespread rumors, and not just rumors, but the truth is Boots is he's a gym rat, and he lives boxing. He really loves the sport, and you see that when he fights. But the question or concern that I have for Boots is Boots has had his way so much that I don't always see Boots, even though he does have skill defensively, he doesn't always use it. I see Boots sometimes get hit with clean flush shots, and I'll see him get hit in a fight with a repeated shot. And my boxing brain says, you took that shot against this guy. What if you get hit with that same shot against that guy? So those are my initial concerns about the fight for both guys. But if it is the right time for Xander, and he's able to pull this off and beat Boots on points, or somehow hurt Boots and stop Boots and put on a great performance, Puerto Rico has their next great star. And if Jaron Boots Ennis is able to deal with Xander Zayas and stop him and dominate him, it's going to prove a lot of what we've already seen and know about Boots, is that he has it, and he just needed the opportunity to prove it. So we're going to get into this fight a lot more as it gets closer. Exciting fight for boxing is when these types of matchups get made, man, you first tip your hat and salute them, because it's a lot of cats.
Big shout out to my brother Mike Kirkland for being a cool and patient dude, man. I appreciate you. With real ones like you that support, just keep me sticking to the mission, Mike, for sure, man. Much love, much appreciation for all your support. Oz King was good. Michael J, what up? Let's go. Let's play the rest of this.
Ducking smoke these days. And the reason why some of these fights are being made is because you have the influx of the Saudi money, and the number's so big, it's hard to say no. But these guys, I'm sure, are getting compensated, but they want the glory, they want the legacy, and they want to prove something. I respect that from both guys.
Me too. And let me say this to you right quick, Dre. See, this where we gotta learn that, it's like we can think it's too early, but we can't say it's too early when he's already a 2-time world champion. It's not too early. It's not too early, because
that's just a question. Now,
no. Let me finish. Let me finish. If he's fighting for 2-time world champion already, what if he go for the third one and he gets beat? Then he misses a big money fight with Boots instead of going on and taking this fight. You understand me? So it's like so many times we get cheated out of fights because guys try to wait till the fight simmers or gets to where it needs to be. Then they'll wait till they think one guy's ready. No. If you're a 2-time world champion across the board already, you're ready. If you're not ready, you shouldn't have got them. You shouldn't have got them 2 titles if you weren't ready. So if you got 2 titles, I don't want to hear that you're not ready. You better be ready, because you're 2-time world champion. You got 2 of the belts in the weight class. Everybody in the weight class want that. So your behind better be ready. You hear where I'm coming from? Now, with Boots Ennis, Boots is looking for the opportunity to shine his light. And Xander is a guy, like you say, that you can't let hit you repeatedly with the same shot, or you won't be around long. So Boots gonna get on his game. I'm sure he's gonna tighten up and get on his A game, because he know he has an A opponent. So I think the fight is perfect. I think it's the perfect time for the fight, because the winner of this fight is gonna be something special. Because if Xander wins it, we get another Puerto Rico versus Mexico, and he don't live in Mexico, but Fundora is Mexican, I believe. So if he wins, that's a Puerto Rico versus Mexico clash again. If Boots wins, everybody gonna want to say, you solved that puzzle, but how you gonna solve this Fundora puzzle? You understand where I'm coming from? So it's so much to build off of this fight, no matter how it ends, that this is the time this fight has to happen.
Yeah. See, when you start talking like that, that's when you start getting them videos online. I don't know if you seen that dude that been imitating you online. When you
I
start doing
seen
your
him.
hands
I
like this, you
seen him.
start
I
talking.
seen him
Hey,
with
would
the
you?
flip flops.
Yeah, I get it, but I think well, for me, what I heard from Andre was just a question. He posed a question right based off of observation, saying Boots get hit, multiple times with the same shot. I've seen that in a couple of fights, so I think he just had the same concerns that most people have. You know what I mean? He also gave Xander the same criticism. Is it too early for him? It could be. Just because you got the belts don't mean you're ready. But he was posing it more so as a questions without being overly critical. And I get it. And that's why I like both of them being the Hall of Fame guys that they are. They qualified. I get it on both sides. I think because the last one that's gonna put out the slander is Ward. He ain't gonna do that. He not on his platform. He fighting a good fight. But I think his question was honest. You know what I'm saying? What happens if Boots allows Xander to hit him with the same shot? And we found that out. So it's a good. So we understood the question, and I understood the critique because we seen it play out, especially more so in that third round with Boots and Xander. So I get it, but best believe Ward gonna breathe life into you before he tear you down for sure. So I like him, man. I like it, but we got a little bit more. I play the rest. It's a little,
but it's only one Roy Jones, so he can't get it right.
Hey, he tripping on me. He did my little part. I'm like, brother, you ain't close to me. You might have some of the Roy mannerisms, but nah, bro, you gotta do a redo on me. Man, I'm excited about the fight. We just gotta get it on, man. That's what time it is. I like what you said. 2-time world champion. It's now or never. You in a hot seat. So whether it is or not, you here now.
Yeah.
And for Boots, it's he 28. He got 30-something fights, brother. It's been time for something like this.
Exactly.
So. Yeah, I get that. So I rock with it. Those are some of the same feelings that people been having about Boots and stuff. You know what I mean? With some of the mistakes that he make or some of the tendencies or flaws, depending on how you look at it. But I think ultimately, man, he answered them questions though. We got to find that out. You know what I mean? And I think even though Xander lost, I don't think we could walk away feeling like he lost because he just wasn't ready. He just lost to a better, more superior athlete and fighter. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, absolutely, because they've done it, man. They don't have no reason to knock you either, man. You know what I'm saying? So I like them two dudes, man. Shout out to my dog Tim, but we're gonna keep going. I got another clip. This was the one where Crawford was going in, where they felt like, I think he sounded like they say he was hating or something like that. He's talking to Sean Porter, and I think Sean's tell it was. If I'm not mistaken, we're gonna get to that. Let's cover it. We got a good weekend of boxing, y'all. That's what I appreciate the most. We really did. We got a good weekend. You know what I mean? Zuffa was a solid card last night. Tony Hirsch did his thing again. Knockout. Santos
quickly give us your take on Xander and Boots last night. Let's start though. Did you have anything on Emiliano Vargas and the kid Bryce that he took out in 3 rounds? I think it was.
To be honest, I didn't even get to see that fight.
Okay.
You know, I had dozed off.
That's a fair point.
And then they woke me up and it was over. And I was like, it's over? I'm like, dang. You know, and
old ass man.
Man, boxing, sometimes boxing my kryptonite. Like I watch boxing. I've been watching boxing for so long. It's like when boxing come on, I be like, oh yeah. You know, but
I told him, I said, I'm petitioning this week. Let you got these main events got to go in the ring way earlier than some damn midnight.
Y'all,
we can't do that.
For sure.
Give us your breakdown on Boots and Xander, and a couple more things that we're gonna get you up out of here.
So my breakdown with Boots and Xander is, you know, I felt like Xander fought the wrong fight.
You know, I agree with that.
You know, a lot of people knew Xander was green and he was taking a fight too soon, but at the same time, you can't exchange with somebody that's faster than you and more athletic with you, athletic than you. So I thought that was the wrong game plan in his own right. You know, Boots is more faster, sharper, especially in the exchanges. And I think that's what led Xander to get hurt the times that he did get hurt, because he got caught with a shot that he didn't see.
Hey, but speaking to that though, real quick, and I'm sure you're going to agree with this. He had to, at some point, find moments to exchange with Boots in order to try to get off. I think ultimately that was how he was able to land that big punch that he landed in the third round.
The thing is, though, Ward, see, Boots just more of a puncher. He more of the knockout guy, but Ward was a pure boxer, gold medalist, and that Super 6 tournament, he got a damn good resume too. But yeah, I don't think nothing Ward said was like slanderous. You know what I'm saying? It was just an honest question, right? Like, because we seen it play out in the third round. So that's what he was asking about with Boots. But he also questioned, is it too soon for Xander? But then ultimately agreed with Roy. Yeah, you right. You got 2 belts, so you ain't got no choice but to be ready. You have to be ready. You got not 1 but 2 titles, a unified champion, undefeated. You ready? You get me? So I thought that was an honest conversation from the two. You know what I mean? I didn't think Roy said nothing that was damaging, because you can't. You know what I mean? He definitely gonna breathe life into the fighters, man. He got one of the best platforms because of how he chooses.
He had to be able to take chances, but the green
much
in
more
him
honest space than most
have
people.
the understanding as to when to take those chances.
That's my point. That's my point. That's where experience come into play. Knowing when to exchange, when not to exchange. When to move, when to hold. Like if you watched when he got real hurt, real bad, he didn't know when to hold. And we all yelling like, grab him. He's right there to be grabbed. And the Puerto Rican heart in him led him not to grab and take more punishment than needed. So it was a great fight. Boots showed heart, he showed grit, Xander showed tremendous heart. But I just think, going forward, both of them gonna have to sharpen up.
Sure. Go ahead, y'all.
I seen pros and cons in both their games last night. All credit to Xander, man. Young kid, went for it. 23 years old. That's a learning lesson. Boots just at a different level right now. I don't know, Zatel, how you feel? I feel round 3 was round of the year so far in boxing. They went out there and he went for it. Xander just bit down on it. How y'all feel about round 3?
It was a great. We still got some of the best exchanges of the year. Great exchanges. I give Xander credit, and I think the round he had in round 3, in a way, it was good for Boots, because if he had gotten him out of there in 1 or 2 rounds, then it's like, oh, this kid didn't bring anything to the table. But by giving him some resistance, it showed he did beat a quality young champion, and it also made him look just vulnerable enough that Vergil and Fundora, other guys will say, oh, if I could do the same thing and have even more success. So I think he showed enough vulnerability to where it was exciting. It'll entice other fighters to take their chances with him. And it also showed that he was in there with a quality, to Terrence's point, inexperienced kid. But I also wonder, from him landing the jab in the first 10 seconds repeatedly, if he took Xander's idea and game plan of trying to outbox him away from him, because he made that kid fight for his life. Like, he turned it into sink or swim from the jump. And definitely Xander, with some more experience, could have done some things to fight it smarter. But I got to give credit to Boots at the same time. He forced it to be that kind of fight as well.
But we gotta keep one thing in mind. I don't think no one picked Xander to win.
No.
And I love Xander, and he's a great kid. But no one, like, I think we overhyping this victory, in a sense where nobody picked Xander to win. Everybody was kind of like, okay, he's in over his head, and it's a matter of time before Boots catch him and end the fight. But what round will it be?
Right.
Now, I think it's going to be different when he goes up against a Fundora or a Vergil, because if one of those guys get him hurt like Xander did, I don't think it's going to be the same outcome.
I mean, it's the same way with you, Terrence. It was like, in your career, you're supposed to do that. Remember? There's a lot of us, we was like, you're supposed to do that. Literally, last night after the victory, I'm like, all right, that's what we expected. Anything less, it'd have been a knock on your career. But now, if you want to be the Terrence Crawford, Floyd Mayweather level of boxing, I need Josh Kelly, I need Fundora, I need Ortiz. We need names, Boots. None of that tune-up shit. None of that. If you want to be one of the best, you got to go out there and get it and be the best. Get back in the ring by 2027. Come on. If you really want to be one of them boys, I see he loves to talk. I see that, but you got to just show us in the ring. The resumes, that was the beginning of the resume last night for me. I don't know about the past. Zartel, you might know, you know this stuff, but I think that was the beginning of the resume last night for me.
I like that statement right there, and that you.
Nah, I mean, nah, you can't just make it seem like he fought 35 nothings before this, and everybody he was supposed to fight was on a world level. I just don't feel like that in terms of the recognizable names. Yeah, this would be one of them guys, but this shit ain't his fault. He would have had a guy like Vergil, right? If that would have worked out down there at 47. So to me, I don't think it's ever been Boo's fault as to why he haven't been able to fight certain guys, man. We've been seeing dudes avoid him and not fight him. You know what I'm saying? So, nah, Crawford ain't dug Boots. Real, you had Zab Judah that was involved in that situation when it happened. He said nobody ducked on either side. He said it was Boots. The other business came about. That's what he said. They wasn't able to work out a deal. Other business came about. I don't think Boots was ever going to fight on BLK Prime. Going to Bozy instead of the guy that makes Boots fight is always going to make it tough for you to make. You can't go to the coach and try to make the fight through the coach. That's my thing. You got to reach out to his representation, and it's not his father. So I always look at that a bit crazy, but let's keep going, man, so I can get y'all out of there. Everybody hit that like button, man.
You hit it, man. This is the beginning of his resume, and from this point forward, he cannot have any dips in where he goes. It has to be elite, champion after champion, number one, number two guy after number one, number two guy. But I want to let you go, and I want to let you go with this. A lot of people.
Wait, can I get one? Can I get one in the Terrence?
Yeah, of course.
Precious time we got with Terrence Crawford.
Yeah.
Terrence, man, you got nothing to prove. Okay, definitely not coming at it from that angle. You retired already as one of the best fighters of all time, no doubt about it. But I know you also are the ultimate competitor. Did anything about last night get your competitive juices going? Was your tweet? It definitely seemed to be in reference to the fight because it was tweeted right after the fight. And also, what level of threat is Jaron Boots Ennis to Terrence Crawford? Because in some ways, he's like a young version of you. He's ambidextrous, he has speed, he has power. And even though he's very skilled, he comes to hurt the other guy and at some point knock him out, not just outbox him. So did anything from last night get your competitive juices going? Was that tweet in reference to him? And what kind of threat is Jaron Boots Ennis to the great Terrence Crawford?
Listen. Like I said, man, of course everybody know the competitive nature in myself, but I don't worry about coming back to prove anything, because me coming back and proving something to people that it doesn't matter, what never matters, for that being, they would say, oh, well, he only fought Xander, or they'll come up with some type of excuse. But
Look, man, I'm gonna say this, man. That's the problem with boxing, bro. You gotta educate yourself, man. How could you duck somebody with no paperwork? I just told you about a guy that was representing Crawford's side and spoke on Booth's side. It was no duck involved. It's just that fight didn't materialize or come to fruition. It wasn't about Crawford ducking him. Why would Crawford duck Boots? Like, I get it. Boots look like a monster and a killer to us, but I doubt if Crawford see it that way. Do Crawford think the young man is nice? Obviously so, but that's what we can do. We can't say he ducked. They did this shit with Errol Spence. He was ducking and scared of Errol Spence. Then he makes the fight and beat him senseless, and then they got to move on to the next narrative. Oh, you ducked this one. You ducked that one. It's going to always be the same old BS, man. Ain't nobody sending no offers without working the situation. I'll end it with this. Shout out to Elijah. I'll end it with this. Cameron Duncan, up until he passed away, he promoted Boots. He promoted Boots, or he managed Boots, should I say? Not promoted, managed him. He was on record saying how Boots was bigger, faster, stronger, all this, and Boots would win. But he also was on record for saying he didn't want that fight for Jaron Boots in it. So And then I'll say this, because for the real people that pay attention, if Jaron Ennis, if Boots Ennis' whole objective was to fight Bud, why would he accept the IBF intern belt that took him right out of the rankings, the WBO rankings, where he could have fought Bud? Why accept the IBF intern belt? And I got 2 questions. Who's the IBF intern champion right now, and who was the IBF intern champion before Boots? Now tell me how that's Crawford fought too. If everything was about fighting Terrence Crawford, you don't accept the intern belt that takes you out of the WBO rankings. Now, is that Boots ducking? Surface level people would say it, but don't have nothing to do with it. I'm real enough to say he already was asked if you felt like which one would fight you. They said Errol Spence. So in my mind, he took the intern. Maybe he felt like he would have got that fight out of the 2. But at the end of the day, if everything was about him fighting Terrence Crawford, he don't accept that belt and he pursues Terrence Crawford. We don't got to make up an imaginary situation to call one guy or the other a duck. You get what I'm saying? Nah, he didn't purposely give up the belt to avoid Boots. That's another bullshit narrative. You see how y'all push y'all narrative? So why would Boots Ennis accept the IBF intern belt, knowing that takes him out of the rankings to fight Terrence Crawford? It's no, exactly. AP, exactly, fam. There's not a duck. Y'all gotta learn boxing, bro. Boots Ennis can't tell you Terrence Crawford ducked him. Boots has never said that. Why do you think? And why do you think Terrence Crawford said the same shit? They know it's nobody duck nobody. We got to stop them narratives, bro. The fight didn't materialize, but we don't got to make up scenarios to make one guy look like they ain't want to fight. It ain't got to be too late, but he said he retired. So it sound like it's too late to me. He's a retired fighter. We got Fundora. We got Jermell Charlo trying to get back in the mix. You got the Vergil Ortiz fight that still didn't happen. Why we still focus so much on Terrence Crawford fighting him? Terrence Crawford ain't got to fight this dude. Terrence Crawford going to be great. He's going to go down as one of the GOATs of this era. And I think Boots is on the path to do the same shit. He's just doing it his way. You get what I'm saying? Telling you, Boots and Terrence Crawford wasn't going to fight. It was a log jam at the top. Wasn't you really think you was going to get Boots and Terrence Bud Crawford before Bud and EJ? Come on, make it make sense, man. Them dudes was making a fight with each other, and they both got out the division. Now you're going to say, let me guess, he ran out of the division because Boots there. We got to stop pushing senseless narratives, bro. At the top is business. That fight didn't happen. More so business than anything else. It had zero to do with anybody ducking anybody. Boots wasn't trying to duck him, and Crawford, the hell would he duck Boots for? The man jumped up and fought Canelo, but he going to duck Boots. Shit don't make sense, man. Like, the man been challenging himself his entire career. He been in 5 divisions, but he ducking somebody. You don't get to the level Terrence Crawford get to ducking people, fam. That's my honest opinion. There's nobody in boxing that can tell you Terrence Crawford ever ducked anybody. Why do we do this? There's zero proof whatsoever. Boots Ennis won't say it. Bozy Ennis won't say it. Nobody on the side of PBC, no Showtime. Nobody will say that because they know it's not true. Y'all got to stop doing that, man. You got to stop doing it. He ain't in his feelings. He telling you he's speaking like a fighter. Bud is competitive. What you expect him to say? Boots Ennis he's a monster and he's gonna give me the fight of a lifetime. That's what y'all think. Bud different. He don't think the way we think. He don't. And same thing with Boots. If Boots got asked what he just said, Crawford was easy work. What y'all talking about? He said Crawford is easy work. So all right, they both saying shit that's wild. He 10 steps ahead, and he's saying Crawford easy work. What we talking about? Let's keep building, man. We don't want to get sidetracked with weird stuff, bro. Look, real boxing fans know at the top is business, man. Terrence Bud Crawford never ducked Jaron Ennis and vice versa, fam. The fight just didn't happen. You know what I mean? It wasn't in the cards, bro. It was a log jam at the top. The two champions fought for undisputed and both moved out the division. Rabdo led to Vergil Ortiz being out the division. So that fight never materialized for Boots. So Boots was stuck with what he was stuck with. He unified with Stan Jonas. He tried to fight with Brian Norman for a second. That didn't materialize again. People wanted to say Brian Norman ducked or Boots was ducking or this one. They tried to make a fight. Time ran out. Boots went on, made another fight. He unified the division and moved up. It's simple, man. We got to start giving credit where it's due. Terrence Crawford is not a duck, fam. And neither is Boots at all. Them dudes ain't no scary guys. We just see how Boots got in there and beat the dog, you know what I mean, out of a guy, bro. It's just sometimes business don't allow some of these fights to get done. Think about it. Look how long it took for Earl and Bud to happen. They literally waited. They had to wait till both of them had all the belts, and Bud still had to fight in between because they couldn't get the business lined up. And then ultimately, Bud was able to open Earl eyes to the shit that he was seeing business-wise, and he said, yo, give it to him. See what I'm saying? That shit is business related. It's not about people, grown men being scared of each other, bro. You know what I'm saying? Boots ain't scared of Bud, and Bud damn sure ain't scared of Boots. You get me? Think about his mentality inside and outside the ring. This the same dude that'll wrestle the wrestlers, right? You get what I'm saying? So competitive after his fights. He playing damn ping pong, not even getting dressed. You know what I'm saying? Saying Bud is easy work was diabolical from Boots. But you know why I don't trip on it? Because Boots is speaking like a fighter. He ain't supposed to think Bud is a tough fight for him. And nah, in your mind, you gotta be, man, all these guys is easy work. I get it. I get that. But at the end of the day, they both real recognize real. Bud knows that you know, Boots Ennis is very talented and vice versa, bro. You know what I mean? But they're never going to agree or saying the other one could beat him, right? You're never going to hear Bud tell you Boots could beat him, or nobody for that matter. You're going to have to show him, right? And the same thing with Boots. Two of the greats, bro. I'm trying to tell you, they just two great guys, bro. And I'm telling you, the more you educate yourself on the sport, and that's no slight to nobody, the more you lock in and pay attention, they can manipulate you with trying to make you think somebody is scared or somebody's ducking. Like, perfect example, Vergil Ortiz, shout out to ABZ. Vergil Ortiz, you think he ducked? But people will say that. Nah, but a real one like me gonna tell you his business wasn't order. How do I know that? His manager is not even on the same page with his promoter. They're not even communicating how they should. You really think a fight of that magnitude gonna happen without the manager and the promoter speaking to each other? You get me? The fighter feeling some type of way because he getting advice. Their business is not in order. So what ends up happening? Vergil, not only does he not get a Boots fight, he gets sidelined. Now he's forced to talk shit from the sideline about what do you do to Boots if he fight him, or what do you do to Xander? It sounds good, and I respect Vergil. I think he'll fight him, but until he get his business in order with Golden Boy, he just gonna be from the sideline talking. But did he duck Jaron Ennis? Nah. I know it looked like that because fans are in a rush. Nah, he didn't want to fight. I think his team wasn't moving the right way. And I think they overplayed their hand. And the fact that Vergil sounded like he got some advice, maybe possibly from his manager, and end up leading to him suing Oscar, but then him losing in court to Oscar. So I don't think the guy was trying to get out of fighting Boots, but I think that's part of the reason why a lawsuit came to be. You see, yo, you making me look bad out here. We trying to make this fight. We done did the face off. Yeah, I know I done talked about Earl Spence, but we know we want this fight. And I think Vergil really believe in himself. I think he could beat Boots. I really do. I've never seen him as a scary guy. Up until the Xander Zayas fight, you could say Vergil was more tested than Boots, resume-wise, opponent-wise. That guy is not scary. He fought Boachuk, Madrimov, and Erickson Lubin back to back to back. Does that sound like a guy that's scared to challenge himself? I know Boots ain't none of them three, and I know that he'd be a much different challenge than all of them three, but do you get my point? Boachuk, Madrimov, Erickson Lubin, right? That's not a scary guy. That's not a guy that's not willing to challenge himself. You get what I'm trying to say? It's not a scary dude. I want to like Benavidez. I feel like, you know what, Mike, for me, I really do feel like it's his team because a lawsuit came, and I feel like that right there tells me it's a lot of like they're not on the same page. They disorganized on that side, right? Can't even get on the same page. Your manager can't even get on the phone with your damn promoter. Y'all doing the promoting of the fight and doing the negotiating partially online, talking about what you were taking, what you won, and how you got to get paid this much. And then even Oscar took some accountability because he said he was just trying to get his guy the most money, but that ended up getting your guy, getting you sued, getting your fighter sidelined, and us as the boxing fans not getting a fight. Now we're left arguing about who's the duck, when in reality, the business didn't even get far enough for nobody to duck. You can't duck nobody with no paperwork, no none of that. Like, if y'all negotiating and you walk away for no real reason, rhyme or reason, then I get it. I hate that narrative because I don't believe in that, but I get it. But that didn't happen. The business don't even be able to get hashed out, y'all. Don't work faster than what the business of boxing is working. I'm telling you, they'll be having us arguing for years. And when I say they, I mean the suits, the ones that can put the fights together, but rather not. They'll milk it and end up trying to build their fighters and make money while we stuck on YouTube and social media arguing about who ducked. And in reality, there's no offers been drawn up. There's no real negotiations being going on. There's no real conversations on the phone going on. The teams are not on the phone with each other trying to hash it out. The promoters ain't on the phones. The fighters ain't talking. They're just talking online, and we doing all this arguing while they're going in separate directions. Y'all ain't seen this shit time and time again. You don't get tired of saying somebody ducking, and then the fight don't materialize whole time. Nobody was even trying to lift a finger to make that fight. You get what I'm saying? Don't be ducking, man. For the right price, these guys at the elite level, they got there fighting and challenging themselves. You tell them it's money on the line, and for the right price, they gonna get in there, bro. I'll get in there for the money they getting paid, and I'll fight any of these dudes, and I'm not joking. I'm telling you, bro. It's just not, boxing ain't that cut and dry. Just now, don't get me wrong, there's certain guys that don't want to take challenges and don't want to risk it. Yeah, we see that, and I think some of that is because of how they're gonna be perceived once they take that loss. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, bro, it's business. You got guys jumping from the NBA to boxing, getting knocked out by Jake Paul in front of the world. Why? Because it pays good. You get me? So I'm going to always give fighters more grace than that and just not say they ducking. Shout out to my dog, Tim, man. He said, Fire Show, just tap that like button, man. You appreciate the love. And shout out to Jess, man. I appreciate your support, man. I try. Those comments go a long way. Trust me. One of the best YouTube channels, man. I appreciate it. We're gonna keep rocking, but let's get through this. My bad, y'all. But I just wanted to stop and interject and just make sure we giving guys their credit. Have your opinion. I don't want to change nobody's opinion, but I want to give you something else to consider. Think about how talented Bud is. Do you think you get to that point not challenging yourself, being scared? Think about it. Bob Arum even tell you this dude is never turned down no fight. He don't turn down fights. This dude don't turn down no smoke. This is a guy that mother paid people in the hood to try to beat her son up. Like, you get me? He was brought up different, super competitive. And that shit, we've seen him display that shit throughout his entire career. How many people you know will out-wrestle the wrestlers? You get what I'm saying? Outbox the boxers, outfight the fighters. Like, you've seen Bud is the jack of all trades. You know what I'm saying? Go getting triple doubles and shit in the celebrity games. Like, this dude really do it all. And you only can get to this level challenging and believing in yourself. There's not a person in boxing that I think was in his weight class that he don't see that he can beat. He told us, I hate to use it. No, I don't hate because it's boxing. I don't hate to use this as an example, but he told us in advance when he met Errol Spence, and Errol Spence had on that red tracksuit, that sweatsuit, he told him, I'm going to stop you. Remember, Errol even said, I'm glad I ain't bet that $1 million. Like, he said, when I stop you, they're going to say this, they're going to say that, they're going to say this. And they said all of that. They really did it. Bud been right throughout his career. He's proven way more people right than they proven him wrong. And that's why they don't like him. You get me? I get it. The Boots and Crawford fight is always appealing to us. He ain't been retired for too long. But again, I don't need to force it. If that man tell me he coming out of retirement, that's the only fight that I'll think about coming to my mind is Boots, because that's all people talk about. But I think Bud gave us his best, and I'm completely cool with that. Facts, no split decisions. UDs and KOs had a mean-ass KO streak at welterweight when they said he was too light in the ass to go up there. Get what I'm saying? Telling you, wrestle with open tie, A-Beezy and Hattie. You get what I'm saying? Had open tie. You know what I mean? Like, he just a different specimen. He a true athlete, not a scary guy. And Boots come from Philly. They ain't running from shit. The stories that I hear about Boots is like, the shit sound like some shit in a comic book, fam. You know what I'm saying? Some shit in the comic book, bro. That shit is wild. So them two dogs, best believe, man, if the money was ever on the table and it was real discussions, man, that fight went further than a couple conversations. Them dudes would have fought each other, I believe, man. I don't see no apprehension on either side. Boots want to be great. Beating Crawford would put him in a conversation to say shit like that. I don't think he's shying away from that. But Terrence Crawford, then again, it would be more for him to risk, obviously, than Boots. But trust me, man, that's not no easy guy to deal with. And I know Boots look like a freak, but those mistakes that you make from fight to fight, you can't do that shit. You can't do that with Bud Crawford. He can put you out. If he hurt you, he gonna finish you. There hasn't been a person yet that Bud has been able to, if he can hurt you, that might be it for you. Curtains, he's gonna finish. Get what I'm saying? La D, peace to the queen. How you feeling? I'm telling you, real life mutant, man. They both dogs. I just wanted to let the record reflect that this fight not happening had anything to do with ducking, It had more to do with business and timing. Business and timing. Get what I'm saying? So just what it is.
To credit,
Think about it.
Boots,
Spit's
like he's
still
a
here.
tremendous
Nobody asking
talent,
for that fight no more.
and he's no walk in the park for no one. You know, so he's a threat to anyone that he stepped foot in the
neither,
ring
Mike.
with.
I
You
ain't
know,
did
he got
very
tremendous
well. Shout out
speed.
to Big
He
Dog.
got great power, defense, reflexes, all that. You know, but the only thing that I can say is I'm 10 steps ahead of him. Like I'm 10 steps ahead of him in smarts, and I think that's where he'd get in trouble with, coming straight forward, trying to box me or trying to, think shot for shot. I just, compare myself, with a lot of great fighters, and I can see the holes in his game, and I can see the openings and the opportunities that I would have because A, I feel like I punch harder than Xander. B, I'm way sharper than Xander. C, I'm way faster than Xander. So the shots that Xander was hitting him with and the shots that Xander couldn't capitalize because his speed wasn't there, I will be able to capitalize. And when I capitalize, everybody know I'm probably one of the best counter punchers, there ever was. So,
Yes, sir.
It's
So
true.
so they say never say never. Are you saying never? And
Never. I'm retired. I'm happily retired. It's Boost era. I pray and hope that he take it to the extreme. I pray nothing but success for him and his family. And all in all, it's all about competitiveness, and people want to see, this generation, how would they do with the previous generation? The same way with people comparing me to Floyd. We'll never fight, So I wish him nothing but the best. I want to see him succeed.
not to prove anything to anyone, to prove something.
And look, I get it, y'all. When y'all hear 10 steps ahead of him, y'all like, that's a lot, man. That sound like exactly. Yeah, he's speaking like a fighter, fam. I didn't expect Terrence Crawford to say much or anything else. For the last time, he is not gonna get no interview and talk about Boots the way we do. From the outside looking in, as supporters, we like, man, Boots is it. And I'm pretty sure he sees the same shit we see. But again, he's a fighter. And I don't gotta get into the accolades and the accomplishments. What do you think he's supposed to say? Like, yeah, man, Boots going. And then he just seen a fight where, you know what I mean? He seen him have some trouble. And he like, bro, that's me. You don't want to go shot for shot. He is a good counter puncher. It's substance to what he's saying. You don't got to agree with it, but that's just his assessment. I don't hear hate. But I hear the competitor still in Bud. That's what I hear, bro. I don't think he hate Boots at all. Like he said, like my thing is this: if he hated him, he could just come out and say it. This dude vocal, like when he do speak, and I don't think he bite his tongue. He don't like you. I don't think he gonna say it, bro. It's a certain somebody. I ain't gonna say the name, but he's made it clear he don't really like him. He say he could fight and all that. He don't like him, so. That's what people got to start asking themselves. What's the downside? What's going to change about his life if he actually was hating? What would stop him from saying, yo, I don't like this dude? I don't think there's nothing that would. I just think the reality is, yeah, he think Boots is talented, but he don't look at him in the vein that we look at him. We looking at like, man, he check off this box. And I get it. Like you said, yeah, I mean, like I said, you heard some of the stuff Crawford mentioned, right? Giving him credit, but if you looking for him to praise Boots, somebody that like this dude ain't too far retired, right? He ain't been retired for that long. That shit's still in his blood, his veins right now. But to keep asking him and comparing him about a guy could get annoying after a while. Like I'm far more proven. And you gotta think, even after the Xander fight, they still treating Boots like it's some type of hype or this win wasn't even good enough. You know what I mean? He did say they over hyping the win. I don't think that's quite the case. But I think people were just pleased with what they seen. And finally, it's a name where you got to at least give them some respect for it. So I'm going to play the rest of this. I'm going to get right to you. Nitro's almost over.
Him, because I know how you are, Terrence. But
there it is.
Listen, that when you get older and you realize, you can prove things over and over and over. But the only person that you got to prove something to is yourself. I've been doing that my whole career. doubted my whole career. I've been talked about my whole career. I've been, I haven't fought this guy. I haven't fought this guy. And
True.
when I do fight these guys or when I do step up, then it's always an excuse. So now at 38 years old, about to be 39, I don't have nothing to prove. I didn't win everything there is to win. I hope that Jaron have half of the career that I had, or surpass me. If he surpassed me, I'm going to be rooting for him. I'm going to be giving him his props. I'm not the type of fighter that, want to see him fail. I want to see him succeed. I want to congratulate him. I want to see him, make it to the Hall of Fame and, congratulate him and things like that, But when you say, oh, he would knock Terrence Crawford out or Terrence Crawford dugged them or Terrence Crawford ran and that's why Terrence Crawford retired. It pisses me off sometimes, but at the same time, it's just the
You know
game.
the truth. Yeah, you know the truth.
I said it. I feel like my assessments be fair. I ain't trying to be right, but I'm trying to be real and fair. I ain't trying to be, I am. So, but this shit just crazy how they do it, man. I heard his criticism and all that, but I didn't hear hate. I didn't hear that he was hating him. You know what I'm saying? I hear that he's still a fighter, he's still competitive. And like he said, it get pissed me off. Y'all asked me about it. I'm talking about it knocked me out. And then you see a fight where making those kind of mistakes, let's just be honest, making those kind of mistakes against Vergil could cost you, making them kind of mistakes against a guy that with the experience, the craftiness, the sharpness, counter-punching ability of a Terrence Crawford wouldn't be good for you. One of the best finishers in the game is able to hurt you. It's going to finish you. That's all. I can see it. I can understand where you're coming from. Do I think he 10 steps ahead of Boots? No. But he's speaking like a fighter, so I ain't tripping on that shit because Boots say he easy work. That's the same shit to me, right? Why are we tripping on it? I don't expect Boots to say nothing different. It's going to be one of the toughest fights I ever had in my life. Like, you're not going to give Terrence Crawford the praise that we sit up here and do it, and I don't expect him to because he's a fighter, and you just never know. When Terrence got the itch and came out of retirement, you get me? You ain't about to overly praise him with God that you feel like you can share the ring with. You know what I'm saying? But you're going to give credit where it's due. I mean, Nitro, what's good, homie?
What's good, Jess? What's good, Jess?
Man, I'm chilling. How you feeling?
I'm good. No, I was just ready to say, though, I agree with you. I don't really think Boots and Bud really got that much of an issue with each other. I think they both just get annoyed by the media. I think they both just get annoyed by the media asking, can I get 20 regular? My fault. I'm
Nitro, getting some Nitro.
My fault. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, dude, you good, family. You good.
But yeah, I don't think that they really got a problem with each other. I think they just get annoyed by all the narratives on both sides. Oh,
right.
Boots would have knocked Bud out. Bud would have knocked Boots out. And it's like, yeah, they two athletes. You feel me? Bud was at the top of the game in his time. Boots is rising to the top of the game now. They both competitive. They both gonna have that athlete ego about themselves. And nobody wants to hear somebody keep saying somebody would have knocked you out. Like, bro, like after a while, yeah, that would get annoying.
And you got
It annoyed me, and I'm not even a fighter.
Like, yo, you see the mistakes he made? Now, come on, y'all. Y'all know if he do that shit against me, he's gonna be trouble. That's all he really saying in a nutshell, bro. He's speaking like a straight up fighter, fam, not a hater, nothing. He's speaking like a competitor. I'm tired of people calling everything hate, but we'll sit up here and trash Boots for dominating Karen, but not knocking him out. That's criticism. That's just be keeping it real. But when Bud give his own, it's like, he hate. He ain't. No, he not. He do this shit. Look how successful he is. Like, we got to start making this shit make sense. Why would he hate him? Why would he? Why? Like, get me, he got a long way to go to get to where Bud got to. Seriously, bro. Seriously, like, it's just no reason to hate. He beats Errol Spence. We more mad at Bud. When I say we, I don't mean me and you or us in the chat, but people are more mad at Bud, and Earl is moving on. Then you hear him when they ask him who gonna win. Errol Spence and Tim Tszyu. Man, Tim Tszyu, I'm going with Earl. You know what I'm saying? I'm rooting for him. This Jaron surpasses me. I'm rooting for that. Like, I believe that shit. I don't think he got to put on. Man, that dude, he ain't fake the way people are forcing it. You ain't gotta like him. You don't gotta like how he move, but fuck all that how he moves shit. That's fake. Cause I don't know what people talking about when they say that. Are you looking for a dude to be perfect? Stop watching boxing, because I ain't never met a perfect boxer in my life, in the ring or out. I ain't never met a perfect human being in my life. But when it comes to living the fighter's lifestyle, doing this shit the right way, consistency, discipline, really like honing into your craft, bro, that he's the epitome of doing it the right fucking way. And retiring on his terms. Made the biggest fights without the Bob Arum guy that was trying to stick it to him when he was leaving. Come on, man. I could build a mansion in Beverly Hills like he was losing money on Crawford fights. Then you do your research and you find out that's not reality. He was saying that shit because of that lawsuit and what was the details in that lawsuit. He didn't get Crawford certain opponents. He had to pay extra money each time. I forget the specifics and how much, but it was something to that degree. You get to see that dude went on, and that's how I look at him. Y'all said he was overpaid. Sound like he beat the system to me. Said Top Rank do black fighters dirty. He left there undefeated and went on to make 2 of the biggest fights of his career without Bob Arum and got fucking paid doing it. Back-to-back paydays. Real shit. That's dope to me. He won. You know what I'm saying? Now, I love seeing him be the family man, just chilling aside. Like he said, it's the Boots era, bro. Not straight like that. And that's what they don't want you to, they don't want him to say that. They want him to say, man, I come out of retirement right now. Well, he ain't. He said he good, and I'm glad seeing him good. Let that man chill. Boots, don't distract from the fact that Boots is about to carve out, I think, one of the best resumes and runs for somebody that just like they era. I think about to become special, and they don't want the history books to read that Terrence Bud Crawford, Earl Spence, even though he fought Bud, and all 3 of them was great, regardless if they all fought each other or not. They don't want y'all to think that. Nah, the only way Bud could prove it is if he come fight the same dude that we still to this day calling a fucking hype job. His resume started Saturday, man. His resume started when he was fucking 0-0. The first guy, that's when it started. I get what y'all trying to say, but nah, educate the people better. You dismiss
but that's kind of my thing, Just.
saying he only fought one guy. That's wild to say. I don't think y'all should be up there saying shit like that.
But that's my thing is like, how is he such a hype job? But but on the other side of the coin, y'all say that an all-time great need to fight him to still prove it. So that don't make sense to me. And then like I did used to get a little bit annoyed with Bud when he be saying like he'd knock Boots out. But after hearing this interview, it kind of gave me another perspective. Like he's not mad at Boots for real. He mad at the media for just keep painting the narrative like he ducked or he won't fight him and stuff like that. And Boots not mad at Bud for real, because back in the day they used to give each other big credit. You feel what I'm saying? Before like when Boots was looking more like he was trying to get the Spence fight. Whenever they asked Bud about Boots back then, he'd give him his credit. Yeah, he's talented. He's a good fighter. You feel me? He on the come up. He ain't never had nothing bad to say about Boots back then. Now it's like you hear him saying he'll knock him out, but I feel like that's because he feel like people trying him. Like, you ain't never seen me lose. You don't see me knock all these other guys out. Why you think this guy gonna knock me out? Which is kind of what he been dealing with for a lot of his career. But it's like he an all-time great now. Y'all comparing him to somebody that's again on the come up. So I understand why he irritated. To be honest, like, I get it. Because I'm just thinking about if that was me, I'd be like, bro, y'all playing with me for real.
Shout out.
Now I do believe Boots is my favorite fighter though, so I believe in Boots too. And I think if he fight like how he fought round 1 behind the jab, setting everything up, you feel me? That jab is lightning quick. Oh my goodness. I think he still dropped them.
Ridiculous, bro.
He still dropped Xander boxing. He was boxing for real. He still dropped him. He wasn't just loading up on shots and standing in the pocket, banging it out.
He just like the fight, man. That dude.
Yes. But I think behind the jab, I think that
shout out to the homie Pooh the kid. I appreciate you, homie. Look, I don't never want to change your mind because I respect everybody's opinion enough to just like I hear exactly where you coming from. I
think that Boo's hard to deal with.
Yeah, I'll give you something to consider, Pooh. If you listen to the context of what he was saying, now think about it. This criticism is coming off of several interviews where they keep asking you about this dude. They keep saying he said it. He said the shit that kind of pissed him off. They keep talking about he'll knock you out. Then he like, look, then he go out there. You see how he was just looking? Man, if that's me, what's gonna happen, y'all? That's what he talking about. Like it's all like I can understand where it's coming from, that criticism. Like, cause we got the same criticism. Some of us said it, yo, Vergil landed some of them shots that Xander landed. That's not a good idea. You don't want that. With Bud being his greatest finisher, if he hurt you, he can finish you. I haven't seen Bud Crawford be able to really hurt somebody and couldn't finish him. So to me, I think it's like that. I can't even say he's falling for it, but it's like after so many times to keep being asked, what you want me to say? He's still a competitor. He what months removed from his last fight type deal. So it's that's in his blood. And he's like, bro, this is what I do. But this the guy that's gonna knock me out. The guy that just was looking like that, letting that shit happen. Like, I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get it. And he just using that to make his point a little bit. Like, see, this shit, if this is me, I'm gonna hurt him. And I understand it, but to me, well, I'm not gonna call it hate because look at how successful he is. I don't think it's hate. Think about it. If they never asked Bud about Boots, you will never hear Bud's opinion on Boots ever. Hating is when you unnecessarily bring people up or you can't give no credit where it's due. Only thing, and I'm not big on disagreeing, the only thing where I had some type of issue with is him saying we overhyping the win. I don't think it's that. I just think finally, like, he got somebody where there's still some questions, but far less questions than there ever was with any of these other guys. It's a unified champion. He's not bigger than this dude. Like, Boots was able to check off some of those boxes, man. So I respect it. And shout out to my dog, Pooh the Kid, and the Cash App. Always
Can I
supporting
offer a
guy,
different
man.
perspective, Just?
My dog. Oh, for sure. Shout out to Pooh. Appreciate the
I think
love,
part
man.
of it is Bud is a really harsh critic. Because I remember when he was talking about Spence, he said he didn't feel like Spence was a Hall of Famer. And we probably all would disagree with that. Shakur disagreed with that. But
I don't
I don't
think
think he
you're
was.
wrong. You just got a perspective, Pooh. That don't make you wrong. Our opinions, you just giving your thoughts on something. That don't make you wrong because it's different than me. Nah, it ain't. You ain't wrong. I just wanted to give you something to consider, right? Look how successful Bud. What will be his reasoning to hate on the up and coming guy that he just said, yo, if he surpassed me, I'm gonna be right there supporting, telling you it's his era. But I think that annoyance and what you hear is him being annoyed from. All right, man. See, y'all keep asking me, but look at this shit, right? Like, Bud had some old shit moments too. Gamboa, right? Mean Machine, he had a couple, you know what I'm saying? But he's just using that to kind of, you know what I mean, make his point. Like, see, this ain't you can't let this guy do that. That's me. I'm kicking your ass. Where if it Boots is landing them flush, clean shots, what we gonna be saying, y'all? Man, once he knocked Xander down, I really felt like the fight was over because you can't give that kind of guy that kind of success that early. You just can't do that. You can't let a guy that don't have fill out rounds go out there and fill you fast. And not to sound crazy because I ain't from the pause community, but you get what I'm saying. He walked right up in Boots, right up in Xander's house, kicked his door open. He did not ring the doorbell. He damn sure ain't wipe his boots off on the way in. Walked straight through his living room, right in his kitchen, fucking up all his silverware, his china, breaking all his dishes up. Like, he's very disrespectful with how he approached the fight with you. One thing about Boots, he don't give a fuck what you do great or what it is that you do. He coming to do him, and if you can't stop him, good luck with that shit. So that dude he a hell of a talent and a freak athlete, man. And as long as he stay locked in and keep trying to sharpen up, I think he'll be fine. I think he's gonna always have certain tendencies or make mistakes because ain't no fighter ever gonna be perfect. But if he can shore up that stuff like me and Ant McQueen was talking about a little bit, think about how much better that makes him. You know what I'm saying? Alone. So
Yeah.
I'm here for
Just,
the Boots experiment.
but
But
see,
go ahead, my bad. Real quick, let me get this and talk to me. Sue said salute to the stream and it takes, brother. Shout out to you, AP. We build over here. Everybody's opinions is welcome, man. Ain't nobody wrong for speaking logic or giving your honest take on what you've seen. But I always be wanting people to consider that. Think about it. Bud Crawford seemed like a guy that can't give people their credit. Dude don't even like Tank, but he'll tell you that dude could fight. Him and Core, 50-50 fight. Like, you know what I mean? He'll let you know it's a good fight. He still feel like he's gonna go with Lil Bro, but he'll still get a dude his credit. So I never looked at Bud as a hater. And I think, like, as a man, you secure with yourself, especially when you've been at the top as long as he has. Like, and here go a fun fact. The man he turned pro in like, what was it, 2008? What was it, 2013 or so, 2014, he became a champion. He's been fighting championship fights from that point all the way to the end of his career. The man got to the top and stayed there. While his people constantly try to knock him down, even to this day. Crazy word. Nitro.
Nah, I was just gonna say I think Bud is a harsh critic. Like I said, he said he didn't feel like Spence was a Hall of Famer multiple times on record, and probably
Right.
everybody would disagree with that. Shakur disagreed with that. So I think when you look at it from that lens, some of the stuff he's saying about Boots is consistent with the level of criticism that he's given other great fighters. Right. That's for one, and for two, when people say, "Oh, Boots can't fight like that against a certain guy," or he can't fight like this against that person. But if you turn on the tape and you watch him versus Villa or Stanionis, he fought them differently than he fought Xander, or even than he fought Lima, or you feel what I'm saying? So I think Boots does takes calculated risk. Like it's not just complete recklessness, right? He would move laterally and box off the back foot for the majority of the Villa fight till he felt Villa breaking down and slowing down and stuff like that. Then he went in and sat in the pocket once some of the steam was off the punches. Similar to how Tank fought Frank, right? He set him up. He let him blow some steam first. You feel me? Obviously, the methodology, I mean, the approach was the same, but like the practicality was different, right? Tank was on the front foot, Boots on the back. But you get what I'm saying, though.
Right.
You
I'm
do
with
things.
you 100%. Yeah, I
You
agree.
do things to set the guy up, and then you do what you got to do. But like, I think I don't know. I just think that he would fight differently. Hold on, Josh. My fault.
No, you good. And
I
I
got
think
easy
you're
pass.
absolutely right because
Oh, my fault. I know. My bad.
nah, you good, but I think you're absolutely right because I mean, no two fighters are the same. So when they say, "Oh, he can't fight this and that," I think what people really need to say, or want to say, or should be saying, not to tell people what they should be saying, but the way that you could make it make sense to the people is some of those mistakes he made against Xander. You don't want to allow
My fault. I'm so
Vergil
sorry.
Ortiz to land the same kind of shots. That could be problematic. You don't want to make some of the same mistakes you made in the fight against Xander, against Vergil. If that's Vergil on the other side catching you clean like that and buzz you, he could possibly finish you. That's something true. But at the same token, like you said, if you go approach the fight how you did with Boychuk taking your best shots, you punching hard, you trying your hardest. You gave it everything you got, and that shit didn't phase him like you wanted it to, but he put you on the deck twice. You get what I'm saying? So you can't make those mistakes that you make from fight to fight, fam. Or it could be curtains for your ass too.
So that's what I'm saying. I think people a little bit disingenuous and biased towards their favorite fighter because every fighter has gotten hit. Every fighter has showed some type of flaws or some type of vulnerability. That's boxing. That's why we love the sport. But at the same time, it's like if you turn on the tape, Boots has shown a willingness to fight a bunch of different ways. He was very disciplined in the Villa fight. Now, obviously, he had the slow motion, the showboat, and shit like that later on. But that first half of the fight, he was very disciplined. He used his jab, he used his footwork, his lateral movement, his traps, his counter punching, his calculated initiation. Like he was very disciplined in that fight. Similar to how the start of Stanionis fight. Yeah, did he get hit sometimes? Yeah, for sure. But that's part of the sport.
But he in the fire. You get me?
Yeah. So I said,
he's gonna get burned a little bit.
Exactly. So I say that to say it's like, yeah, we could say you can't do this against a certain guy. But like he has shown a willingness to fight the fight that that sets him up best for victory. After that first round, once he dropped Xander, he might have felt like it was like he could have just blitzed him and tried to get him out of there. And maybe that was a miscalculation in the moment.
I agree.
But then even then, you could still see subtle adjustments even inside the pocket while he's still in the fire. You feel me? Just moving a certain way after he throws his punch instead of just throwing a punch and sitting there expecting Xander to back up. Taking certain defensive maneuvers, even though, he's still getting hit, but you right there, Xander got that Puerto Rican heart. He throwing a lot of punches back. But you can still see adjustments, being more physical in the pocket with the frames and the posts and stuff like that. So even then, it's like, all right, you could say that, but if you're not understanding the subtleties and you're not feeling the punches for him, so it's like if he feeling like, all right, he ain't got shit for me, like man, I could just go in there and beat him up and still want to make it exciting and still put on a show, I don't really got no problem with it. But like I said, against more dangerous punchers, he has shown to be more calculated and more defensively responsible.
And he mentioned who he felt like was the better fighter out of the two. So that tells me right there, he gonna prepare. Obviously different for Vergil, feeling like he more the threat. And I feel like he'll be more aware and conscious of making those mistakes, right? Because he in there with somebody where your margin of error is not the same for fighting a Xander, right? Like Xander is not the puncher or that he's not violent the way Vergil is and bring that pressure. You know what I'm saying? So
That's a fact. But
his approach
even with
would
that
definitely
being
be
said,
different,
though,
his mentality and all that. But
but
Charlo
even
ain't gonna be the fight, fam. That's off too much inactivity, and he won a lot of money, bro. So there's less likely to see Boots and Charlo, especially with them two things right there, money and that inactivity. That he said something about 10 million. He put a number out there, and that shit ain't gonna happen. Shout out to accountability, my guy. Appreciate the love back in that super chat. He said this brother was paying attention. Good combo. That's what I like to have over here. Y'all always feel free to click the link and build with your boy. We don't do no arguing because it's unnecessary. People be too worked up over boxing. I enjoy it too much to be mad when I talk about it, right? Like I had fun this weekend. I know y'all did. I'm going to speak for y'all, and I rarely do that. I'm going to tell y'all had fun because you enjoyed boxing. So you got Saturday, then you got that show Sunday.
exactly.
We're going some more tomorrow. And it's gonna be a lot of different discussions. Some shit. It's a bunch of stuff that I ain't even covered yet today, but I'm gonna save it for tomorrow. It's a long week, and y'all know we be putting in these 38, 40 plus hour work weeks over here. So y'all know how we do it. But
yeah,
man,
hey,
shout out.
just I just want to say like
my bad.
Be acknowledging that
What'd
fast
you
though,
say?
for real.
Say that again. My bad. I ain't hear you.
I said, nah, you good. I know you gotta get to your super chats, and I
Nah, it's
appreciate
all
that you
good.
be acknowledging them that fast. You feel what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Because I appreciate these people that really give me their time, man. So much shit you could do in a day. Like I'll never stop appreciating the people that listen to me every day. It's never, no matter how big or how much the channel grows, it's gonna always be that. Because without them, I can't do it. I can't put this type of time in. So yeah, man, I gotta show love to the people.
Yeah,
Shout out to everybody.
I just wanted to say one more thing, just from
Nah,
the
for sure.
perspective of somebody that has boxed and been in the ring and sparred against people that's better, against people that's worse, people that's on my level.
Right.
You also don't know, like people were criticizing Boots saying once he got caught clean, he stayed in the fire and his instinct was to throw back, like start throwing punches back at him.
Right.
But some fighters, when they're hurt and they start trying to run away or move away, they do worse. You feel what I'm saying? They're not
Give
aware of
your
where they at
opponent
in the ring.
confidence and shit. He see you moving away, he gonna get confident. Like, oh shit, I got it. You
Right.
know
So
what I mean?
even though Boots was uncomfortable and hurt, he might have felt his best chance in that moment was to fire back because he know what he punching with, and that might be the way to slow Xander down. My boxing coach told me over in Brunswick, he told me sometimes, he told me when I was first started boxing, he was like, yeah, you fast, you slick, but sometimes the best defense is an overhand right. You feel what I'm saying? Because that's what's going to slow somebody down, not just moving for no reason. They just going to follow you around the ring, cut the ring off, and throw more punches. So sometimes you still got to get your respect when you win that fire, because that's what's going to slow somebody down more than just moving away or just trying to clinch. You feel what I'm saying? So I wasn't even mad at him staying right there and firing back. And he was still dodging some punches too. So again, it's like we don't know what these fighters go through. We don't know their tendencies. We we not them. So yeah, sometimes you make mistakes. Sometimes you might get hurt. That's part of the sport. But Boots showed a lot of heart. He showed a chin, and he showed a willingness to bite down on that mouthpiece and do what needed to be done. So I thought it was a good performance. It was things I wish he could have done differently. Of course, it's gonna be like that every single fight.
Right.
But overall, I was proud of him. We wanted we wanted to see him go through some adversity and see how he responded.
And with a better opponent,
and it showed that.
A quality opponent, a unified champion, how he dealt with adversity. He dug deep. It wasn't no hole in him. He didn't cur out. He didn't look confused. He was never like out of control with the fight. And something I'm glad you hit on something, man. This is something that people don't speak about enough. Boots don't run out of answers. He don't run out of ideas or answers or ways to get it done. You don't see that with him. That's been a criticism of some of Xander and from some of his biggest supporters, right? Sometimes that rinse, wash, and repeat, you could get stuck on that hamster wheel where you're not being creative with your offense and your approach. Boots always got an answer for some shit to me. Like he always got something that he could do, and that shit makes him really dangerous and a lot to deal with. Like he got a lot of different avenues, different ways to kind of go get at you, and it's hard for you to stop it. Like the way them punches was coming, just being right there in the person's face and slip one of his, hitting him, breaking it. He just was breaking this dude will little by little, man. And he touched him up from the first round. I was like, yeah, if you let this guy hit you this cleanly this early, man, you in trouble, fam. You are in trouble. It's not gonna be good for you because he's not about to slow down. He's not gonna have mercy on you. You get me? The conditioning A1, like he ain't gonna run out of options. Like he always, you know what I mean? He gonna create the moments, right? He gonna bring the fight to you, and it's crazy because I think when he don't want to get hit, he really don't. He don't got to. Fundora is multi-grain, man. I'm telling you, hey, Irvin Mack, that's gonna be the fight right there. They already talking about they already reached out.
It's crazy because I think he's gonna beat Fundora worse, and I think he'd beat Ortiz worse.
I think he can. It's gonna be a tough fight for both, but I really believe in that dude's ability, man. And I think he's creative enough and athletic enough to, with the right game plan and approach, he can get Fundora some issues.
Yeah, I look at you know how people like we were just talking about. Oh, you can't do such and such against such and such fighter. I don't really believe in that, but I do believe in looking at the nuances and the tendencies and the tactics and the techniques. I did see how in that first fight with Fundora versus Tim Tszyu, how Tim Tszyu was setting up the straight right hand and catching them clean.
Right.
And like certain ways he was going to the body. Like I do see how the success Tim Tszyu was having. Boots is so much faster and so much better feet and so much more athletic than Tim Tszyu.
Yeah.
So I don't think even though Fundora has gotten better and is tall and rangy, I don't really think Boots will have a problem catching up to getting the shots off. And Fundora like to come forward too. So.
Nah, I'm with you, man. It's gonna be an
obviously
interesting fight.
Boots has looked good against what they used to say about him. Oh, he can only fight against pressure fighters. So I think he'll cook Ortiz too. But I still think both is great fights that I want to see. So
yeah, I hope they make that joint too. I ain't gonna lie to you. I do hope they make it. You know what I'm saying? It'll be a great fight to see. You know what I mean? And look, that's the position he on. He's dealt with that side before, not PBC per se, but he was over there, on that side once upon a time. I think it's a good sign that they'd be willing to reach out already and try to get something going to make a fight with them. Vergil gonna find himself on the outs, having to wait for the bus to come back around. Cause with you being on the sideline, man, you got to take a lot of what he's saying with a grain of salt. You can't fight nobody right now in no legal battles. And Oscar already hinted to how long you could end up being out the ring. That shit just don't sound like, that don't sound good at all. Like this could be, and you a guy like Vergil, you lost time out the ring because of your health. You had fight after that same fight get postponed and called off 3 different times. Like this shit is, you already on borrowed time. You led to another weight division because of your situation, your health, and that shit cost you time. You making up for it. So to see him go back on any type of layoff or having to deal with any inactivity right when he in the division with the Sharks to make fights like with guys like Boots or the Fundoras and any of these guys, the Xanders, I hate that for him because I really do believe the way they handled this situation, it fell on him, and a lot of people looking at him like he's scary. I don't think that for 1 second. I refuse to believe it. Nobody that's fighting Boychuk, Madrimov, and Erickson Lubin is a scary guy. I know people don't think the world of all 3 of them, but just think about the competition. Like those are considered to be quality or tough fights. Like them ain't no just walkthroughs. And he got more of those name recognizable guys on his resume than Boots. Boots just got him with the accomplishments. Now he about to cover ground. You got the Xander fight now. You got to add that as a credible name. Now you unified in your second division. Now you're in position to make even bigger fights. So the Boots era is real, and I'm here for this shit. Shout out to AP. I appreciate you back in that super chat. He said, question to you, to the both of you. He said the 6 rounds is the first time I've seen Boots take a round off. He learned something veterans do. Let the punishment sit on the body before attacking again. Hey, that's a good observation. AP, it's possible.
Agree with
It's
that.
possible.
I agree with
Or,
that.
you know, you do have those like, because I feel like Boots got that motor, right? And sometimes you gotta get that motor a second to cool off, and he was able to do that without sustaining a bunch of punishment. That's how you know he different, right? He was able to kind of sort of take a round off and, you know, get right back to it. And as somebody said, they still felt like that was a good round for him. He took the round off and still won. You do
Still won a
that, you
round.
know you're a good fighter, bro. So that's possible, fam. He could have learned. And sometimes you like, you know, I know the saying all gas, no brakes. That should sound good, but you need some brakes. This boxing, and it's at the championship level. You need to be able to slow down some. And that would be one of my biggest critiques for Boots. He fights, not that he in a rush, but he getting right to the fight. He don't want to say he not ringing doorbells, knocking on doors and shit like that. Bro, kicking shit in, batarang, boom, Boots. He
getting right to it.
Fucking up furniture and everything, bro. Tell you.
Yeah, so I was going to say that too, because we see him go through his fights. He don't even sit down between rounds and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think this was a situation not about being in shape. I think it's a situation where it's like when you loading up on that many power punches, going for the kill, then it's going to take a lot out of you. It's going to take a lot out of anybody. We done seen this from Tank, even against Barrios, right? He dropped Barrios. I want to say that was like the 9th round or something like that, or 8th or 9th, and then try to finish the fight, get him out of there.
Right.
In the next round, he had to recover a little bit, right? So the pace slowed down. Barrios actually ended up having a little bit of success. And then once Tank caught that next win, you know, that's when he was able to set him up and get him out of there. But that's why I was saying I wish he would just fight behind the jab a little bit more and set stuff up, not just for the offensive success, but you'll be able to maintain that pace. He came out very fast paced, but he didn't look like he was exerting as much energy just because, again, that was different. You can maintain that fast pace when you're working behind your jab, setting stuff up, versus sitting in the pocket, just brutalizing, just beating on a heavy bag. You feel
like that? That's what's gonna make him like. That's the next level.
I think he learned from that though, right? I think he will learn from that when he watches the fight back. I think he will see that, like, man, if I just stay poised and relaxed behind my jab. Because he was hurting him anyway. He punched hard enough, clearly. He dropped him in round 1. He clearly punched hard enough.
Being able to slow the pace of a fight down, I think is something that the vets are able to do. You know what I mean?
It's not even really slowing down, though, because he was still fighting at a fast pace. It's just being more selective. Because even though he might not just be throwing nonstop power punches, he's still putting a lot of mental pressure on somebody with your feint, with your jab, with your footwork, with your in and out, with your movement, with your presence. You feel what I'm saying?
He got all the qualities to be able to do so. Why I call it slowing down, because you just touched on it. He obviously ain't gonna be throwing as much punches. So I don't want. Maybe I'm using the wrong phrase.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Dial it back just a bit, like, and be, like you saying, you saying it, be more selective, because you're so damn talented and athletic, bro. Dudes be at the mercy of, they don't know what you about to do. And you gotta know, like, you ain't gotta get right to it all the time. I ain't saying switch up who you are, but just, when the situation calls for it, be able to adapt and make that slight little tweak. Not saying that you ain't really gotta slow down, but just dial it back just a bit and be more selective, because I think that makes you even more dangerous. You know what I mean? Unpredictable. They expect you to be in their face firing off, but man, you picking them shits with your athleticism. Who is more athletic than you? And then you can match anybody with speed and power. And then his creativity is where he start to separate himself. Like, if it ain't already the speed, power, and the natural athleticism, his creativity, like, he don't run out of answers. And that's like, rare. Like, he never gets
it's so crazy to think about. It's so crazy to think about, Just. But Xander looked more comfortable in the rounds where he was getting just beat up, because Xander was fighting back. In round 1, it didn't look like he had no answers. Like in round 1, I said, "Oh my goodness, this is about to be Lima all over again." Like, Boots not about to get no credit. They just about to throw Xander away, because Xander looked like he had no answer for Boots' speed, no answer for the jab, no answer for the movement. But then when Boots starts loading up on power punch, and he's landing a lot of power punches. Felt like Xander looked more confident, even though he was getting hit with the kitchen sink.
Yeah.
Just because, again, one way is harder to deal with mentally and like with the reactions and stuff like that. And then obviously Xander's a tough guy, so it's like, all right, I'm getting punched, but at least I'm getting some punches back. So you can build a little bit of momentum.
He had that
But
Puerto
round
Rican
one,
pride,
when he
man.
was, yeah, exactly. But that round one, it looked like Xander's eyes was big. Like it looked like he ain't have no answer.
He had his moment where he had to settle in real quick. He did. He had to because that moment was about to get crazy. It was about to get away from him, but then he had a good sequence and good moment in that third round that kind of let people know, all right, well, he battled through some adversity and he was able to dish out some adversity, right?
Yeah.
And I just think he earned the respect of any genuine real boxing fan. It's just no way I walk away from that to having something crazy to say. I just don't.
No, facts.
Like either
Facts.
way,
To your point,
like,
I'm very excited to see Xander's next fight.
Me too.
I'm very excited
because I do think he can make noise at 60, and I think he's a guy that can get better from a loss as long as it's like ain't no residual damage. Which I think first loss took some punishment, but it could have been a lot worse. It wasn't like a 12 round.
And he young too,
right? He got touched up, but it's this boxing, right? I think it's a bounce back type of situation. I don't think you look at that fight and you're like, man, I think he might be ruined. I don't think so. I got faith that he'll bounce back.
Right, and the young man, he's only 23, so like
23, fam. Unified champion at 54, that shark infested division.
Yeah,
respect to him. Now go to 60 and do that shit again, Xander.
Facts.
Do it again, Xander.
I'm a fan. And other than winning the fight, and I guess he used the term break his will. Other than that, I feel like Xander kind of did do everything that he said he was going to do. He said he was going to attack the body. He said he was going, he was willing to go to war if it came to that.
Uncomfortable, he's going to make Boots uncomfortable.
Like, yeah, he said he was going to make him uncomfortable. Everything he said, he went in there and tried his apps. Like, he meant that shit when he said it. Like, it wasn't like he was just promoting the fight. Nah, he really believed in himself that he could win. And he backed up what he was saying. He just lost the fight to the better, more athletic, more talented fighter. But I'm still a fan of him, bro, even though we lost.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not about to just sit here and throw him away. Like, not about to do that.
First round through, he shook it. He said, somebody, I didn't catch him say, he ain't had no legs after that knockdown. And that probably, you just ain't in a situation where you've been in that before. So it's like, we seen him work through it, and we seen him give a really solid effort despite getting touched up in that first round. I got a lot of respect for him, like I said. So
yeah, and even without legs, he probably had to go to plan B or C. He didn't have no legs. He couldn't move laterally like we seen him do. He couldn't just be on the stick like we seen him before because Boots was all over him. I bet. You know what? I'm bigger than this dude. I'm going to lean on him. I'm going to try to rough him up, and I'm going to throw my punches back. And this is the most I ever seen Xander sit down on body shots and sit down on punches than other fights.
He tried to fight back.
He in and out with the footwork. He on his jab. Nah, he was really throwing hands. Like, you feel me? So, yeah, Xander showed a lot of heart.
I'm going to watch the fight again. I love watching the fight.
He showed a ton of heart. Yeah, facts. As soon as I check into this hotel, I'm about to turn the fight back on.
Something you might see. Something different. But, man, great weekend of boxing, man. We got a lot more we're going to get to tomorrow, y'all. Because it's a lot of people's opinions. Vergil trying to enter the chat with Boots, man. Boots like probably get in line then. Line him up. So I'm here for boxing. Zuffa, they put on a good card. Rayo, somebody I thought was a better, more fluid boxer than De Los Santos. I did think it was a way he could get his lick back. I didn't expect it being like that, but I'm not surprised. I'm surprised at how early it ended, but not surprised that he got his lick back. Some people
I'm not surprised either.
Yeah, they kind of forget that he did get the first knockdown in the first fight. He just his inexperience showed, and he went for the kill and got clipped. And he got hurt bad, and then the rest is history. But this trip, you can see his poise, you can see the patience, and you can tell that he learned. He learned from it. Like, you can see it, like the way he approached it wasn't just being careless. He was aware, but he wasn't hesitant at the same time. This dude really was confident that he grown as a fighter, and he approached it that way. Caught De Los Santos early, and I think De Los Santos, that success he had from the first fight, got him like made him eager and made him want to really go get it. And I think in his mind, he's like, I'm gonna get this dude again. And I think he got before he was able to get his offense off, man. So credit to Rayo, man. That's how you go get it back. That's why you don't count guys out. People's like, all right, man, he gonna get stopped again. I'm like, man.
Hey, but see,
Wasn't
I
really
always felt
making
like
no
Rayo was
pick,
the
but
better
I'm like, I
boxer.
think he could win, bro. I really do. And he did it.
I always felt like Rayo was the better boxer. It's just,
Me
you know,
too.
he got clipped by a dangerous, more
That's what I'm
athletic guy.
saying.
But
Right.
then also, Rayo had some experience after, you know, post that fight that I feel like he kind of learned from. Like, you know, he been in some competitive fights against some good opponents. Now, De Los Santos did fight Shakur, but he
Yeah.
probably didn't really gain any valuable experience from the fight because neither one of them threw a lot of punches.
Yeah,
And, you know,
he didn't do much. And then you fought a hamper injured Shakur. And that was the best you could have did. That was rough. And then since then, the only thing you did, I mean, I thought the Keyshawn fight would have got bad for him. That's just not somebody you want to fight off the layoff. Then they say he was having like issues with blood clotting in the legs. Then he looked extremely slim, like he dropped a lot of weight. I heard he dropped a lot of weight for that camp, and it just would have been bad. I think had he took it, but I just always thought the Shakur fight got brought up way too much, and they almost treated him. I never seen somebody get that much credit for losing. I've never seen that before. I get it what the performance was, but just like Mark Kriegel said on air, and I'm glad he said it, man. He fought him with one hand. We gotta say this. Like we be comparing somebody fighting him 100% to him not being his best and still winning. So I get it. Not nothing to write home about, but very impressive to get in there under those conditions and be able to bluff your way to a win. That was impressive. The show in and of itself, I'm sitting here the same way I was, like, damn. But I knew what it was because, you know, my guy had let me know what was going on. I'm like, damn. I
look at Rayo. I look at Rayo similar to how I look at like Osaki, a fighter that got skills, got talent, could give anybody a tough night, even though they got some losses. Like after Rayo lost to he got knocked out by De Los Santos the first time. He had some good fights against some good opposition, wins and losses that he could take valuable experience from. Because I think after that he fought Colbert. He fought Colbert twice. He lost the first, came back and beat him. So that's a testament
in that rematch.
So that's a testament to the adjustments, right? Then he fought Pitbull after that, which is
arguably I think he beat Pitbull easier than just about everybody that beat him.
Right.
That was a smooth ass kicking boxing lesson.
But then watch this. After that, he lost to Antoine Russell.
Russell dominated him, right?
Really, right. But that's a fight that you take experience from and you learn something from it, right? Then after that, he fought Nunez. So it's like, he got some losses, but like he in fights where he could really gain valuable experience.
Yeah.
Not to mention he was already a good boxer with some pop on him. So like, you feel me? I always felt like he was the better boxer than De Los Santos. It's just De Los Santos is explosive and powerful and fast. He could clip anybody, you feel me?
Yeah.
But
that dude could punch, man.
I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised at all he beat him the second time.
Yeah, you see the way he did. What's the name, man? Goodness, man. He collect them punches was too clean the way he did Ryo the first time. Shout out to AP, man, holding it down in the super chat. Said you guys remember when it took 25 plus fights to become a champ? I think these guys are getting gassed up a little before they prove credibility. You know what it is? Sometimes shit could go to your head, success could go to your head. I just think now some of these dudes be getting put on them fast tracks, man, and they be
for sure.
Some of them are built for it. Like Loma wanted to fight for a title. What did he say? In his first, second fight, something they told him to at least get a fight or so before they was gonna give him a title shot, and they did it. Some people he was able to. You see, he lost initially, then bounced back with the win and went on to become the fastest 3-division champion. So. I mean, some guys are primed for it. Sometimes I think guys could get ruined if they get, moved too quickly. But yeah, a lot of these dudes be drinking their own Kool-Aid and reading their own newspaper clippings and stuff like that. They get ahead of themselves before they really start proving it. And sometimes that's why you see when they get put in there with a test, it'll look a certain way. You'll see a guy unravel or possibly fold because it's more fluff than substance on the resume, right? Sometimes guys get belts. And no disrespect to nobody, I give them all credit, but it's like you got title holders and then you got real champions. And I'm not saying you win a fight, then lose in your next one. You're not a real champion. But that's the title holder category. Champions end up having runs, successful title defenses and stuff like that. These guys, there's so many ways to get praised and slandered, but you know, depending on who you are, you know what I mean? So a lot of these guys, like I said, they be into their own self. Like, you know, so a lot of these dudes be assholes. I ain't gonna lie. Like, you just talking about Chris Colbert. I've seen him in person. My cousin that know him say, yeah, he's a bit of an asshole. Cool boy Steph, cool as hell. Same night, seen him same night. Cool boy Hitchens. All right. These dudes be cool. Core, another one. Stevenson, another one. These dudes be chill. They're approachable, and they ain't assholes when you see them out there in public. To my guy, man, AP, man, I appreciate the love, homie. He said, continue to getting props for their amateur resumes. Pro boxing is a different game. Loma, Key, and Xander. Not saying they can't be great, but what happened to earning the props? Nah, sometimes people get the premature praise, and I think some of it is in the effort to promote, push, market, all those things. For like sure. To tell you Loma is in the category of Pretty Boy Floyd, and dude ain't even have a handful of fights. To be saying this dude is on the level of a Muhammad Ali, it's things like that. Like that's just blasphemous. It's ignorant to just jump the gun that far. So that's why initially for the first part of Loma's career, I wasn't off him. Like I'm probably longer than the first part. I just couldn't get over the way they overdid it, and I had to check myself and be like, you know what? If I had a talent like that, what would I do? Would I promote it? There's no telling what you would say. I don't believe in the fluff part of it because there's so much substance there with Loma that you don't have to put him in the vein of an Ali or Floyd. You don't even have to put that kind of pressure on him because he's not in their era. You get what I'm saying? You unnecessarily do this stuff. So you can just say how he one of the best from where he from or one of the best amateurs ever and it's going to look to be one of the best pro. Like, I don't believe they had to force feed him. So a lot of these dudes get the adulation, the props, the acknowledgement far before they able to really put in that work. I think I always said Berlanga was one of those dudes too. He was living life like a rapper, big ass chains, jewelry, and shit, getting all first round knockouts. Not knocking you, but you're not battle tested. Like we learned more in his first fight that went the distance than we learned in any one of those first, first round, 16 first round knockouts. So yeah, man.
Yeah, but I will say this though, like. Obviously, like winning championships is a great achievement, great accomplishment. But I always, when I talk about resumes, I always look at who you fought versus how many belts you won, or did you go undisputed necessarily. I always look at the quality of opposition. To me, that's the most important thing. So like even with Loma though, like he was fast tracked and he was hyped up, obviously because of his gold medals and his amateur background. But he did beat some good fighters though. Like he did beat Russell and Ramirez. Well, I mean that's a hard one, but he beat like Rigondeaux and Linares and Pedraza and Luke Campbell.
Didn't he shower? Smooth as hell.
You feel what I'm saying? So like he did have some real quality wins in that resume, even though he ain't have that many fights. You feel what I'm saying? And then even the losses, like close fight with Teofimo, close fight with Devin Haney. Devin Haney's probably going to the, he probably gonna make the Hall of Fame. You feel me? So it's like, and Devin Haney, the context, Devin Haney was way bigger than him.
Yeah,
it was a competitive fight. So like I
think that's the
like
only thing not the only thing. I think that was a big deciding factor though, that size that he had. I think without it would have been a different fight. Because even with it, it was an interesting, different kind of fight.
For sure. So, but I do see what bro in the comments saying though. Sometimes you do get fast tracked or hyped up from your amateur experience and stuff like that. But that's why the management and the teams are so important. Like you want to get to that stardom, but you also want to protect your fighter. You also want them to gain a valuable experience before they get to a too tough for them. Because we've seen that happen plenty of times. So
and I think I draw a lot of that back to just marketing part of it. Like these guys, and think about it, how fickle the fans are. So I think they got to pull out all the stops to try to garner their attention. And
you want them to look amazing. You want your guy to look amazing.
The intent behind it is good, but us sometimes we tough critics. We feel like when we've been force fed something and it turned out to be more fluff than substance, we be pissed off about it. But
Yeah, for sure.
sometimes like I be trying to put myself hypothetically in these people's shoes, and what would you do if you promoting somebody that you believe in? You're gonna talk real good. You're gonna talk them up. Like I've even heard Eddie Hearn speak about how he'll talk you up if you with him. Of course, he'll even take a loss for you if you have to, right? But when that's not the case, then it's just business as usual, and people can't take it personal. We're not in business together. I'm not inclined to speak highly on you, but you're on my side, you're on my team. That's exactly what I'm supposed to do, and I get it. You know what I mean? I get it.
Yeah,
That was
for
my
sure.
point. Oh, shout out to Tim, man. Shout out to you, fam. Mob shit, yeah. Shit, crazy. Boxing is a crazy game. Shout out to LW, the plug, too. And AP, I appreciate the love, family. Holding it down. That's super.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot more to break down, man. A lot more to get to. I had fun, man. Like I said, this weekend was fun. I mean, I ain't mad at Zuffa neither. Whoever goes there, go there. If that's the opportunity that works for you, go. Don't let nobody on the damn internet tell you where you're supposed to be at based off what they like and what they don't like. Hey, tell them to tune it out. When Zuffa come on, tune it out. Floyd Diaz took a loss yesterday. His first loss, he got stopped. I kind of seen that happening. That's why I love defensively responsible and defensively sound fighters, bro. I love it. I love it. Makes you appreciate the Shakur Stevensons, the Floyd Mayweathers of the world, guys with that elite level defense. They make you appreciate them way more because he got stopped in a fight. He clearly was the more skillful guy, but he wasn't the bigger puncher. And he was fighting in a way almost like he's a puncher that he not. Brandon Lee pissed me off, Shawa. He pissed me off. He should be kicking himself up the ass with both feet. Literally, he lost that fight himself. Going through the motions. Remember, I was just talking about creativity, bro. That's not that he got caught on the hamster wheel and got beat. Rinse, wash, and repeat. And then you're doing the same shit. Now it's not working. Now your dad needs you to do something different. And you late in the fight. You got a round and two left and shit over with. You get me? That's why I say, man, creativity take you a long way, man. Having options, you know what I'm saying? A game plan, a plan B or C. Like he completely pissed me off with his approach. He just was so lethargic to me. And then the way he was like dropping his hand, I'm like, bro, is it me or Brandon Lee doing extra showboating, bro? Because I watched you multiple times. I ain't never see you do all this like just dancing around shit. Like they be compensating for something when you do that. And you know you're not looking as good. So you just gotta like play it like you just relaxed. And no, bro, he beating you. And he ain't even whooping your ass. He's just outpointing you because you doing the same shit the whole fight. You made zero adjustments. I just didn't like his approach last night. I didn't like.
It's almost like he was on cruise control. Like, I don't know.
Right. What's wrong with you, dude? You 30-0. What the hell wrong with you? I heard playing. I ain't playing with nobody. You said you had a chip on your shoulder because the BS you went through. Is that what fighting with a chip on your shoulder look like? If that's what that looked like, I don't want to see you fight with a chip on your shoulder. You see Shocky Foster fight with a chip on his shoulder. You could fucking see it, man. Damn, I'm just a little annoyed that because you could have won the fight, dude. Wasn't no fight you couldn't win, Brandon Lee, and I'll still watch you win, lose, or draw any day of the week. But that right there pissed me off because I think you could have won the fight, fam. Could have won that fight. Got it 1 to 2 punches at a time. Then when you was forcing it, you was throwing combinations. But I'm like, bro, now you forcing it, and it's not gonna work out like this. I was just like, I was disappointed a little bit, man. Maybe it's the inactivity too. That shit. That's why guys gotta, And I know he graduated and shit like that. He locked in on his studies. He wanted to make his mom proud. So it's always context to everything. I give a man a lot of credit because juggling school and a career can't be easy, especially when you're a guy and you ain't even got to be doing this, but you're doing it. So I respect it. Brandon Lee, tighten up, clean some shit up, man. Get back in there. I seen you get rocked, eyes rolling back of your head. You get spun. Boy, I thought you was done. I was like, damn, bro, he out of here, bro. Goodness, he done. Cooked. Bro got up and won. You got spun. Go look. I forget what guy that was, what fight it was. We got dropped. Like I was like, dude, he about to get stopped. No, the hell he didn't. He bit down. I'm like, man, that you get me? Like No sense of urgency. You're not fighting like you was protecting the O. He was like you was fighting not to lose, but you wasn't fighting to win, but you was fighting not to lose. It's not the same thing. And then that shit, I was like, bro, you could do a little more than what you're doing. Brandon, come on, you young, you fresh, got 30 wins, bro. You gotta fight like it. Shout out to Kane Sandoval. He fought his ass off, man. Fought his ass off. Yeah, I think it was the inactivity too, man. Count from overlooking Sandoval. Y'all talking about you can hit this dude with your eyes closed, and he can outwork you. He outworked you. You're the talent, but he's the hard work. That's what beat you is last night. Hard work, fam. You the talent, and he's the hard work. He beat you. Shout out to Kane, man. A hell of a win, man. And that's why I respect dudes being battle tested like that. Jihad Tucker, he said, yeah, cut himself short too. Yeah, man. That was a hell of a fight, him and Jihad Tucker, bro. Jihad Tucker, dog, that's one of my guys that I like to watch, man.
Yeah, me too. His style was very difficult to deal with. Like he's super awkward.
Pest, ain't he? Bro, be everywhere. He be going, bro. I like it. I like his attitude, but that was a really great fight, competitive throughout. Good action, man. I think all the fights on both of these cards was solid to me. I didn't really see stuff that I was pissed off with. I mean, not at all. I mean, but Floyd Diaz, he got stopped. De Los Santos got spun. I think he was too confident from his last encounter with Rayo. Overall, we got a great night. Anything we missed, we're gonna be back tomorrow to clean up, man. We about 5 hours in. Everybody hit the like button as we wrap up, man. Brandon was in there dancing. I was like, someone called 9. Well, yeah, what was he doing? Shaw, I was like, bro, what are you doing, bro? Stop doing these weak ass dance moves and pick your hands up. You're approaching it so like lazily, like, bro, I don't like that. Nah, fight like your life on the line, bro, because it do be. I'm not about to be in here fucking playing. Coming off a layoff, I done made mama happy, graduating. I'm about to beat his ass. What we doing? I ain't dancing until I beat his ass, bro. Yeah, that shit just was like, it looked forced. That's all I'm saying. There's Boots. What Boots be doing is having a good time, bro. That's literally what he be doing. But when Brandon Lee was doing that, it looked a little forced. It looked like, yeah, I'm good, y'all. I know I'm rusty, but I'm good. Nah, you not good. You ain't. You just wasn't doing enough. You know what I'm saying? He lacked creativity last night, and that cost him big time. And the dirty dancing ain't help either. Bro out here doing dirty dancing and shit. Hell wrong with you. Keep on eye on Vargas. Oh, yeah. That's the last person I'll bring up real quick. Emiliano Vargas knocked out Bryce Mills.
Goodness.
They say, like, who do he fight to get all this praise? You got to think his father is a hell of a fighter. He got that in his blood, his DNA. He's a fighter. He's a likable kid. Got the look, the smile, right? He has the talent. You can see it. And I think out of the three, he clearly going to go the furthest. But I don't got a lot of dislike about him. Like, he's confident. He hungry. You know, shit, you keep playing around, you're going to mess around and be Shakur mandatory at 40 for the belt. But I don't see that happening right now. But I think they're going to keep trying to test him. And when the opportunity is right, I think they're going to try to seize the moment. You know what I mean? Shout out to Urban Mac. Telling you, man. So appreciate y'all rocking out with another 5 hours to start the week off. Y'all know how we do. The work is put in over here. But Emiliano was sharp, fast. Yeah. You want the former champion? He said, yeah, because he want to be realistic. He know, like, I know people like, oh, Shakur about to be fighting Emiliano Vargas. Shut up. No, he ain't. They ain't putting that dude in there right now. Top Rank ain't doing that. That wouldn't even be smart, in my opinion. And I know, he got power, so just put him in there. Shakur's scared of power until you see him turn that shit right off. PSE&G, turn off your gas and electric. Now your power and appliances not working.
Look, you got no light. You can't take a shower. Hot water. No, you can't cook a meal on the stove.
Appreciate you.
Ain't nothing working.
Man. Yeah, his father ain't letting that happen because remember, some would say he got rushed or he rushed himself, right? And that's why you see people take their time. There's nothing wrong with taking your time. This a lonely sport, and it's an unforgiving. One loss, they be ready to throw you away. You get what I'm saying? They be ready to chew you up, spit you out, throw you away. We about to get to 8 more minutes. We gotta get to the 5 hour mark now. We too close. We gotta get here. Shout out to everybody. It's been fun building with y'all as always. I know I got some clips and stuff that I didn't exactly play, man. Somebody said something about the Tank stuff. I was gonna talk about that today, but we're gonna get to it tomorrow. Look, yeah, I know I don't do no slander, but I just keep it 1,000. I don't know what Tank issue is. It just seems like he's an angry guy. Like, maybe he looking for something to stay motivated, to keep that fire lit, because he been on the sideline. He just been going off on everybody, snapping on everybody. We're gonna get into that tomorrow, man. Is he Javante hate Davis? But I just think he's an angry dude with trust issues, and when he gets back to the ring, that's when we'll see what we need to see. I think he, you know what I mean? That's where he need to be. Back beating ass, man.
Okay.
Yesterday fight was fucking crazy. Crazy. Boots started grabbing him. Flanger, 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 flanger. He hit him with the right hook. Bing, bing, bing. Zayas
No
came down the
Hitchens
middle.
from New York
Boots,
with all them
boom.
sound effects, boy.
My son Boo started rolling. Boo started rolling. They start fussing. Boots came out the middle. Bing! Dropped him. Oh my God, they was wildin'. They was wildin', y'all. The fuck?
Richardson Hitchens a fool, but nah, man, Boots is in there beating ass, man. Great win for both. Great fight for both, man. He showed out as much as one could, but De Los Santos got dead filthy.
Both trying to open up the game. Oh! He just collapsed him.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
It's over. Second round knockout. Royo.
That was a bad knockout, man. He did Buddy bad. And I see people like, that Shakur opponent got knocked out in 3 rounds, and man, he's no longer Shakur opponent. Once Shakur beat him, that's who he beat. That guy. Anything else after that is him getting his ass beat. Yeah, he beat him, Tim. He beat him with one hand, sick and injured, man. You thought he needed a tune-up? Remember, Shaw, he had that one little tune-up, but the problem was it only lasted like 45 seconds, so he ain't really get no real work. And like you mentioned earlier, my bad, I seen you mention something about him dropping all that weight, possibly for the fight with Keyshawn, for sure, being sick and all that. It didn't look like that I'm healthy and I lost weight kind of situation. It looked like I'm sickly and I lost a lot of weight in a quick amount of time, and I'm about to try to take this fight and make this money. I think that would have got bad for him. I think Keyshawn would have hurt him too. I really do. But in a way, it's bittersweet because I like Edwin. I like his skills, but maybe this people to shut up about the fight with him and Shakur now. Maybe you could talk about something else. Because like I said, if that was anybody else losing, they wouldn't have got that kind of credit for losing the fight. That's how you know that hate is real, when they willing to credit the guy that lost more than the guy that won. I don't give a damn what the performance looked like. There's no way I could find more credit for the guy that lost just because he's a power puncher or he needed to see you just stand in the paint and, do whatever. It's all good, Nitro. I appreciate you coming up the bill, man. We just getting to the 5-hour mark. 4 minutes to go. He said he almost died, and I believe it too. Say he fought in December, first round KO, 45 seconds. One, his training camp was way harder than the fight. He cleaned dude up bad, knocked his ass out. But and I knew that was just to try to get back in there. But then this was him fighting at 140 too. So yeah, tough. Ryo caught his ass and did him filthy, man. Good win for Ryo, that man. Really good win. It couldn't have happened to a better person, man. I think Ryo's a good guy to see get a revenge win, if you want to call it that, right? A revenge win. Gilly was going at it with the fans too. Look at Gilly.
You ain't your bitch, nigga. You'll be next, nigga.
Damn, Gilly told dude him and his chick would be next. Gilly lost his natural mind. You seen him? He said you would be next. They don't see him telling you Philly be wild. They passionate about their sports, bro. They really are, man. That's a passionate bunch right there. Them Philadelphians. You know what I'm saying? They don't be playing about their sports, man. We got some stuff to get into. Lamont Rose did a interview with Brian Custer. We're gonna cover that. Some more stuff with Rayo. We got some Tank Davis stuff. We got some Devin Haney shit. You got a little bit of lying ass Bill Haney. They still trying to convince the world that they fighting Tank Davis off a layoff meeting in the middle somewhere when they just was about to fight Shakur. They got a contract for Shakur, and he just ain't signed the bout agreement, but he signed the fight. I'm never gonna believe that shit ever. Keyshawn is on the list. You know what I mean? They acting like they still gonna fight him, but then they negotiate with Tank right now, and that's the fight that's next. That's what he telling people. So just let the record reflect. They do negotiating faster than anybody in the history of the sport, and it's gonna be very disappointing when they don't give you none of those fights because they're not in their situation is not on enough stable ground for them to be trying to send contracts. Like, think about something for somebody to send anything to be signed. Where is that fight happening at? You get what I'm saying? Some shit that really don't make sense. What kind of bout agreement? What does that entail, right? Wouldn't that tell you something? You just talking about the weight. Notice the only details he released is the details that hold him and Devin in a positive light, make it look like somebody avoiding or not willing to fight him. Now everybody getting online pushing it. It's crazy how they doing that, right? Notice. And somebody else called it out. All he did was get on, I think it was Ness, get on YouTube and say the same shit that they said on Twitter. The only thing different is instead of tweeting it, you heard it come out his mouth. But he's only releasing the details, again, that would make Shakur look funny and Devin look like some boogeyman that he not. So we're going to talk about all this stuff that's out here. We're going to talk about Tank Davis spazzing out. He has some choice words for Boots. I don't know. I don't know what's eating Gervonta Tank Davis, but he's an angry guy. We're going to cover some things tomorrow. We're going to talk about it. I think Boots is doing exactly what he's supposed to. I think Tank just want to get back in the ring. And he bored, sitting on the sideline. That dude want to fight. That's what I think. You know what I'm saying? He looked for any reason to be mad. And I think that's part of what makes him who he is as a fighter. You know what I mean? It's not always right. It ain't always good. But I think that's him. So you can either accept it or hate it. You know what I mean? He Rolly, 100 Sean Porter, all of them ran to his pain saying he's strong, come back. I was like, where is it? Congratulations, Tank. Because they probably felt bad for Rolly, Tim. They knew that was going to be the beginning, and he done rattled that brain. You know what I mean? But I get you. I think Andre Ward is solid. Sean Porter, too, he could say some things as a little, you know what I mean? But it's just opinion. As long as it ain't slander, I'm cool. You know what I mean? But yeah, Tank frustrated, and he ready to get back in the ring. That's what I think. That's my honest opinion of it. So hopefully he can square away all his legal issues and come back and start fighting the guys like the Devin Haney's, the Shakur Stevensons, and whoever else that the people say they want to see you fight, or whoever else you feel like you need to fight before you hang them up. That's what we're here for. But look, shout out to everybody that pulled up, that hit the like button, everybody that supported the grind. I appreciate y'all. There's always love over here. We just put in 5 hours like we always do, putting in that real work. We're going to keep building on boxing. Appreciate the love, man. I'm going to make sure we come back tomorrow to build on this boxing, man. Y'all enjoy the rest of this night, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. He said, well, this and other Boots fight is showing more of his flaws, and Bud sees, Bud, far more experience, more versatility, crafty, all that stuff, man. He's a different beast for sure. But shout out to you, Shaw. Appreciate you, Queen. Shout out to the ladies and everybody that supported the grind. Shout out to Ocean Dreamer, my guy AP, Mike Kirkland, everybody that continues to pull up and support. We appreciate y'all over this way. So that we're gonna see everybody tomorrow, man. Peace.
Representing Brick City, Shakur.
Finding those levels too. Look at that 4-punch combination. It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass.
Hand to Shakur, meeting him with a straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown score with the left hand. From Patterson, New Jersey, please welcome the Sweet Terminator, Shadesha Green.
right now we're gonna give him his just due. Shout out to my brother Just Due.